and, gloomily ushering Karenina in before him, he closed the door. "Won't you sit down?" He indicated an armchair at a writing table covered with papers. He sat down himself, and, rubbing his little hands with short fingers covered with white hairs, he bent his head on one side. But as soon as he was settled in this position, a moth flew over the table. The lawyer, with a swiftness that could never have been expected of him, opened his hands, caught the moth, and resumed his former attitude. "Before beginning to speak of my business," said Alexei Alexandrovitch, following the lawyer's movements with wandering eyes, "I ought to observe that the business about which I have to speak to you is to be strictly private." The lawyer's overhanging reddish moustaches were parted in a scarcely perceptible smile. "I should not be a lawyer if I could not keep the secrets confined to me. But if you would like proof—" Alexei Alexandrovitch glanced at his face and saw that the shrewd grey eyes were laughing and seemed to know all about it already. "You know my name?" Alexei Alexandrovitch resumed. "I know you and the good," again he caught a moth, "work you are doing, like every Russian," said the lawyer, bowing. Alexei Alexandrovitch sighed, plucking up his courage. But having once made up his mind, he went on in his shrill voice, without timidity or hesitation, accentuating here and there a word. "I have the misfortune," Alexei Alexandrovitch began, "to have been deceived in my married life, and I desire to break off all relations with my wife by legal means, that is, to be divorced, but to do this so that my son may not remain with his mother." The lawyer's grey eyes tried not to laugh, but they were dancing with irrepressible glee, and Alexei Alexandrovitch saw that it was not simply the delight of a man who has just got a profitable job. There was triumph and joy. There was a gleam like the malignant gleam he saw in his wife's eyes. "You desire my assistance in securing a divorce?" "Yes, precisely so. But I ought to warn you that I may be wasting your time and attention. I have come simply to consult you as a preliminary step. I want a divorce, but the form in which it is possible is of great consequence to me. It is very possible that if that form does not correspond with my requirements, I may give up a legal divorce." "Oh, that's always the case," said the lawyer, "and that's always for you to decide." He let his eyes rest on Alexei Alexandrovitch's feet, feeling that he might offend his client by the sight of his irrepressible amusement. He looked at a moth that flew before his nose and moved his hands, but did not catch it from regard for Alexei Alexandrovitch's position. "Though, in their general features, our laws on this subject are known to me," pursued Alexei Alexandrovitch, "I should be glad to have an idea of the forms in which such things are done in practice." "You would be glad?" The lawyer, without lifting his eyes, responded, adopting, with a certain satisfaction, the tone of his client's remarks. "For me to lay before you all the methods by which you could secure what you desire?" And on receiving an assuring nod from Alexei Alexandrovitch, he went on, stealing a glance now and then at Alexei Alexandrovitch's face, which was growing red in patches. "Divorce by our laws," he said, with a slight shade of disapprobation for our laws, "is possible, as you are aware, in the following cases. Wait a little." He called to a clerk who had put his head in at the door, but he got up all the same, said a few words to him, and sat down again. "In the following cases. Physical defect in the married parties, desertion without communication for 5 years," he said, crooking a short finger covered with hair. "Adultery," this word he pronounced with obvious satisfaction, "subdivided as follows." He continued to crook his fat fingers, though the 3 cases and their subdivisions could obviously not be classified together. Physical defect of the husband or of the wife, adultery of the husband or of the wife. As by now all his fingers were used up, he uncrooked all his fingers and went on. "This is the theoretical view, but I imagine you have done me the honour to apply to me in order to learn its application in practice. And therefore, Guided by precedents, I must inform you that in practice, cases of divorce may all be reduced to the following. There's no physical defect, I may assume, nor desertion. Alexei Alexandrovich bowed his head in assent. May be reduced to the following. Adultery of one of the married parties, and the detection in the fact of the guilty party by mutual agreement, and failing such agreement, accidental detection. It must be admitted that the latter case is rarely met with in practice, said the lawyer, and stealing a glance at Alexei Alexandrovich he paused, as a man selling pistols, after enlarging on the advantages of each weapon, might await his customer's choice. But Alexei Alexandrovich said nothing, and therefore the lawyer went on. The most usual and simple, the sensible course, I consider, is adultery by mutual consent. I should not permit myself to express it so, speaking with a man of no education, he said, but I imagine that to you this is comprehensible. Alexei Alexandrovich was, however, so perturbed that he did not immediately comprehend all the good sense of adultery by mutual consent, and his eyes expressed this uncertainty. But the lawyer promptly came to his assistance. People cannot go on living together. Here you have a fact. And if both are agreed about it, the details and formalities become a matter of no importance. And at the same time, this is the simplest and most certain method. Alexei Alexandrovich fully understood now, but he had religious scruples which hindered the execution of such a plan. That is out of the question in the present case, he said. Only one alternative is possible, undesigned detection, supported by letters which I have. At the mention of letters, the lawyer pursed up his lips and gave utterance to a thin little compassionate and contemptuous sound. Kindly consider, he began. Cases of that kind are, as you are aware, under ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The Reverend Fathers are fond of going into the minutest details in cases of that kind, he said with a smile, which betrayed his sympathy with the Reverend Father's taste. Letters may, of course, be a partial confirmation, but detection in the fact there must be of the most direct kind, that is, by eyewitness. In fact, if you do me the honour to entrust your confidence to me, you will do well to leave me the choice of the measures to be employed. If one wants the result, one must admit the means. If it be so, Alexei Alexandrovich began, suddenly turning white. But at that moment the lawyer rose and again went to the door to speak to the intruding clerk. Tell her we don't haggle over fees, he said, and returned to Alexei Alexandrovich. On his way back he caught unobserved another moth. Nice state my rep curtains will be in by summer, he thought, frowning. And so you were saying, he said. I will communicate my decision to you by letter, said Alexei Alexandrovich, getting up, and he clutched at the table. After standing a moment in silence, he said, From your words, I may consequently conclude that a divorce may be obtained. I would ask you to let me know what are your terms. It may be obtained if you give me complete liberty of action, said the lawyer, not answering his question. When can I reckon on receiving information from you? He asked, moving towards the door, his eyes and his varnished boots shining. In a week's time. Your answer as to whether you will undertake to conduct the case, and on what terms, you'll be so good as to communicate to me. Very good. The lawyer bowed respectfully, let his client out of the door, and, left alone, gave himself up to his sense of amusement. He felt so mirthful that, contrary to his rules, he made a reduction in his terms to the haggling lady and gave up catching moths, finally deciding that next winter he must have the furniture covered with velvet, like Sigonin's. Chapter 6. Alexei Alexandrovich had gained a brilliant victory at the sitting of the Commission of the 17th of August, but in the sequel this victory cut the ground from under his feet. The new commission for the inquiry into the condition of the native tribes in all its branches had been formed and dispatched to its destination with an unusual speed and energy inspired by Alexei Alexandrovitch. Within 3 months a report was presented. The condition of the native tribes was investigated in its political, administrative, economic, ethnographic, material and religious aspects. To all these questions there were answers admirably stated, and answers admitting no shade of doubt, since they were not a product of human thought, always liable to error, but were all the product of official activity. The answers were all based on official data furnished by governors and heads of churches, and founded on the reports of district magistrates and ecclesiastical superintendents, founded in their turn on the reports of parochial overseers and parish priests, and so all of these answers were unhesitating and certain. All such questions as, for example, of the cause of failure of crops, of the adherence of certain tribes to their ancient beliefs, etc., questions which, but for the convenient intervention of the official machine, are not and cannot be solved for ages, received full, unhesitating solution. And this solution was in favour of Alexei Alexandrovitch's contention. But Stremov, who had felt stung to the quick at the last sitting, had, on the reception of the Commission's report, resorted to tactics which Alexei Alexandrovitch had not anticipated. Stremov, carrying with him several members, went over to Alexei Alexandrovitch's side, and not contenting himself with warmly defending the measure proposed by Karenina, proposed other, more extreme measures in the same direction. These measures, still further exaggerated in opposition to what was Alexei Alexandrovitch's fundamental idea, were passed by the Commission, and then the aim of Stremov's tactics became apparent. Carried to an extreme, the measures seemed at once to be so absurd that the highest authorities and public opinion and intellectual ladies and the newspapers all at the same time fell foul of them, expressing their indignation both with the measures and their nominal father, Alexei Alexandrovitch. Stremov drew back, affecting to have blindly followed Karenina and to be astounded and distressed at what had been done. This meant the defeat of Alexei Alexandrovitch. But in spite of failing health, in spite of his domestic griefs, he did not give in. There was a split in the commission. Some members, with Stremov at their head, justified their mistake on the ground that they had put faith in the commission of revision instituted by Alexei Alexandrovitch, and maintained that the report of the commission was rubbish and simply so much waste paper. Alexei Alexandrovitch, with a following of those who saw the danger of so revolutionary an attitude to official documents, persisted in upholding the statements obtained by the revising commission. In consequence of this, in the higher spheres, and even in society, all was chaos, and although everyone was interested, no one could tell whether the native tribes really were becoming impoverished and ruined, or whether they were in a flourishing condition. The position of Alexei Alexandrovitch, owing to this, and partly owing to the contempt lavished on him for his wife's infidelity, became very precarious. And in this position he took an important resolution. To the astonishment of the commission, he announced that he should ask permission to go himself to investigate the question on the spot, and having obtained permission, Alexei Alexandrovitch prepared to set off to these remote provinces. Alexei Alexandrovitch's departure made a great sensation, the more so as just before he started he officially returned the posting fares allowed him for 12 horses to drive to his destination. "I think it very noble," Betsy said about this to the Princess Myakaya. "Why take money for posting horses when everyone knows there are railways everywhere now?" But Princess Myakaya did not agree, and the Princess Tverskaya's opinion annoyed her indeed. "It's all very well for you to talk," said she, "when you have I don't know how many millions, but I am very glad when my husband goes on a revising tour in the summer. It's very good for him and pleasant travelling about, and it's a settled arrangement for me to keep a carriage and coachman on the money." On his way to the remote provinces, Alexei Alexandrovitch stopped for 3 days at Moscow. The day after his arrival, he was driving back from calling on the Governor-General. At the crossroads by Gazetoy Place, Where there are always crowds of carriages and sledges, Alexei Alexandrovitch suddenly heard his name called out in such a loud and cheerful voice that he could not help looking round. At the corner of the pavement, in a short, stylish overcoat and a low-crowned fashionable hat jauntily askew, with a smile that showed a gleam of white teeth and red lips, stood Stefan Arkadyevitch, radiant, young and beaming. He called him vigorously and urgently, and insisted on his stopping. He had one arm on the window of a carriage that was stopping at the corner, and out of the window were thrust the heads of a lady in a velvet hat and 2 children. Stefan Arkadyevitch was smiling and beckoning to his brother-in-law. The lady smiled a kindly smile too, and she too waved her hand to Alexei Alexandrovitch. It was Dolly with her children. Alexei Alexandrovitch did not want to see anyone in Moscow, and least of all his wife's brother. He raised his hat and would have driven on, but Stefan Arkadyevitch told his coachman to stop and ran across the snow to him. "Well, what a shame not to have let us know! Been here long? I was at Dussots yesterday and saw Karenina on the visitors' list, and it never entered my head that it was you," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, sticking his head in at the window of the carriage. "Or I should have looked you up. How glad I am to see you," he said, knocking one foot against the other to shake the snow off. "What a shame of you not to let us know," he repeated. "I had no time. I am very busy," Alexei Alexandrovitch responded dryly. "Come to my wife. She does so want to see you." Alexei Alexandrovitch unfolded the rug in which his frozen feet were wrapped, and getting out of his carriage made his way over the snow to Darya Alexandrovna. "Why, Alexei Alexandrovitch, what are you cutting us like this for?" said Dolly, smiling. "I was very busy. Delighted to see you," he said in a tone clearly indicating that he was annoyed by it. "How are you?" "Tell me, how is my darling Anna?" Alexei Alexandrovitch mumbled something and would have gone on, but Stefan Arkadyevitch stopped him. "I tell you what we'll do tomorrow. Dolly, ask him to dinner. We'll ask Kozhnishev and Pestsov so as to entertain him with our Moscow celebrities." "Yes, please do come," said Dolly. "We will expect you at 5 or 6 o'clock if you like. How is my darling Anna? How long?" "She is quite well," Alexei Alexandrovitch mumbled, frowning. "Delighted," and he moved away towards his carriage. "You will come?" Dolly called after him. Alexei Alexandrovitch said something which Dolly could not catch in the noise of the moving carriages. "I shall come around tomorrow," Stefan Arkadyevitch shouted to him. Alexei Alexandrovitch got into his carriage and buried himself in it so as neither to see nor be seen. "Queer fish," said Stefan Arkadyevitch to his wife, and glancing at his watch he made a motion of his hand before his face, indicating a caress to his wife and children, and walked jauntily along the pavement. "Stiva! Stiva! Stiva!" Dolly called, reddening. He turned round. "I must get coats, you know, for Grisha and Tanya. Give me the money." "Never mind. You tell them I'll pay the bill." And he vanished, nodding genially to an acquaintance who drove by. Chapter 7. The next day was Sunday. Stefan Arkadyevitch went to the Grand Theatre for a rehearsal of the ballet, and gave Masha Chibisova, a pretty dancing girl whom he had just taken under his protection, the coral necklace he had promised her the evening before, and behind the scenes, in the dim daylight of the theatre, managed to kiss her pretty little face, radiant over her present. Besides the gift of the necklace, he wanted to arrange with her about meeting after the ballet. After explaining that he could not come at the beginning of the ballet, he promised he would come for the last act and take her to supper. From the theatre, Stefan Arkadyevitch drove to a Hotny Row, selected himself the fish and asparagus for dinner, and by 12 o'clock was at Dossots, where he had to see 3 people, luckily all staying at the same hotel. Levin, who had recently come back from abroad and was staying there, the new head of his department, who had just been promoted to that position and had come on a tour of revision to Moscow, and his brother-in-law, Karenin, whom he must see so as to be sure of bringing him to dinner. Stefan Arkadyevitch liked dining, but still better he liked to give a dinner. Small, but very choice, both as regards the food and drink, and as regards the selection of guests. He particularly liked the programme of that day's dinner. There would be fresh perch, asparagus, and, la pièce de résistance, first-rate, but quite plain, roast beef, and wines to suit, so much for the eating and drinking. Kitty and Levin would be of the party, and that this might not be obtrusively evident, there would be a girl cousin too, and young Shabbatskoy, and, la pièce de résistance among the guests, Sergei Kozhnishev and Alexei Alexandrovitch. Sergei Ivanovitch was a Moscow man and a philosopher, Alexei Alexandrovitch a Petersburger and a practical politician. He was asking, too, the well-known eccentric enthusiast, Pestsov, a liberal, a great talker, a musician, an historian, and the most delightfully youthful person of 50, who would be a sauce or garnish for Kozhnishev and Karenin. He would provoke them and set them off. The second instalment for the forest had been received from the merchant and was not yet exhausted. Dolly had been very amiable and good-humoured of late, and the idea of the dinner pleased Stefan Arkadyevitch from every point of view. He was in the most light-hearted mood. There were two circumstances a little unpleasant, but these two circumstances were drowned in the sea of good-humoured gaiety which flooded the soul of Stefan Arkadyevitch. These two circumstances were, first, that on meeting Alexei Alexandrovitch the day before in the street, he had noticed that he was cold and reserved with him, and putting the expression of Alexei Alexandrovitch's face and the fact that he had not come to see them or let them know of his arrival with the rumours he had heard about Anna and Vronsky, Stefan Arkadyevitch guessed that something was wrong between the husband and wife. That was one disagreeable thing. The other, slightly disagreeable fact was that the new head of his department, like all new heads, had the reputation already of a terrible person, who got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, worked like a horse, and insisted on his subordinates working in the same way. Moreover, this new head had the further reputation of being a bear in his manners, and was, according to all reports, a man of a class in all reports the opposite of that to which his predecessor had belonged, and to which Stefan Arkadyevitch had hitherto belonged himself. On the previous day, Stefan Arkadyevitch had appeared at the office in a uniform, and the new chief had been very affable and had talked to him as to an acquaintance. Consequently, Stefan Arkadyevitch deemed it his duty to call upon him in his non-official dress. The thought that the new chief might not tender him a warm reception was the other unpleasant thing. But Stefan Arkadyevitch instinctively felt that everything would come round all right. "They're all people, all men, like us poor sinners. Why be nasty and quarrelsome?" he thought as he went into the hotel. "Good day, Vasily," he said, walking into the corridor with his hat cocked on one side and addressing a footman he knew. "Why, you've let your whiskers grow. Levin number 7, eh? Take me up, please, and find out whether Count Anichkin," this was the new head, "is receiving." "Yes, sir," Vasily responded, smiling. "You've not been to see us for a long while." "I was here yesterday, but at the other entrance. Is this number 7? Levin was standing with a peasant from Tver in the middle of the room, measuring a fresh bearskin, when Stefan Arkadyevitch went in. "What? You killed him?" cried Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Well done. A she-bear. How are you, Arhip?" He shook hands with the peasant and sat down on the edge of a chair without taking off his coat and hat. "Come, take off your coat and stay a little," said Levin, taking his hat. "No, I haven't time. I've only looked in for a tiny second," answered Stefan Arkadyevitch. He threw open his coat, but afterwards did take it off, and sat on for a whole hour talking to Levin about hunting and the most intimate subjects. "Come, tell me, please, what you did abroad. Where have you been?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch when the peasant had gone. "Oh, I stayed in Germany, in Prussia, in France, and in England. Not in the capitals, but in the manufacturing towns. And I saw a great deal that was new to me, and I'm glad I went." "Yes, I knew your idea of the solution of the labour question." "Not a bit. In Russia there can be no labour question. In Russia the question is that of the relation of the working people to the land, though the question exists there too, But there it's a matter of repairing what's been ruined, while with us. Stefan Arkadyevitch listened attentively to Levin. Yes, he said. It's very possible you're right, but I'm glad you're in good spirits and are hunting bears and working and interested. Shabatskoy told me another story. He met you, but you were in such a depressed state, talking of nothing but death. Well, what of it? I've not given up thinking of death, said Levin. It's true that it's high time I was dead, and that all this is nonsense. It's the truth I'm telling you. I do value my idea and my work awfully, but in reality only consider this. All this world of ours is nothing but a speck of mildew, which has grown up on a tiny planet. For us to suppose we can have something great, ideas, work, it's all dust and ashes. But all that's as old as the hills, my boy. It is old, but you know, when you grasp this fully, then somehow everything becomes of no consequence. When you understand that you'll die tomorrow, if not today, and nothing will be left, then everything is so unimportant. And I consider my idea very important, but it turns out really to be as unimportant too, even if it were carried out, as doing for that bear. So one goes on living, amusing oneself with hunting, with work, anything so as not to think of death. Stefan Arkadyevitch smiled, a subtle, affectionate smile as he listened to Levin. Well, of course, here you've come round to my point. Do you remember you attacked me for seeking enjoyment in life? Don't be so severe, oh moralist. No, all the same, what's fine in life is... Levin hesitated. Oh, I don't know. All I know is that we shall soon be dead. Why so soon? And you know, there's less charm in life when one thinks of death, but there's more peace. On the contrary, the finish is always the best. But I must be going, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, getting up for the 10th time. Oh no, stay a bit, said Levin, keeping him. Now, when shall we see each other again? I'm going tomorrow. I'm a nice person. Why, that's just what I came for. You simply must come to dinner with us today. Your brother's coming, and Karenin, my brother-in-law. You don't mean to say he's here, said Levin, and he wanted to inquire about Kitty. He had heard at the beginning of the winter that she was at Petersburg with her sister, the wife of the diplomat, but he did not know whether she had come back or not. But he changed his mind and did not ask. Whether she's coming or not, I don't care, he said to himself. So you'll come? Of course. At 5 o'clock then, and not evening dress. And Stefan Arkadyevitch got up and went down below to the new head of his department. Instinct had not misled Stefan Arkadyevitch. The terrible new head turned out to be an extremely amenable person, and Stefan Arkadyevitch lunched with him and stayed on, so that it was 4 o'clock before he got to Alexey Alexandrovitch. Chapter 8. Alexey Alexandrovitch, on coming back from church service, had spent the whole morning indoors. He had 2 pieces of business before him that morning. First, to receive and send on a deputation from the native tribes, which was on its way to Petersburg, and now at Moscow, and secondly, to write the promised letter to the lawyer. The deputation, though it had been summoned at Alexey Alexandrovitch's instigation, was not without its discomforting and even dangerous aspect, and he was glad he had found it in Moscow. The members of this deputation had not the slightest conception of their duty and the part they were to play. They naively believed that it was their business to lay before the Commission their needs and the actual condition of things, and to ask assistance of the government, and utterly failed to grasp that some of their statements and requests supported the contention of the enemy's side, and so spoiled the whole business. Alexey Alexandrovitch was busily engaged with them for a long while, drew up a programme for them from which they were not to depart, and on dismissing them, wrote a letter to Petersburg for the guidance of the deputation. He had his chief support in this affair in the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. She was a specialist in the matter of deputations, and no one knew better than she how to manage them, and put them in the way they should go. Having completed this task, Alexey Alexandrovitch wrote the letter to the lawyer. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave him permission to act as he might judge best. In the letter he enclosed 3 of Vronsky's notes to Anna, which were in the portfolio he had taken away. Since Alexei Alexandrovitch had left home with the intention of not returning to his family again, and since he had been at the lawyer's and had spoken, though only to one man, of his intention, since especially he had translated the matter from the world of real life to the world of ink and paper, he had grown more and more used to his own intention, and by now distinctly perceived the feasibility of its execution. He was sealing the envelope to the lawyer when he heard the loud tones of Stepan Arkadyevitch's voice. Stepan Arkadyevitch was disputing with Alexei Alexandrovitch's servant and insisting on being announced. No matter, thought Alexei Alexandrovitch. So much the better. I will inform him at once of my position in regard to his sister, and explain why it is I can't dine with him. Come in, he said aloud, collecting his papers and putting them in the blotting paper. There, you see, you're talking nonsense, and he is at home, responded Stepan Arkadyevitch's voice, addressing the servant, who had refused to let him in, and taking off his coat as he went. Oblonsky walked into the room. Well, I'm awfully glad I found you, so I hope, Stepan Arkadyevitch began cheerfully. I cannot come, Alexei Alexandrovitch said coldly, standing and not asking his visitor to sit down. Alexei Alexandrovitch had thought to pass at once into those frigid relations in which he ought to stand with the brother of a wife against whom he was beginning a suit for divorce. But he had not taken into account the ocean of kindliness brimming over in the heart of Stepan Arkadyevitch. Stepan Arkadyevitch opened wide his clear, shining eyes. Why can't you? What do you mean? He asked in perplexity, speaking in French. Oh, but it's a promise, and we're all counting on you. I want to tell you that I can't dine at your house, because the terms of relationship which have existed between us must cease. How? What do you mean? What for? Said Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile. Because I'm beginning an action for divorce against your sister, my wife. I ought to have... But before Alexei Alexandrovitch had time to finish his sentence, Stepan Arkadyevitch was behaving not at all as he had expected. He groaned and sank into an armchair. No, Alexei Alexandrovitch, what are you saying? Cried Oblonsky, and his suffering was apparent in his face. It is so. Excuse me, I can't believe it. Alexei Alexandrovitch sat down, feeling that his words had not had the effect he anticipated, and that it would be unavoidable for him to explain his position, and that, whatever explanations he might make, his relations with his brother-in-law would remain unchanged. Yes, I am brought to the painful necessity of seeking a divorce, he said. I will say one thing, Alexei Alexandrovitch. I know you for an excellent, upright man. I know Anna, excuse me, I can't change my opinion of her, for a good, an excellent woman. And so, excuse me, I cannot believe it. There must be some misunderstanding, said he. Oh, if only it were a misunderstanding. Pardon, I understand, interposed Stepan Arkadyevitch. But of course, one thing. You must not act in haste. You must not act in haste. But I am not acting in haste, Alexei Alexandrovitch said coldly. But one cannot ask advice of anyone in such a matter. I have quite made up my mind. This is awful, said Stepan Arkadyevitch. I would do one thing, Alexei Alexandrovitch. I beseech you, do it, he said. No action has yet been taken, if I understand rightly. Before you take advice, see my wife. Talk to her. She loves Anna like a sister. She loves you, and she's a wonderful woman. For God's sake, talk to her. Do me that favour, I beseech you. Alexei Alexandrovitch pondered, and Stepan Arkadyevitch looked at him sympathetically, without interrupting his silence. Will you go to see her? I don't know. That was just why I have not been to see you. I imagine our relations must change. Why so? I don't see that. Allow me to believe that apart from our connection, you have for me, at least in part, the same friendly feeling I have always had for you, and sincere esteem, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pressing his hand. Even if your worst suppositions were correct, I don't, and never would, take on myself to judge either side, and I see no reason why our relations should be affected. But now do this. Come and see my wife. Well, we look at the matter differently, said Alexei Alexandrovitch coldly. However, we won't discuss it. No, Why shouldn't you come today to dine anyway? My wife's expecting you. Please do come. And above all, talk it over with her. She's a wonderful woman. For God's sake, on my knees, I implore you." "If you do so much wish it, I will come," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, sighing. And, anxious to change the conversation, he inquired about what interested them both, the new head of Stepan Arkadyevitch's department, a man not yet old, who had suddenly been promoted to so high a position. Alexey Alexandrovitch had previously felt no liking for Count Anichkin, and had always differed from him in his opinions. But now, from a feeling readily comprehensible to officials, that hatred felt by one who has suffered a defeat in the service for one who has received a promotion, he could not endure him. "Well, have you seen him?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch with a malignant smile. "Of course, he was at our sitting yesterday. He seems to know his work capitally, and to be very energetic." "Yes, but what is his energy directed to?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Is he aiming at doing anything, or simply undoing what's been done? It's the great misfortune of our government, this paper administration, of which he's a worthy representative. Really, I don't know what fault one could find with him. His policy I don't know, but for one thing, he's a very nice fellow," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I've just been seeing him, and he's really a capital fellow. We lunched together, and I taught him how to make, you know that drink, wine and oranges. It's so cooling. It's a wonder he didn't know it. He liked it awfully. No, really, he's a capital fellow." Stepan Arkadyevitch glanced at his watch. "Why, good heavens, it's 4 already, and I've still to go to Dolgovushin's. So please come round to dinner. You can't imagine how you will grieve my wife and me." The way in which Alexey Alexandrovitch saw his brother-in-law out was very different from the manner in which he had met him. "I've promised and I'll come," he answered wearily. "Believe me, I appreciate it. I hope you won't regret it," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. And putting on his coat as he went, he patted the footman on the head, chuckled, and went out. 5 o'clock, and not evening dress, please," he shouted once more, turning at the door. Chapter 9. It was 5:30, and several guests had already arrived before the host himself got home. He went in, together with Sergei Ivanovich Kozhnishev and Petsov, who had reached the street door at the same moment. These were the 2 leading representatives of the Moscow intellectuals, as Oblonsky had called them. Both were men respected for their character and their intelligence. They respected each other, but were in complete and hopeless disagreement upon almost every subject, not because they belonged to opposite parties, but precisely because they were of the same party. Their enemies refused to see any distinction between their views, but in that party, each had his own special shade of opinion. And since no difference is less easily overcome than the difference of opinion about semi-abstract questions, they never agreed in any opinion, and had long, indeed, been accustomed to jeer without anger, each at the other's incorrigible aberrations. They were just going in at the door, talking of the weather, when Stepan Arkadyevitch overtook them. In the drawing-room, there were already sitting Prince Alexander Dmitrievich Shtcherbatskoy, young Shtcherbatskoy, Turovtsin, Kitty, and Karenin. Stepan Arkadyevitch saw immediately that things were not going well in the drawing-room without him. Darya Alexandrovna, in her best grey silk gown, obviously worried about the children, who were to have their dinner by themselves in the nursery, and by her husband's absence was not equal to the task of making the party mix without him. All were sitting like so many priests' wives on a visit, so the old prince expressed it, obviously wondering why they were there, and pumping up remarks simply to avoid being silent. Turovtsin, good, simple man, felt unmistakably a fish out of water, and the smile with which his thick lips greeted Stepan Arkadyevitch said, as plainly as words, "Well, old boy, you have popped me down in a learned set. A drinking party now, or that Chateau de Fleur would be more in my line." The old prince sat in silence, his bright little eyes watching Karenin from one side, and Stepan Arkadyevitch saw that he had already formed a phrase to sum up that politician of whom guests were invited to partake as though he were a sturgeon. Kitty was looking at the door, calling up all her energies to keep her from blushing at the entrance of Konstantin Levin. Young Shabbatskoy, who had not been introduced to Karenin, was trying to look as though he were not in the least conscious of it. Karenin himself had followed the Petersburg fashion for a dinner with ladies and was wearing evening dress and a white tie. Stefan Arkadyevitch saw by his face that he had come simply to keep his promise and was performing a disagreeable duty in being present at this gathering. He was indeed the person chiefly responsible for the chill benumbing all the guests before Stefan Arkadyevitch came in. On entering the drawing-room, Stefan Arkadyevitch apologized, explaining that he had been detained by that prince, who was always the scapegoat for all his absences and unpunctualities, and in one moment he had made all the guests acquainted with each other, and, bringing together Alexei Alexandrovitch and Sergei Kozhnishev, started them on a discussion of the Russification of Poland, into which they immediately plunged with Pedztsov. Slapping Torotzin on the shoulder, he whispered something comic in his ear and set him down by his wife and the old prince. Then he told Kitty she was looking very pretty that evening and presented Shabbatskoy to Karenin. In a moment he had so kneaded together the social dough that the drawing-room became very lively and there was a merry buzz of voices. Konstantin Levin was the only person who had not arrived, but this was so much the better, as going into the dining-room, Stefan Arkadyevitch found to his horror that the port and sherry had been procured from Desprez and not from Levy, and, directing that the coachman should be sent off as speedily as possible to Levy's, he was going back to the drawing-room. In the dining-room he was met by Konstantin Levin. "I'm not late." "You can never help being late," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, taking his arm. "Have you a lot of people? Who's here?" asked Levin, unable to help blushing as he knocked the snow off his cap with his glove. "All our own set. Kitty's here. Come along, I'll introduce you to Karenin." Stefan Arkadyevitch, for all his liberal views, was well aware that to meet Karenin was sure to be felt a flattering distinction, and so treated his best friends to this honour. But at that instant, Konstantin Levin was not in a condition to feel all the gratification of making such an acquaintance. He had not seen Kitty since that memorable evening when he met Vronsky, not counting, that is, the moment when he had had a glimpse of her on the highroad. He had known at the bottom of his heart that he would see her here today. But to keep his thoughts free, he had tried to persuade himself that he did not know it. Now, when he heard that she was here, he was suddenly conscious of such delight, and at the same time of such dread, that his breath failed him, and he could not utter what he wanted to say. "What is she like? What is she like? Like what she used to be, or like what she was in the carriage? What if Darya Alexandrovna told the truth? Why shouldn't it be the truth?" he thought. "Oh, please, introduce me to Karenin," he brought out with an effort, and with a desperately determined step he walked into the drawing-room and beheld her. She was not the same as she used to be, nor was she as she had been in the carriage. She was quite different. She was scared, shy, shamefaced, and still more charming from it. She saw him the very instant he walked into the room. She had been expecting him. She was delighted, and so confused at her own delight that there was a moment, the moment when he went up to her sister and glanced again at her, when she, and he, and Dolly, who saw it all, thought she would break down and would begin to cry. She crimsoned, turned white, crimsoned again, and grew faint, waiting with quivering lips for him to come to her. He went up to her, bowed, and held out his hand without speaking. Except for the slight quiver of her lips and the moisture in her eyes that made them brighter, her smile was almost calm as she said, "How long it is since we have seen each other." And with desperate determination she pressed his hand with her cold hand. "You've not seen me, but I've seen you," said Levin with a radiant smile of happiness. "I saw you when you were driving from the railway station to Ergoshovo." "When?" she asked, wondering. "You were driving to Ergoshovo," said Levin, feeling as if he would sob with the rapture that was flooding his heart. "And how dared I associate a thought of anything not innocent with this touching creature? And yes, I do believe it's true what Darya Alexandrovna told me," he thought. Stefan Arkadyevitch took him by the arm and led him away to Karenin. "Let me introduce you." He mentioned their names. "Very glad to meet you again," said Alexei Alexandrovitch coldly, shaking hands with Levin. You're acquainted? Stefan Arkadyevitch asked in surprise. We spent 3 hours together in the train, said Levin, smiling, but got out, just as in a masquerade, quite mystified. At least I was. Nonsense. Come along, please, said Stefan Arkadyevitch, pointing in the direction of the dining room. The men went into the dining room and went up to a table laid with 6 sorts of spirits and as many kinds of cheese, some with little silver spades and some without, caviar, herrings, preserves of various kinds, and plates with slices of French bread. The men stood round the strong-smelling spirits and salt delicacies, and the discussion of the Russification of Poland between Kozhnichev, Karenin, and Pestsov died down in anticipation of dinner. Sergei Ivanovitch was unequalled in his skill in winding up the most heated and serious argument by some unexpected pinch of Attic salt that changed the disposition of his opponent. He did this now. Alexei Alexandrovitch had been maintaining that the Russification of Poland could only be accomplished as a result of larger measures which ought to be introduced by the Russian government. Pestsov insisted that one country can only absorb another when it is the more densely populated. Kozhnichev admitted both points, but with limitations. As they were going out of the drawing-room to conclude the argument, Kozhnichev said, smiling, "So then, for the Russification of our foreign populations there is but one method, to bring up as many children as one can. My brother and I are terribly in fault, you see. You married men, especially you, Stefan Arkadyevitch, are the real patriots. What number have you reached?" he said, smiling genially at their host and holding out a tiny wineglass to him. Everyone laughed, and Stefan Arkadyevitch with particular good humour. "Oh, yes, that's the best method," he said, munching cheese and filling the wineglass with a special sort of spirit. The conversation dropped at the jest. "This cheese is not bad. Shall I give you some?" said the master of the house. "Why, have you been going in for gymnastics again?" he asked Levin, pinching his muscle with his left hand. Levin smiled, bent his arm, and under Stefan Arkadyevitch's fingers the muscles swelled up like a sound cheese, hard as a knob of iron, through the fine cloth of the coat. "What biceps! A perfect Samson!" "I imagine great strength is needed for hunting bears," observed Alexei Alexandrovitch, who had the mistiest notions about the chase. He cut off and spread with cheese a wafer of bread fine as a spiderweb. Levin smiled. "Not at all. Quite the contrary. A child can kill a bear," he said, with a slight bow moving aside for the ladies, who were approaching the table. "You have killed a bear, I've been told," said Kitty, trying assiduously to catch with her fork a perverse mushroom that would slip away, and setting the lace quivering over her white arm. "Are there bears on your place?" she added, turning her charming little head to him and smiling. There was apparently nothing extraordinary in what she had said, but what unutterable meaning there was for him in every sound, in every turn of her lips, her eyes, her hand as she said it. There was entreaty for forgiveness, and trust in him, and tenderness, soft, timid tenderness, and promise and hope and love for him, which he could not but believe in, and which choked him with happiness. "No, we've been hunting in the Tver province. It was coming back here that I met your beau-frère in the train, or your beau-frère's brother-in-law," he said with a smile. "It was an amusing meeting." And he began telling with droll good humour how, after not sleeping all night, he had, wearing an old, fur-lined, full-skirted coat, got into Alexei Alexandrovitch's compartment. "The conductor, forgetting the proverb, would have chucked me out on account of my attire, and thereupon I began expressing my feelings in elevated language, and you too," he said, addressing Karenin and forgetting his name, "at first would have ejected me on the grounds of the old coat, but afterwards you took my part, for which I am extremely grateful." "The rights of passengers generally to choose their seats are too ill-defined," said Alexei Alexandrovitch, rubbing the tips of his fingers on his handkerchief. "I saw you were in uncertainty about me," said Levin, smiling good-naturedly, "but I made haste to plunge into intellectual conversation to smooth over the defects of my attire." Sergei Ivanovitch, while he kept up a conversation with their hostess, had one ear for his brother, and he glanced askance at him. "What is the matter with him today? Why such a conquering hero?" he thought. He did not know that Levin was feeling as though he had grown wings. Levin knew she was listening to his words, and that she was glad to listen to him, and this was the only thing that interested him. Not in that room only, but in the whole world, there existed for him only himself, with enormously increased importance and dignity in his own eyes, and she. He felt himself on a pinnacle that made him giddy, and far away down below were all those nice, excellent Karenins, Oblonskys, and all the world. Quite without attracting notice, without glancing at them, as though there were no other places left, Stepan Arkadyevitch put Levin and Kitty side by side. "Oh, you may as well sit there," he said to Levin. The dinner was as choice as the china, in which Stepan Arkadyevitch was a connoisseur. The soup Marie-Louise was a splendid success. The tiny pies eaten with it melted in the mouth and were irreproachable. The two footmen and Matvey, in white cravats, did their duty with the dishes and wines unobtrusively, quietly and swiftly. On the material side, the dinner was a success. It was no less so on the immaterial. The conversation, at times general and at times between individuals, never paused, and towards the end the company was so lively that the men rose from the table without stopping speaking, and even Alexey Alexandrovitch thawed. Chapter 10. Pestsov liked thrashing out an argument to the end, and was not satisfied with Sergei Ivanovitch's words, especially as he felt the injustice of his view. "I did not mean," he said over the soup, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, "mere density of population alone, but in conjunction with fundamental ideas, and not by means of principles." "It seems to me," Alexey Alexandrovitch said languidly, and with no haste, "that's the same thing. In my opinion, influence over other people is only possible to the people which has the higher development, which—" "But that's just the question," Pestsov broke in his bass. He was always in a hurry to speak, and seemed always to put his whole soul into what he was saying. "In what are we to make higher development consist? The English, the French, the Germans, which is at the highest stage of development? Which of them will nationalize the other? We see the Rhine provinces have been turned French, but the Germans are not at a lower stage," he shouted. "There is another law at work here." "I fancy the greater influence is always on the side of true civilization," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, slightly lifting his eyebrows. "But what are we to lay down as the outward signs of true civilization?" said Pestsov. "I imagine such signs are generally very well known," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "But are they fully known?" Sergei Ivanovitch put in with a subtle smile. "It is the accepted view now that real culture must be purely classical, but we see most intense disputes on each side of the question, and there is no denying that the opposite camp has strong points in its favour." "You are for classics, Sergei Ivanovitch. Will you take red wine?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "I'm not expressing my own opinion of either form of culture," Sergei Ivanovitch said, holding out his glass with a smile of condescension, as to a child. "I only say that both sides have strong arguments to support them," he went on, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch. "My sympathies are classical, from education, but in this discussion I am personally unable to arrive at a conclusion. I see no distinct grounds for classical studies being given a preeminence over scientific studies. The natural sciences have just as great an educational value," put in Pestsov. "Take astronomy, take botany, or zoology, with its system of general principles." "I cannot quite agree with that," responded Alexey Alexandrovitch. "It seems to me that one must admit that the very process of studying the forms of language has a peculiarly favourable influence on intellectual development. Moreover, it cannot be denied that the influence of the classical authors is in the highest degree moral, while, unfortunately, with the study of the natural sciences are associated the false and noxious doctrines, which are the curse of our day." Sergei Ivanovitch would have said something, but Pestsov interrupted him in his rich bass. He began warmly contesting the justice of this view. Sergei Ivanovitch waited serenely to speak, obviously with a convincing reply ready. "But," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling subtly and addressing Karenin. One must allow that to weigh all the advantages and disadvantages of classical and scientific studies is a difficult task, and the question which form of education was to be preferred would not have been so quickly and conclusively decided if there had not been in favour of classical education, as you expressed it just now, its moral, disons le mot, anti-nihilist influence. Undoubtedly. If it had been for the distinctive property of anti-nihilistic influence on the side of classical studies, we would have considered the subject more, have weighed the arguments on both sides, said Sergei Ivanovitch with a subtle smile. We should have given elbow room to both tendencies. But now we know that these little pills of classical learning possess the medicinal property of anti-nihilism, and we boldly prescribe them to our patients. But what if they had no such medicinal property? He wound up humorously. At Sergei Ivanovitch's little pills, everyone laughed. Turovtsin, in especial, roared loudly and jovially, glad at last to have found something to laugh at, all he ever looked for in listening to conversation. Stefan Arkadyevitch had not made a mistake in inviting Pestsov. With Pestsov, intellectual conversation never flagged for an instant. Directly Sergei Ivanovitch had concluded the conversation with his jest, Pestsov promptly started a new one. I can't agree even, said he, that the government had that aim. The government obviously is guided by abstract considerations and remains indifferent to the influence its measures may exercise. The education of women, for instance, would naturally be regarded as likely to be harmful, but the government opens schools and universities for women. And the conversation at once passed to the new subject of the education of women. Alexei Alexandrovitch expressed the idea that the education of women is apt to be confounded with the emancipation of women, and that it is only so that it can be considered dangerous. I consider, on the contrary, that the two questions are inseparably connected together, said Pestsov. It is a vicious circle. Woman is deprived of rights from lack of education, and the lack of education results from the absence of rights. We must not forget that the subjugation of women is so complete, and dates from such ages back as we are often unwilling to recognise the gulf that separates them from us, said he. You said rights, said Sergei Ivanovitch, waiting till Pestsov had finished, meaning the right of sitting on juries, of voting, of presiding at official meetings, the right of entering the civil service, of sitting in Parliament. Undoubtedly. But if women, as a rare exception, can occupy such positions, it seems to me you are wrong in using the expression rights. It would be more correct to say duties. Every man will agree that in doing the duty of a juryman, a witness, a telegraph clerk, we feel we are performing duties. And therefore it would be correct to say that women are seeking duties, and quite legitimately. And one can but sympathise with this desire to assist in the general labour of man. Quite so, Alexei Alexandrovitch assented. The question, I imagine, is simply whether they are fitted for such duties. They will most likely be perfectly fitted, said Stefan Arkadyevitch. When education has become general among them, we see this. How about the proverb? Said the prince, who had a long while been intent on the conversation, his little comical eyes twinkling. I can say it before my daughter. Her hair is long because her wit is. What seems strange to me is that women should seek fresh duties, said Sergei Ivanovitch, while we see, unhappily, that men usually try to avoid them. Duties are bound up with rights, power, money, honour. Those are what women are seeking, said Pestsov. Just as I thought I should seek the right to be a wet nurse and feel injured because women are paid for the work, while no one will take me, said the old prince. Turovtsin exploded in a loud roar of laughter, and Sergei Ivanovitch regretted that he had not made this comparison. Even Alexei Alexandrovitch smiled. Yes, but a man can't nurse a baby, said Pestsov, while a woman... No, there was an Englishman who did suckle his baby on board ship, said the old prince, feeling this freedom in conversation permissible before his own daughters. There are many such Englishmen as there would be women officials, said Sergei Ivanovitch. Yes, but what is a girl to do who has no family? put in Stefan Arkadyevitch, thinking of Masha Chipisova, whom he had had in his mind all along, in sympathizing with Pestsov and supporting him. If the story of such a girl were thoroughly sifted, you would find she had abandoned a family, her own or a sister's, where she might have found a woman's duties. Darya Alexandrovna broke in unexpectedly in a tone of exasperation, probably suspecting what sort of girl Stefan Arkadyevitch was thinking of. "But we take our stand on principle as the ideal," replied Pestsov in his mellow bass. "Woman desires to have rights, to be independent, educated. She is oppressed, humiliated by the consciousness of her disabilities." "And I'm oppressed and humiliated that they won't engage me at the Foundling," the old prince said again, to the huge delight of Turovtsin, who in his mirth dropped his asparagus with the thick end in the sauce. Chapter 11. Everyone took part in the conversation except Kitty and Levin. At first, when they were talking of the influence that one people has on another, there rose to Levin's mind what he had to say on the subject, but these ideas, once of such importance in his eyes, seemed to come into his brain as in a dream, and had now not the slightest interest for him. It even struck him as strange that they should be so eager to talk of what was of no use to anyone. Kitty, too, should, one would have supposed, have been interested in what they were saying of the rights and education of women. How often had she mused on the subject, thinking of her friend abroad, Varenka, of her painful state of dependence. How often she had wondered about herself what would become of her if she did not marry, and how often she had argued with her sister about it. But it did not interest her at all. She and Levin had a conversation of their own, yet not a conversation, but some sort of mysterious communication, which brought them every moment nearer, and stirred in both a sense of glad terror before the unknown into which they were entering. At first, Levin, in answer to Kitty's question how he could have seen her last year in the carriage, told her how he had been coming home from the mowing along the high road and had met her. "It was very, very early in the morning. You were probably only just awake. Your mother was asleep in the corner. It was an exquisite morning. I was walking along wondering who it could be in a four-in-hand. It was a splendid set of 4 horses with bells, and in a second you flashed by, and I saw you at the window. You were sitting like this, holding the strings of your cap in both hands, and thinking awfully deeply about something," he said, smiling. "How should I like to know what you were thinking about then? Something important?" "Wasn't I dreadfully untidy?" she wondered. But seeing the smile of ecstasy these reminiscences called up, she felt that the impression she had made had been very good. She blushed and laughed with delight. "Really, I don't remember." "How nicely Turovtsin laughs," said Levin, admiring his moist eyes and shaking chest. "Have you known him long?" asked Kitty. "Oh, everyone knows him." "And I see you think he's a horrid man." "Not horrid, but nothing in him." "Oh, you're wrong, and you must give up thinking so directly," said Kitty. "I used to have a very poor opinion of him too, but he's an awfully nice and wonderfully good-hearted man. He has a heart of gold." "How could you find out what sort of heart he has?" "We are great friends. I know him very well. Last winter, soon after you came to see us," she said, with a guilty and at the same time confiding smile. "All Dolly's children had scarlet fever, and he happened to come and see her. And only fancy," she said in a whisper, "he felt so sorry for her that he stayed and began to help her look after the children. Yes, for 3 weeks he stopped with them and looked after the children like a nurse. I'm telling Konstantin Dmitrievitch about Turovtsin in the scarlet fever," she said, bending over to her sister. "Yes, it was wonderful, noble," said Dolly, glancing towards Turovtsin, who had become aware they were talking of him, and smiling gently to him. Levin glanced once more at Turovtsin, and wondered how it was he had not realized all this man's goodness before. I'm sorry, and I'll never think ill of people again," he said gaily, genuinely expressing what he felt at the moment. Chapter 12. Connected with the conversation that had sprang up on the rights of women, there were certain questions as to the inequality of rights in marriage improper to discuss before the ladies. Pestsov had several times during dinner touched upon these questions, but Sergei Ivanovitch and Stefan Arkadyevitch carefully drew him off them. When they rose from the table and the ladies had gone out, Pestsov did not follow them, but, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch, began to expound the chief ground of inequality. The inequality in marriage, in his opinion, lay in the fact that the infidelity of the wife and the infidelity of the husband are punished unequally, both by law and by public opinion. Stefan Arkadyevitch went hurriedly up to Alexey Alexandrovitch and offered him a cigar. "No, I don't smoke," Alexey Alexandrovitch answered calmly, and, as though purposely wishing to show that he was not afraid of the subject, he turned to Pestsov with a chilly smile. "I imagine that such a view has a foundation in the very nature of things," he said, and would have gone on to the drawing-room. But at this point, Turovtsin broke suddenly and unexpectedly into the conversation, addressing Alexey Alexandrovitch. "You heard, perhaps, about Pryatchnikov?" said Turovtsin, warmed up by the champagne he had drunk, and long waiting for an opportunity to break the silence that had weighed on him. "Vasya Pryatchnikov," he said, with a good-humoured smile on his damp red lips, addressing himself principally to the most important guest, Alexey Alexandrovitch, "told me today he fought a duel with Kvitsky at Tver and has killed him." Just as it always seems that one bruises oneself on a sore place, so Stefan Arkadyevitch felt now that the conversation would by ill luck fall every moment on Alexey Alexandrovitch's sore spot. He would again have got his brother-in-law away, but Alexey Alexandrovitch himself inquired, with curiosity. "What did Pryatchnikov fight about?" "His wife. Acted like a man, he did. Called him out and shot him." "Ah," said Alexey Alexandrovitch indifferently, and lifting his eyebrows, he went into the drawing-room. "How glad I am you have come," Dolly said with a frightened smile, meeting him in the outer drawing-room. "I must talk to you. Let's sit here." Alexey Alexandrovitch, with the same expression of indifference given him by his lifted eyebrows, sat down beside Darya Alexandrovna and smiled affectedly. "It's fortunate," said he, "especially as I was meaning to ask you to excuse me and to be taking leave. I have to start tomorrow." Darya Alexandrovna was firmly convinced of Anna's innocence, and she felt herself growing pale and her lips quivering with anger at this frigid, unfeeling man, who was so calmly intending to ruin her innocent friend. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," she said, with desperate resolution, looking him in the face, "I asked you about Anna. You made me no answer. How is she?" "She is, I believe, quite well, Darya Alexandrovna," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch, not looking at her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, forgive me, I have no right, but I love Anna as a sister, and esteem her. I beg, I beseech you to tell me what is wrong between you. What fault do you find with her?" Alexey Alexandrovitch frowned, and, almost closing his eyes, dropped his head. "I presume that your husband has told you the grounds on which I consider it necessary to change my attitude to Anna Arkadyevna," he said, not looking her in the face, but eyeing with displeasure Shtcherbatskoy, who was walking across the drawing-room. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't believe it," Dolly said, clasping her bony hands before her with a vigorous gesture. She rose quickly and laid her hand on Alexey Alexandrovitch's sleeve. "We shall be disturbed here. Come this way, please." Dolly's agitation had an effect on Alexey Alexandrovitch. He got up and submissively followed her to the schoolroom. They sat down to a table covered with an oilcloth cut in slits by penknives. I don't believe it," Dolly said, trying to catch his glance that avoided her. "One cannot disbelieve facts, Darya Alexandrovna," said he, with an emphasis on the word facts. "But what has she done?" said Darya Alexandrovna. "What precisely has she done?" "She has forsaken her duty and deceived her husband. That's what she has done," said he. No, it can't be. No, for God's sake, you are mistaken," said Dolly, putting her hands to her temples and closing her eyes. Alexei Alexandrovitch smiled coldly, with his lips alone, meaning to signify to her and to himself the firmness of his conviction. But this warm defence, though it could not shake him, reopened his wound. He began to speak with greater heat. It is extremely difficult to be mistaken when a wife herself informs her husband of the fact, informs him that 8 years of her life and a son, all that's mistake, and that she wants to begin life again, he said angrily with a snort. Anna and sin. I cannot connect them. I cannot believe it. Daria Alexandrovna, he said, now looking straight into Dolly's kindly, troubled face, and feeling that his tongue was being loosened in spite of himself. I would give a great deal for doubt to still be possible. When I doubted it, I was miserable, but it was better than now. When I doubted, I had hope, but now there is no hope, and I still doubt of everything. I am in such doubt of everything that I even hate my son, and sometimes do not believe he is my son. I am very unhappy. He had no need to say that. Daria Alexandrovna had seen that as soon as he glanced into her face, and she felt sorry for him, and her faith in the innocence of her friend began to totter. Oh, this is awful, awful. But can it be true that you are resolved on a divorce? I am resolved on extreme measures. There is nothing else for me to do. Nothing else to do? Nothing else to do? She replied with tears in her eyes. Oh no, don't say nothing else to do, she said. What is horrible in a trouble of this kind is that one cannot, as in any other, in loss, in death, bear one's trouble in peace, but that one must act, said he, as though guessing her thought. One must get out of the humiliating position in which one is placed. One can't live à trois. I understand. I quite understand that, said Dolly, and her head sank. She was silent for a little, thinking of herself, of her own grief in her family, and all at once, with an impulsive movement, she raised her head and clasped her hands with an imploring gesture. But wait a little. You are a Christian. Think of her. What will become of her if you cast her off? I have thought, Daria Alexandrovna. I have thought a great deal, said Alexei Alexandrovitch. His face turned red in patches, and his dim eyes looked straight before him. Daria Alexandrovna at that moment pitied him with all her heart. That was what I did indeed, when she herself made known to me my humiliation. I left everything as of old. I gave her a chance to reform. I tried to save her. And with what result? She would not regard the slightest request that she should observe decorum, he said, getting heated. One may save anyone who does not want to be ruined, but if the whole nature is so corrupt, so depraved, that ruin itself seems to be her salvation, what's to be done? Anything, only not divorce, answered Daria Alexandrovna. But what is anything? No, it is awful. She will be no one's wife. She will be lost. What can I do? Said Alexei Alexandrovitch, raising his shoulders and his eyebrows. The recollection of his wife's last act had so incensed him that he had become frigid, as at the beginning of the conversation. I am very grateful for your sympathy, but I must be going, he said, getting up. No, wait a minute. You must not ruin her. Wait a little. I will tell you about myself. I was married, and my husband deceived me. In anger and jealousy, I would have thrown up everything. I would myself. But I came to myself again. And who did it? Anna saved me. And here I am living on. The children are growing up. My husband has come back to his family, and feels his fault, is growing purer, better, and I live on. I have forgiven it, and you ought to forgive. Alexei Alexandrovitch heard her, but her words had no effect on him now. All the hatred of that day when he had so resolved on a divorce had sprung up again in his soul. He shook himself and said in a shrill, loud voice, Forgive I cannot, and do not wish to, and I regard it as wrong. I have done everything for this woman, and she has trodden it all in the mud to which she is akin. I am not a spiteful man. I have never hated anyone, but I hate her with my whole soul, and I cannot even forgive her, because I hate her too much for all the wrong she has done me. he said with tones of hatred in his voice. Love those that hate you, Daria Alexandrovna whispered timorously. Alexei Alexandrovitch smiled contemptuously. That he knew long ago, but it could not be applied to his case. Love those that hate you, but to love those one hates is impossible. Forgive me for having troubled you. Everyone has enough to bear in his own grief. And regaining his self-possession, Alexei Alexandrovitch quietly took leave and went away. Chapter 13. When they rose from the table, Levin would have liked to follow Kitty into the drawing-room, but he was afraid she might dislike this, as too obviously paying her attention. He remained in the little ring of men, taking part in the general conversation, and without looking at Kitty, he was aware of her movements, her looks, and the place where she was in the drawing-room. He did at once, and without the smallest effort, keep the promise he had made her, always to think well of all men, and to like everyone always. The conversation fell on the village commune, in which Pestsov saw a sort of special principle, called by him the choral principle. Levin did not agree with Pestsov, nor with his brother, who had a special attitude of his own, both admitting and not admitting the significance of the Russian commune. But he talked to them, simply trying to reconcile and soften their differences. He was not in the least interested in what he said himself, and even less so in what they said. All he wanted was that they and everyone should be happy and contented. He knew now the one thing of importance, and that one thing was at first there, in the drawing-room, and then began moving across and came to a standstill at the door. Without turning round, he felt the eyes fixed on him, and the smile, and he could not help turning round. She was standing in the doorway with Shabbatskoy, looking at him. "I thought you were going towards the piano," said he, going up to her. "That's something I miss in the country. Music." "No, we only came to fetch you and thank you," she said, rewarding him with a smile that was like a gift. "For coming. What do they want to argue for? No one ever convinces anyone, you know." "Yes, that's true," said Levin. "It generally happens that one argues warmly, simply because one can't make out what one's opponent wants to prove." Levin had often noticed in discussions between the most intelligent people that after enormous efforts and an enormous expenditure of logical subtleties and words, the disputants finally arrived at being aware that what they had so long been struggling to prove to one another had long ago, from the beginning of the argument, been known to both, but that they liked different things and would not define what they liked for fear of its being attacked. He had often had the experience of suddenly in a discussion grasping what it was his opponent liked, and at once liking it too, and immediately he found himself agreeing, and then all arguments fell away as useless. Sometimes, too, he had experienced the opposite, expressing at last what he liked himself, which he was devising arguments to defend, and, chancing to express it well and genuinely, he had found his opponent at once agreeing and ceasing to dispute his position. He tried to say this. She knitted her brow, trying to understand, but directly he began to illustrate his meaning, she understood at once. "I know. One must find out what he is arguing for, what is precious to him. Then one can—" She had completely guessed and expressed his badly expressed idea. Levin smiled joyfully. He was struck by this transition from the confused, verbose discussion with Pestsov and his brother to this laconic, clear, almost wordless communication of the most complex ideas. Shabbatskoy moved away from them, and Kitty, going up to a card table, sat down, and taking up the chalk, began drawing diverging circles over the new green cloth. They began again on the subject that had been started at dinner, the liberty and occupations of women. Levin was of the opinion of Daria Alexandrovna that a girl who did not marry should find a woman's duties in a family. He supported this view by the fact that no family can get on without women to help, that in every family, poor or rich, there are and must be nurses, either relations or hired. "No," said Kitty, blushing, but looking at him all the more boldly with her truthful eyes. A girl may be so circumstanced that she cannot live in the family without humiliation, while she herself—" At the hint, he understood her. "Oh, yes," he said. Yes, you're right. And he saw all that Pestsov had been maintaining at dinner of the liberty of woman, simply from getting a glimpse of the terror of an old maid's existence and its humiliation in Kitty's heart. And loving her, he felt that terror and humiliation, and at once gave up his arguments. A silence followed. She was still drawing with the chalk on the table. Her eyes were shining with a soft light. Under the influence of her mood, he felt in all his being a continually growing tension of happiness. "Oh, I've scribbled all over the table," she said, and laying down the chalk, she made a movement as though to get up. "What, shall I be left alone, without her?" he thought with horror, and he took the chalk. "Wait a minute," he said, sitting down to the table. "I've long wanted to ask you one thing." He looked straight into her caressing, though frightened eyes. "Please, ask it." "Here," he said, and he wrote the initial letters WYTMICNBDTMNOT. These letters meant, "When you told me it could never be, did that mean never, or then?" There seemed no likelihood that she could make out this complicated sentence, but he looked at her as though his life depended on her understanding the words. She glanced at him seriously, then leaned her puckered brow on her hands and began to read. Once or twice she stole a look at him, as though asking him, "Is it what I think?" "I understand," she said, flushing a little. "What is this word?" he said, pointing to the N that stood for never. "It means never," she said, "but that's not true." He quickly rubbed out what he had written, gave her the chalk, and stood up. She wrote TICNAD. Dolly was completely comforted in the depression caused by her conversation with Alexei Alexandrovich when she caught sight of the two figures, Kitty with the chalk in her hand, with a shy and happy smile looking upwards at Levin, and his handsome figure bending over the table with glowing eyes fastened 1 minute on the table and next on her. He was suddenly radiant. He understood. It meant, then I could not answer differently. He glanced at her questioningly, timidly. "Only then?" "Yes," her smile answered. And now?" he asked. "Well, read this. I'll tell you what I should like so much." She wrote the initial letters, IYCFAFWH. This meant, if you could forget and forgive what happened. He snatched the chalk with nervous, trembling fingers, and breaking it, wrote the initial letters of the following phrase, "I have nothing to forget and to forgive. I have never ceased to love you." She glanced at him with a smile that did not waver. "I understand," she said in a whisper. He sat down and wrote a long phrase. She understood it all, and without asking him, "Is it this?" took the chalk and at once answered. For a long while he could not understand what she had written, and often looked into her eyes. He was stupefied with happiness. He could not supply the word she had meant, but in her charming eyes, beaming with happiness, he saw all he needed to know, and he wrote 3 letters. But he had hardly finished writing when she read them over her arm, and herself finished and wrote the answer, "Yes." "You're playing secretaire?" said the old prince. "But we must really be getting along if you want to be in time at the theatre." Levin got up and escorted Kitty to the door. In their conversation, everything had been said. It had been said that she loved him, that she would tell her father and mother, that he would come tomorrow morning. Chapter 14. When Kitty had gone and Levin was left alone, he felt such uneasiness without her, and such an impatient longing to get as quickly as possible to tomorrow morning, when he would see her again and be plighted to her forever, that he felt afraid, as though of death, of those 14 hours that he had to get through without her. It was essential for him to be with someone to talk to, so as not to be left alone, to kill time. Stefan Arkadyevitch would have been the companion most congenial to him, but he was going out, he said, to a soirée, in reality to the ballet. Levin only had time to tell him he was happy, and that he loved him, and would never, never forget what he had done for him. The eyes and the smile of Stefan Arkadyevitch showed Levin that he comprehended that feeling fittingly. "Oh, so it's not time to die yet?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch, pressing Levin's hand with emotion. No, said Levin. Darya Alexandrovna, too, as she said goodbye to him, gave him a sort of congratulation, saying, "How glad I am you have met Kitty again. One must value old friends." Levin did not like these words of Darya Alexandrovna's. She could not understand how lofty and beyond her it all was, and she ought not to have dared to allude to it. Levin said goodbye to them, but, not to be left alone, he attached himself to his brother. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to a meeting." "Well, I'll come with you." "May I?" "What for? Yes, come along," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling. "What is the matter with you today?" "With me? Happiness is the matter with me," said Levin, letting down the window of the carriage they were driving in. "You don't mind? It's so stifling. It's happiness is the matter with me. Why is it you have never married?" Sergei Ivanovitch smiled. "I'm very glad. She seems a nice Sergei Ivanovitch was beginning. "Don't say it! Don't say it!" shouted Levin, clutching at the collar of his fur coat with both hands and muffling him up in it. "She's a nice girl" were such simple, humble words, so out of harmony with his feeling. Sergei Ivanovitch laughed outright a merry laugh, which was rare with him. "Well, anyway, I must say I'm very glad of it." "That you may do tomorrow. Tomorrow and nothing more. Nothing. Nothing. Silence," said Levin, and muffling him once more in his fur coat, he added, "I do like you so. Well, is it possible for me to be present at this meeting?" "Of course it is." "What is your discussion about today?" asked Levin, never ceasing smiling. They arrived at the meeting. Levin heard the secretary hesitatingly read the minutes, which he obviously did not himself understand. But Levin saw from this secretary's face what a good, kind-hearted person he was. This was evident from his confusion and embarrassment in reading the minutes. Then the discussion began. They were disputing about the misappropriation of certain sums and the laying of certain pipes, and Sergei Ivanovitch was very cutting to two members, and said something at great length with an air of triumph, and another member, scribbling something on a bit of paper, began timidly at first, but afterwards answered him very viciously and delightfully. Then Shvyashki, he was there too, said something too, very handsomely and nobly. Levin listened to them, and saw clearly that these missing sums and these pipes were not anything real, and that they were not at all angry, but were all the nicest, kindest people, and everything was as happy and charming as possible among them. They did no harm to anyone, and were all enjoying it. What struck Levin was that he could see through them all today, and from little, almost imperceptible signs, knew the soul of each, and saw distinctly that they were all good at heart. And Levin himself in particular, they were all extremely fond of that day. That was evident from the way they spoke to him, from the friendly, affectionate way even those he did not know looked at him. "Well, did you like it?" Sergei Ivanovitch asked him. "Very much. I never supposed it was so interesting. Capital. Splendid." Shvyashki went up to Levin and invited him to come round to tea with him. Levin was utterly at a loss to comprehend or recall what it was he had disliked in Shvyashki, what he had failed to find in him. He was a clever and wonderfully good-hearted man. "Most delighted," he said, and asked after his wife and sister-in-law. And from a queer association of ideas, because in his imagination the idea of Shvyashki's sister-in-law was connected with marriage, it occurred to him that there was no one to whom he could more suitably speak of his happiness, and he was very glad to go and see them. Shvyashki questioned him about his improvements on his estate, presupposing, as he always did, that there was no possibility of doing anything not done already in Europe, And now this did not in the least annoy Levin. On the contrary, he felt that Sviashki was right, that the whole business was of little value, and he saw the wonderful softness and consideration with which Sviashki avoided fully expressing his correct view. The ladies of the Sviashki household were particularly delightful. It seemed to Levin that they knew all about it already and sympathized with him, saying nothing merely from delicacy. He stayed with them 1 hour, 2, 3, talking all sorts of subjects but the one thing that filled his heart, and did not observe that he was boring them dreadfully, and that it was long past their bedtime. Sviashki went with him into the hall, yawning and wondering at the strange humour his friend was in. It was past 1 o'clock. Levin went back to his hotel, and was dismayed at the thought that all alone now with his impatience, he had 10 hours still left to get through. The servant, whose turn it was to be up all night, lighted his candles, and would have gone away, but Levin stopped him. This servant, Yegor, whom Levin had noticed before, struck him as a very intelligent, excellent, and above all, good-hearted man. "Well, Yegor, it's hard work not sleeping, isn't it?" "One's got to put up with it. It's part of our work, you see. In a gentleman's house it's easier, but then here one makes more." It appeared that Yegor had a family, 3 boys and a daughter, a sempstress, whom he wanted to marry to a cashier in a saddler's shop. Levin, on hearing this, informed Yegor that, in his opinion, in marriage the great thing was love, and that with love one would always be happy, for happiness rests only on oneself. Yegor listened attentively, and obviously quite took in Levin's idea, but by way of assent to it he enunciated, greatly to Levin's surprise, the observation that when he had lived with good masters, he had always been satisfied with his masters, and now was perfectly satisfied with his employer, though he was a Frenchman. "Wonderfully good-hearted fellow," thought Levin. "Well, but you yourself, Yegor, when you got married, did you love your wife?" "Aye, and why not?" responded Yegor. And Levin saw that Yegor, too, was in an excited state and intending to express all his most heartfelt emotions. "My life, too, has been a wonderful one, from a child up," he was beginning with flashing eyes, apparently catching Levin's enthusiasm, just as people catch yawning. But at that moment a ring was heard. Yegor departed, and Levin was left alone. He had scarcely eaten anything at dinner, had refused tea and supper at Sviashki's, but he was incapable of thinking of supper. He had not slept the previous night, but was incapable of thinking of sleep either. His room was cold, but he was oppressed by heat. He opened both the movable panes in his window, and sat down to the table opposite the open panes. Over the snow-covered roofs could be seen a decorated cross with chains, and above it the rising triangle of Charles's Wain with the yellowish light of Capella. He gazed at the cross, then at the stars, drank in the fresh, freezing air that flowed evenly into the room, and followed, as though in a dream, the images and memories that rose in his imagination. At 4 o'clock he heard steps in the passage and peeped out at the door. It was the gambler, Myaskin, whom he knew, coming from the club. He walked gloomily, frowning and coughing. "Poor, unlucky fellow," thought Levin, and tears came into his eyes from love and pity for this man. He would have talked with him, and tried to comfort him, but remembering that he had nothing but his shirt on, he changed his mind, and sat down at the open pane to bathe in the cold air, and gaze at the exquisite lines of the cross, silent but full of meaning for him, and the mounting, lurid yellow star. At 7 o'clock there was a noise of people polishing the floors, and bells ringing in some servant's department, and Levin felt that he was beginning to get frozen. He closed the pane, washed, dressed, and went out into the street. Chapter 15. The streets were still empty. Levin went to the house of the Shabbatskoys. The visitors' doors were closed, and everything was asleep. He walked back, went into his room again, and asked for coffee. The day servant, not Yegor this time, brought it to him. Levin would have entered into conversation with him, but a bell rang for the servant, and he went out. Levin tried to drink coffee and put some roll in his mouth, but his mouth was quite at a loss what to do with the roll. Levin, rejecting the roll, put on his coat and went out again for a walk. It was 9 o'clock when he reached the Shabbatskoys' steps the second time. In the house they were only just up, and the cook came out to go marketing. He had to get through at least 2 hours more. All that night and morning, Levin lived perfectly unconsciously and felt perfectly lifted out of the conditions of material life. He had eaten nothing for a whole day, had not slept for 2 nights, and spent several hours undressed in the frozen air, and felt not simply fresher and stronger than ever, but felt utterly independent of his body. He moved without muscular effort, and felt as if he could do anything. He was convinced he could fly upwards, or lift the corner of the house if need be. He spent the remainder of the time in the street, incessantly looking at his watch and gazing about him. And what he saw, he never saw again after. The children especially going to school, the bluish doves flying down from the roofs to the pavement, and the little loaves covered with flour, thrust out by an unseen hand, touched him. Those loaves, those doves, and those 2 boys were not earthly creatures. It all happened at the same time. A boy ran towards a dove and glanced, smiling at Levin. The dove, with a whir of her wings, darted away, flashing in the sun, amid grains of snow that quivered in the air, while from a little window there came a smell of fresh-baked bread, and the loaves were put out. All this together was so extraordinarily nice that Levin laughed and cried with delight. Going a long way round by Gazetny Place and Kislovka, he went back again to the hotel, and putting his watch before him, he sat down to wait for 12 o'clock. In the next room they were talking about some sort of machines, and swindling and coughing their morning coughs. They did not realize that the hand was near 12. The hand reached it. Levin went out onto the steps. The sledge drivers clearly knew all about it. They crowded round Levin with happy faces, quarrelling among themselves and offering their services. Trying not to offend the other sledge drivers, and promising to drive with them too, Levin took one and told him to drive to the Shabbatskoys. The sledge driver was splendid, in a white shirt collar sticking out over his overcoat and into his strong, full-blooded red neck. The sledge was high and comfortable, and altogether such a one as Levin never drove in after, and the horse was a good one, and tried to gallop but didn't seem to move. The driver knew the Shabbatskoys' house, and drew up at the entrance with a curve of his arm and a "whoa," especially indicative of respect for his fare. The Shabbatskoys' hall porter certainly knew all about it. This was evident from the smile in his eyes and the way he said, "It's such a long while since you've been to see us, Konstantin Dmitrievitch." Not only he knew all about it, but he was unmistakably delighted and making efforts to conceal his joy. Looking into his kindly old eyes, Levin realized even something new in his happiness. "Are they up?" "Pray, walk in, leave it here," said he, smiling, as Levin would have come back to take his hat. That meant something. "To whom shall I announce, your honour?" asked the footman. The footman, though a young man, and one of the new school of footmen, a dandy, was a very kind-hearted, good fellow, and he, too, knew all about it. "The princess, the prince, the young princess," said Levin. The first person he saw was Mademoiselle Linon. She walked across the room, and her ringlets and her face were beaming. He had only just spoken to her, when suddenly he heard the rustle of a skirt at the door, and Mademoiselle Linon vanished from Levin's eyes, and a joyful terror came over him at the nearness of his happiness. Mademoiselle Linon was in great haste, and leaving him, went out at the other door. Directly she had gone out, swift light steps sounded on the parquet, and his bliss, his life, himself, what was best in himself, what he had so long sought and longed for, was quickly, so quickly approaching him. She did not walk, but seemed, by some unseen force, to float to him. He saw nothing but her clear, truthful eyes, frightened by the same bliss of love that flooded his heart. Those eyes were shining nearer and nearer, binding him with their light of love. She stopped still close to him, touching him. Her hands rose and dropped onto his shoulders. She had done all she could. She had run up to him and given herself up entirely, shy and happy. He put his arms round her and pressed his lips to her mouth that sought his kiss. She, too, had not slept all night and had been expecting him all the morning. Her mother and father had consented without demur and were happy in her happiness. She had been waiting for him. She wanted to be the first to tell him her happiness and his. She had got ready to see him alone, and had been delighted at the idea, and had been shy and ashamed, and did not know herself what she was doing. She had heard his steps and voice, and had waited at the door for Mademoiselle Linon to go. Mademoiselle Linon had gone away. Without thinking, without asking herself how and what, she had gone up to him, and did as she was doing. "Let us go to Mamma," she said, taking him by the hand. For a long while he could say nothing, not so much because he was afraid of desecrating the loftiness of his emotion by a word, as that every time he tried to say something, instead of words he felt that tears of happiness were welling up. He took her hand and kissed it. "Can it be true?" he said at last in a choked voice. "I can't believe you love me, dear." She smiled at that dear, and at the timidity with which he glanced at her. "Yes," she said significantly, deliberately. "I am so happy." Not letting go his hands, she went into the drawing-room. The princess, seeing them, breathed quickly, and immediately began to cry, and then immediately began to laugh, and with a vigorous step Levin had not expected, ran up to him, and hugging his head, kissed him, wetting his cheeks with her tears. "So it is all settled. I am glad. Love her. I am glad. Kitty!" "You've not been long settling things?" said the old prince, trying to seem unmoved, but Levin noticed that his eyes were wet when he turned to him. "I've long, always wished for this," said the prince, taking Levin by the arm and drawing him towards himself. "Even when this little featherhead fancied—" "Papa!" shrieked Kitty, and shut his mouth with her hands. "Well, I won't," he said. "I'm very, very pleased. Oh, what a fool I am." He embraced Kitty, kissed her face, her hand, her face again, and made the sign of the cross over her. And there came over Levin a new feeling of love for this man, till then so little known to him, when he saw how slowly and tenderly Kitty kissed his muscular hand. Chapter 16. The princess sat in her armchair, silent and smiling. The prince sat down beside her. Kitty stood by her father's chair, still holding his hand. All were silent. The princess was the first to put everything into words, and to translate all thoughts and feelings into practical questions, and all equally felt this strange and painful for the first minute. "When is it to be? We must have the benediction and announcement. And when's the wedding to be? What do you think, Alexander?" "Here he is," said the old prince, pointing to Levin. "He's the principal person in the matter." "When?" said Levin, blushing. "Tomorrow, if you ask me. I should say the benediction today and the wedding tomorrow." "Come, mon cher, that's nonsense." "Well, in a week. He's quite mad." "No, why so?" "Well, upon my word," said the mother, smiling, delighted at this haste. "How about the trousseau?" "Will there really be a trousseau and all that?" Levin thought with horror. "But can the trousseau and the benediction and all that, can it spoil my happiness? Nothing can spoil it." He glanced at Kitty, and noticed that she was not in the least, not in the very least, disturbed by the idea of the trousseau. "Then it must be all right," he thought. "Oh, I know nothing about it. I only said what I should like," he said apologetically. "We'll talk it over then. The benediction and announcement can take place now. That's very well." The princess went up to her husband, kissed him, and would have gone away, but he kept her, embraced her, and, tenderly as a young lover, kissed her several times, smiling. The old people were obviously muddled for a moment, and did not quite know whether it was they who were in love again or their daughter. When the prince and the princess had gone, Levin went up to his betrothed and took her hand. He was self-possessed now and could speak, and he had a great deal he wanted to tell her. But he said not at all what he had to say. "How I knew it would be so. I never hoped for it, and yet in my heart I was always sure," he said. "I believe that it was ordained." "And I," she said, "even when—" She stopped and went on again, looking at him resolutely with her trustful eyes. "Even when I thrust from me my happiness. I always loved you alone, but I was carried away. I ought to tell you. Can you forgive that?" "Perhaps it was for the best. You will have to forgive me so much. I ought to tell you." This was one of the things he had meant to speak about. He had resolved from the first to tell her two things, that he was not chaste as she was, and that he was not a believer. It was agonizing, but he considered he ought to tell her both these facts. "No, not now. Later," he said. "Very well, later. But you must certainly tell me. I'm not afraid of anything. I want to know everything. Now it is settled." He added, "Settled that you'll take me, whatever I may be. You won't give me up. Yes?" "Yes, yes." Their conversation was interrupted by Mademoiselle Linon, who, with an affected but tender smile, came to congratulate her favourite pupil. Before she had gone, the servants came in with their congratulations. Then relations arrived, and there began that state of blissful absurdity from which Levin did not emerge till the day after his wedding. Levin was in a continual state of awkwardness and discomfort, but the intensity of his happiness went on all the while increasing. He felt continually that a great deal was being expected of him. What, he did not know, and he did everything he was told, and it all gave him happiness. He had thought his engagement would have nothing about it like others, that the ordinary conditions of engaged couples would spoil his special happiness. But it ended in his doing exactly as other people did, and his happiness being only increased thereby, and becoming more and more special, more and more unlike anything that had ever happened. "Now we shall have sweetmeats to eat," said Mademoiselle Linon, and Levin drove off to buy sweetmeats. "Well, I'm very glad," said Sviashki. "I advise you to get the bouquets from Fomin's." "Oh, are they wanted?" And he drove to Fomin's. His brother offered to lend him money, as he would have so many expenses, presents to give. "Oh, a present's wanted." And he galloped to Fould's. And at the confectioner's, and at Fomin's, and at Fould's, he saw that he was expected, that they were pleased to see him, and prided themselves on his happiness, just as everyone whom he had to do with during those days. What was extraordinary was that everyone not only liked him, but even people previously unsympathetic, cold, and callous were enthusiastic over him, gave way to him in everything, treated his feeling with tenderness and delicacy, and shared his conviction that he was the happiest man in the world because his betrothed was beyond perfection. Kitty, too, felt the same thing. When Countess Nordstern ventured to hint that she had hoped for something better, Kitty was so angry and proved so conclusively that nothing in the world could be better than Levin that Countess Nordstern had to admit it, and in Kitty's presence never met Levin without a smile of ecstatic admiration. The confession he had promised was the one painful incident of this time. He consulted the old prince, and with his sanction gave Kitty his diary, in which there was written the confession that tortured him. He had written this diary at the time with a view to his future wife. Two things caused him anguish: his lack of purity and his lack of faith. His confession of unbelief passed unnoticed. She was religious, had never doubted the truths of religion, but his external unbelief did not affect her in the least. Through love, she knew all his soul, and in his soul she saw what she wanted, and that such a state of soul could be called unbelieving was to her a matter of no account. The other confession set her weeping bitterly. Levin, not without an inner struggle, handed her his diary. He knew that between him and her there could not be, and should not be secrets, so he had decided that so it must be. But he had not realized what an effect it would have on her. He had not put himself in her place. It was only when the same evening he came to their house before the theatre, went into her room and saw her tear-stained, pitiful, sweet face, miserable with suffering he had caused and nothing could undo, he felt the abyss that separated his shameful past from her dove-like purity, and was appalled at what he had done. "Take them, take these dreadful books," she said, pushing away the notebooks lying before her on the table. "Why did you give them to me? No, it was better anyway," she added, touched by his despairing face. "But it's awful, awful." His head sank, and he was silent. He could say nothing. "You can't forgive me," he whispered. "Yes, I forgive you, but it's terrible." But his happiness was so immense that this confession did not shatter it. It only added another shade to it. She forgave him, but from that time more than ever he considered himself unworthy of her, morally bowed down lower than ever before her, and prized more highly than ever his undeserved happiness. Chapter 17. Unconsciously going over in his memory the conversations that had taken place during and after dinner, Alexey Alexandrovitch returned to his solitary room. Darya Alexandrovna's words about forgiveness had aroused in him nothing but annoyance. The applicability or non-applicability of the Christian precept to his own case was too difficult a question to be discussed lightly, and this question had long ago been answered by Alexey Alexandrovitch in the negative. Of all that had been said, what stuck most in his memory was the phrase of stupid, good-natured Turovtsin. "Acted like a man, he did. Called him out and shot him." Everyone had apparently shared this feeling, though from politeness they had not expressed it. "But the matter is settled. It's useless thinking about it," Alexey Alexandrovitch told himself, and thinking of nothing but the journey before him and the revision work he had to do, he went into his room and asked the porter who escorted him where his man was. The porter said that the man had only just gone out. Alexey Alexandrovitch ordered tea to be sent him, sat down to the table, and, taking the guidebook, began considering the route of his journey. "2 telegrams," said his manservant, coming into the room. "I beg your pardon, Your Excellency, I'd only just that minute gone out." Alexey Alexandrovitch took the telegrams and opened them. The first telegram was the announcement of Stremov's appointment to the very post Karenin had coveted. Alexey Alexandrovitch flung the telegram down, and flushing a little, got up and began to pace up and down the room. "Kosvolt pöder dementat," he said, meaning by Kos the persons responsible for this appointment. He was not so much annoyed that he had not received the post, that he had been conspicuously passed over, but it was incomprehensible, amazing to him that they did not see that the worldly phrasemonger Stremov was the last man fit for it. How could they fail to see how they were ruining themselves, lowering their prestige by this appointment? "Something else in the same line," he said to himself bitterly, opening the second telegram. The telegram was from his wife. Her name, written in blue pencil, Anna, was the first thing that caught his eye. "I am dying. I beg, I implore you to come. I shall die easier with your forgiveness," he read. He smiled contemptuously and flung down the telegram. That this was a trick and a fraud, of that he thought for the first minute there could be no doubt. "There is no deceit she would stick at. She was near her confinement. Perhaps it is the confinement. But what can be their aim? To legitimize the child? To compromise me and prevent a divorce?" he thought. But something was said in it. "I am dying." He read the telegram again, and suddenly the plain meaning of what was said in it struck him. "And if it is true," he said to himself, "if it is true that in the moment of agony and nearness to death she is genuinely penitent, and I, taking it for a trick, refuse to go, that would not only be cruel, and everyone would blame me, but it would be stupid on my part. Pyotr, call a coach. I'm going to Petersburg," he said to his servant. Alexey Alexandrovitch decided that he would go to Petersburg and see his wife. If her illness was a trick, he would say nothing and go away again. If she was really in danger and wished to see him before her death, he would forgive her if he found her alive and pay her the last duties if he came too late. All the way he thought no more of what he ought to do. With a sense of weariness and uncleanness from the night spent in the train, in the early fog of Petersburg, Alexei Alexandrovich drove through the deserted Nevsky and stared straight before him, not thinking of what was awaiting him. He could not think about it, because in picturing what would happen, he could not drive away the reflection that her death would at once remove all the difficulty of his position. Bakers, closed shops, night cabmen, porters sweeping the pavements flashed past his eyes, and he watched it all, trying to smother the thought of what was awaiting him, and what he dared not hope for, and yet was hoping for. He drove up to the steps. A sledge and a carriage with the coachman asleep stood at the entrance. As he went into the entry, Alexei Alexandrovich, as it were, got out his resolution from the remotest corner of his brain and mastered it thoroughly. Its meaning ran, if it's a trick, then calm contempt and departure. If truth, do what is proper. The porter opened the door before Alexei Alexandrovich ran. The porter, Kapitanich, looked queer in an old coat, without a tie and in slippers. How is your mistress? A successful confinement yesterday. Alexei Alexandrovich stopped short and turned white. He felt distinctly now how intensely he had longed for her death. And how is she? Corney, in his morning apron, ran downstairs. Very ill, he answered. There was a consultation yesterday, and the doctor's here now. Take my things, said Alexei Alexandrovich, and feeling some relief at the news that there was still hope of her death, he went into the hall. On the hat stand there was a military overcoat. Alexei Alexandrovich noticed it and asked, Who is here? The doctor, the midwife, and Count Vronsky. Alexei Alexandrovich went into the inner rooms. In the drawing room there was no one. At the sound of his steps there came out of her boudoir the midwife in a cap with lilac ribbons. She went up to Alexei Alexandrovich, and with the familiarity given by the approach of death, took him by the arm and drew him towards the bedroom. Thank God you've come. She keeps on about you and nothing but you, she said. Make haste with the ice, the doctor's peremptory voice said from the bedroom. Alexei Alexandrovich went into her boudoir. At the table, sitting sideways in a low chair, was Vronsky, his face hidden in his hands, weeping. He jumped up at the doctor's voice, took his hands from his face, and saw Alexei Alexandrovich. Seeing the husband, he was so overwhelmed that he sat down again, drawing his head down to his shoulders, as if he wanted to disappear. But he made an effort over himself, got up, and said, She is dying. The doctors say there is no hope. I am entirely in your power. Only let me be here, though I am at your disposal. Alexei Alexandrovich, seeing Vronsky's tears, felt a rush of that nervous emotion always produced in him by the sight of other people's suffering, and turning away his face, he moved hurriedly to the door, without hearing the rest of his words. From the bedroom came the sound of Anna's voice saying something. Her voice was lively, eager, with exceedingly distinct intonations. Alexei Alexandrovich went into the bedroom, and went up to the bed. She was lying, turned with her face towards him. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, her eyes glittered, her little white hands, thrust out from the sleeves of her dressing gown, were playing with the quilt, twisting it about. It seemed as though she were not only well and blooming, but in the happiest frame of mind. She was talking rapidly, musically, and with exceptionally correct articulation and expressive intonation. For Alexei, I'm speaking of Alexei Alexandrovich. What a strange and awful thing that both are Alexei, isn't it? Alexei would not refuse me. I should forget. He would forgive. But why doesn't he come? He's so good he doesn't know himself how good he is. Oh, my God, what agony! Give me some water, quick. Oh, that will be bad for her, my little girl. Oh, very well then. Give her to a nurse. Yes, I agree, it's better, in fact. He'll be coming. It will hurt him to see her. Give her to the nurse." "Anna Arkadyevna, he has come. Here he is," said the midwife, trying to attract her attention to Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Oh, what nonsense!" Anna went on, not seeing her husband. "No, give her to me. Give me my little one. He has not come yet. You say he won't forgive me, because you don't know him. No one knows him. I'm the only one, and it was hard for me even. His eyes I ought to know. Seryosha has just the same eyes, and I can't bear to see them because of it. Has Seryosha had his dinner? I know everyone will forget him. He would not forget. Seryosha must be moved into the corner room, and Mariette must be asked to sleep with him." All of a sudden she shrank back, was silent, and in terror, as though expecting a blow, as though to defend herself, she raised her eyes to her face. She had seen her husband. "No, no," she began. "I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of death. Alexei, come here. I am in a hurry because I've no time. I've not long left to live. The fever will begin directly, and I shall understand nothing more. Now I understand. I understand it all. I see it all." Alexey Alexandrovitch's wrinkled face wore an expression of agony. He took her by the hand and tried to say something, but he could not utter it. His lower lip quivered, but he still went on struggling with his emotion, and only now and then glanced at her. And each time he glanced at her, he saw her eyes gazing at him with such passionate and triumphant tenderness as he had never seen in them. "Wait a minute. You don't know. Stay a little, stay." She stopped as though collecting her ideas. "Yes," she began. "Yes, yes, yes. This is what I wanted to say. Don't be surprised at me. I'm still the same. But there is another woman in me. I'm afraid of her. She loved that man, and I tried to hate you, and could not forget about her that used to be. I'm not that woman. Now I'm my real self, all myself. I'm dying now. I know I shall die. Ask him. Even now I feel, see here, the weights on my feet, on my hands, on my fingers. My fingers, see how huge they are. But this will soon all be over. Only one thing I want. Forgive me quite. I'm terrible, but my nurse used to tell me, the holy martyr, what was her name? She was worse. And I'll go to Rome. There's a wilderness, and there I shall be no trouble to anyone. Only I'll take Seryosha and the little one. No, you can't forgive me. I know it can't be forgiven. No, go away, you're too good." She held his hand in one burning hand, while she pushed him away with the other. The nervous agitation of Alexey Alexandrovitch kept increasing, and had by now reached such a point that he ceased to struggle with it. He suddenly felt that what he had regarded as nervous agitation was on the contrary a blissful spiritual condition that gave him all at once a new happiness he had never known. He did not think that the Christian law that he had been all his life trying to follow enjoined on him to forgive and love his enemies, but a glad feeling of love and forgiveness for his enemies filled his heart. He knelt down, and laying his head in the curve of her arm, which burned him as with fire through the sleeve, he sobbed like a little child. She put her arm around his head, moved towards him, and with defiant pride lifted up her eyes. "That is he. I knew him. Now forgive me, everyone forgive me. They've come again. Why don't they go away? Oh, take these cloaks off me." The doctors unloosed her hands, carefully laying her on the pillow, and covered her up to the shoulders. She lay back submissively and looked before her with beaming eyes. "Remember one thing, that I needed nothing but forgiveness, and I want nothing more. Why doesn't he come?" she said, turning to the door towards Vronsky. Do come, give him your hand." Vronsky came to the side of the bed, and seeing Anna, again hid his face in his hands. "Uncover your face. Look at him. He's a saint," she said. Oh, uncover your face, do uncover it, she said angrily. Alexei Alexandrovitch, do uncover his face. I want to see him. Alexei Alexandrovitch took Vronsky's hands and drew them away from his face, which was awful with the expression of agony and shame upon it. Give him your hand. Forgive him. Alexei Alexandrovitch gave him his hand, not attempting to restrain the tears that streamed from his eyes. Thank God, she said. Now everything is ready. Only to stretch my legs a little. There, that's capital. How badly these flowers are done. Not a bit like a violet, she said, pointing to the hangings. My God, when will it end? Give me some morphine. Doctor, give me some morphine. Oh my God. And she tossed about on the bed. The doctors said that it was puerperal fever, that it was 99 chances in 100 it would end in death. The whole day long there was fever, delirium, and unconsciousness. At midnight the patient lay without consciousness and almost without pulse. The end was expected every minute. Vronsky had gone home, but in the morning he came to inquire, and Alexei Alexandrovitch, meeting him in the hall, said, Better stay. She might ask for you, and himself led him to his wife's boudoir. Towards morning there was a return again of excitement, rapid thought and talk, and again it ended in unconsciousness. On the third day it was the same thing, and the doctors said there was hope. That day Alexei Alexandrovitch went into the boudoir where Vronsky was sitting, and closing the door sat down opposite him. Alexei Alexandrovitch, said Vronsky, feeling that a statement of the position was coming. I can't speak. I can't understand. Spare me. However hard it is for you, believe me, it is more terrible for me. He would have risen, but Alexei Alexandrovitch took him by the hand and said, I beg you to hear me out. It is necessary. I must explain my feelings, the feelings that have guided me and will guide me, so that you may not be in error regarding me. You know I had resolved on a divorce, and had even begun to take proceedings. I won't conceal from you that in beginning this I was in uncertainty. I was in misery. I will confess that I was pursued by a desire to revenge myself on you and her. When I got the telegram, I came here with the same feelings. I will say more. I longed for her death. But he paused, pondering whether to disclose or not to disclose his feeling to him. But I saw her, and forgave her, and the happiness of forgiveness has revealed to me my duty. I forgive completely. I would offer the other cheek. I would give my cloak if my coat be taken. I pray to God only not to take from me the bliss of forgiveness. Tears stood in his eyes, and the luminous, serene look in them impressed Vronsky. This is my position. You can trample me in the mud, make me the laughing-stock of the world. I will not abandon her, and I will never utter a word of reproach to you. Alexei Alexandrovitch went on. My duty is clearly marked for me. I ought to be with her, and I will be. If she wishes to see you, I will let you know, but now I suppose it would be better for you to go away. He got up, and sobs cut short his words. Vronsky too was getting up, and in a stooping, not yet correct posture, looked up at him from under his brows. He did not understand Alexei Alexandrovitch's feeling, but he felt that it was something higher and even unattainable for him with his view of life. Chapter 18. After the conversation with Alexei Alexandrovitch, Vronsky went out onto the steps of the Karenins' house and stood still, with difficulty remembering where he was and where he ought to walk or drive. He felt disgraced, humiliated, guilty, and deprived of all possibility of washing away his humiliation. He felt thrust out of the beaten track along which he had so proudly and lightly walked till then. All the habits and rules of his life that had seemed so firm had turned out suddenly false and inapplicable. The betrayed husband, who had figured till that time as a pitiful creature, an incidental and somewhat ludicrous obstacle to his happiness, had suddenly been summoned by her herself, elevated to an awe-inspiring pinnacle, and on the pinnacle that husband had shown himself, not malignant, not false, not ludicrous, but kind and straightforward and large. Vronsky could not but feel this, and the parts were suddenly reversed. Vronsky felt his elevation and his own abasement, his truth and his own falsehood. He felt that the husband was magnanimous even in his sorrow, while he had been base and petty in his deceit. But this sense of his own humiliation before the man he had unjustly despised made up only a small part of his misery. He felt unutterably wretched now, for his passion for Anna, which had seemed to him of late to be growing cooler, now that he knew he had lost her forever, was stronger than ever it had been. He had seen all of her in her illness, had come to know her very soul, and it seemed to him that he had never loved her till then. And now, when he had learned to know her, to love her as she should be loved, he had been humiliated before her, and had lost her forever, leaving her with nothing of himself but a shameful memory. Most terrible of all had been his ludicrous, shameful position when Alexey Alexandrovitch had pulled his hands away from his humiliated face. He stood on the steps of the Karenins' house like one distraught, and did not know what to do. "A sledge, sir?" asked the porter. "Yes, a sledge." On getting home, after 3 sleepless nights, Vronsky, without undressing, lay down flat on the sofa, clasping his hands and laying his head on them. His head was heavy. Images, memories, and ideas of the strangest description followed one another with extraordinary rapidity and vividness. First it was the medicine he had poured out for the patient and spilt over the spoon, then the midwife's white hands, then the queer posture of Alexey Alexandrovitch on the floor beside the bed. "To sleep, to forget," he said to himself, with the serene confidence of a healthy man that if he is tired and sleepy, he will go to sleep at once. And the same instant his head did begin to feel drowsy, and he began to drop off into forgetfulness. The waves of the sea of unconsciousness had begun to meet over his head, when all at once it was as though a violent shock of electricity had passed over him. He started so that he leapt up on the springs of the sofa, and leaning on his arms got in a panic onto his knees. His eyes were wide open, as though he had never been asleep. The heaviness in his head and the weariness in his limbs that he had felt a minute before had suddenly gone. "You may trample me in the mud," he heard Alexey Alexandrovitch's words, and saw him standing before him, and saw Anna's face with its burning flush and glittering eyes, gazing with love and tenderness, not at him, but at Alexey Alexandrovitch. He saw his own, as he fancied, foolish and ludicrous figure when Alexey Alexandrovitch took his hands away from his face. He stretched out his legs again and flung himself on the sofa in the same position and shut his eyes. "To sleep, to forget," he repeated to himself. But with his eyes shut, he saw more distinctly than ever Anna's face as it had been on the memorable evening before the races. "This is not and will not be, and she wants to wipe it out of her memory. But I cannot live without it. How can we be reconciled? How can we be reconciled?" he said aloud, and unconsciously began to repeat these words. This repetition checked the rising up of fresh images and memories, which he felt were thronging in his brain, but repeating words did not check his imagination for long. Again, in extraordinarily rapid succession, his best moments rose before his mind, and then his recent humiliation. "Take away his hands," Anna's voice says. He takes away his hands, and feels the shame-struck and idiotic expression of his face. He still lay down, trying to sleep, though he felt there was not the smallest hope of it, and kept repeating stray words from some chain of thought, trying by this to check the rising flood of fresh images. He listened, and heard in a strange, mad whisper words repeated. "I did not appreciate it, did not make enough of it. I did not appreciate it, did not make enough of it. What's this? Am I going out of my mind?" he said to himself. "Perhaps. What makes men go out of their minds? What makes men shoot themselves?" He answered himself, and opening his eyes, he saw with wonder an embroidered cushion beside him, worked by Varya, his brother's wife. He touched the tassel of the cushion and tried to think of Varya, of when he had seen her last. But to think of anything extraneous was an agonizing effort. "No, I must sleep." He moved the cushion up and pressed his head into it, but he had to make an effort to keep his eyes shut. He jumped up and sat down. "That's all over for me," he said to himself. "I must think what to do. What is left?" His mind rapidly ran through his life apart from his love of Anna. Ambition, Serpuhovskoy, society, the court. He could not come to a pause anywhere. All of it had had meaning before, but now there was no reality in it. He got up from the sofa, took off his coat, undid his belt, and uncovering his hairy chest to breathe more freely, walked up and down the room. "This is how people go mad," he repeated, "and how they shoot themselves. To escape humiliation," he added slowly. He went to the door and closed it. Then, with fixed eyes and clenched teeth, he went up to the table, took a revolver, looked round him, turned it to a loaded barrel, and sank into thought. For 2 minutes, his head bent forward with an expression of an intense effort of thought. He stood with the revolver in his hand, motionless, thinking. "Of course," he said to himself, as though a logical, continuous and clear chain of reasoning had brought him to an indubitable conclusion. In reality, this "of course," that seemed convincing to him, was simply the result of exactly the same circle of memories and images through which he had passed 10 times already during the last hour, memories of happiness lost forever. There was the same conception of the senselessness of everything to come in life, the same consciousness of humiliation. Even the sequence of these images and emotions was the same. "Of course," he repeated, when for the 3rd time his thought passed again round the same spellbound circle of memories and images, and pulling the revolver to the left side of his chest and clutching it vigorously with his whole hand, as it were, squeezing it in his fist, he pulled the trigger. He did not hear the sound of the shot, but a violent blow on his chest sent him reeling. He tried to clutch at the edge of the table, dropped the revolver, staggered, and sat down on the ground, looking about him in astonishment. He did not recognize his room, looking up from the ground, at the bent legs of the table, at the waste paper basket, and the tiger-skin rug. The hurried, creaking steps of his servant coming through the drawing-room brought him to his senses. He made an effort at thought, and he was aware that he was on the floor, and seeing blood on the tiger-skin rug and on his arm, he knew he had shot himself. "Idiotic! Missed!" he said, fumbling after the revolver. The revolver was close beside him. He sought further off. Still feeling for it, he stretched out to the other side, and not being strong enough to keep his balance, fell over, streaming with blood. The elegant, whiskered manservant, who used to be continually complaining to his acquaintances of the delicacy of his nerves, was so panic-stricken on seeing his master lying on the floor that he left him losing blood while he ran for assistance. An hour later, Varya, his brother's wife, had arrived, and with the assistance of 3 doctors, whom she had sent for in all directions, and who all appeared at the same moment, she got the wounded man to bed and remained to nurse him. Chapter 19. The mistake made by Alexei Alexandrovitch in that, when preparing for seeing his wife, he had overlooked the possibility that her repentance might be sincere, and he might forgive her, and she might not die. This mistake was 2 months after his return from Moscow brought home to him in all its significance. But the mistake made by him had arisen not simply from his having overlooked that contingency, but also from the fact that until that day of his interview with his dying wife, he had not known his own heart. At his sick wife's bedside, he had for the first time in his life given way to that feeling of sympathetic suffering always aroused in him by the sufferings of others, and hitherto looked on by him with shame as a harmful weakness, and pity for her, and remorse for having desired her death, and most of all, the joy of forgiveness, made him at once conscious, not simply of the relief of his own sufferings, but of a spiritual peace he had never experienced before. He suddenly felt that the very thing that was the source of his sufferings had become the source of his spiritual joy, that what had seemed insoluble while he was judging, blaming and hating had become clear and simple when he forgave and loved. He forgave his wife and pitied her for her sufferings and her remorse. He forgave Vronsky and pitied him, especially after reports reached him of his despairing action. He felt more for his son than before, and he blamed himself now for having taken too little interest in him. But for the little newborn baby, he felt a quite peculiar sentiment, not of pity only, but of tenderness. At first, from a feeling of compassion alone, he had been interested in the delicate little creature who was not his child, and who was cast on one side during her mother's illness, and would certainly have died if he had not troubled about her, and he did not himself observe how fond he became of her. He would go into the nursery several times a day, and sit there for a long while, so that the nurses, who were at first afraid of him, got quite used to his presence. Sometimes, for half an hour at a stretch, he would sit silently gazing at the saffron-red, downy, wrinkled face of the sleeping baby, watching the movements of the frowning brows and the fat little hands with clenched fingers that rubbed the little eyes and nose. At such moments particularly, Alexey Alexandrovitch had a sense of perfect peace and inward harmony, and saw nothing extraordinary in his position, nothing that ought to be changed. But as time went on, he saw more and more distinctly that however natural the position now seemed to him, he would not long be allowed to remain in it. He felt that besides the blessed spiritual force controlling his soul, there was another, a brutal force, as powerful or more powerful, which controlled his life, and that this force would not allow him that humble peace he longed for. He felt that everyone was looking at him with inquiring wonder, that he was not understood, and that something was expected of him. Above all, he felt the instability and unnaturalness of his relations with his wife. When the softening effect of the near approach of death had passed away, Alexey Alexandrovitch began to notice that Anna was afraid of him, ill at ease with him, and could not look him straight in the face. She seemed to be wanting, and not daring, to tell him something, as though foreseeing their present relations could not continue. She seemed to be expecting something from him. Towards the end of February it happened that Anna's baby daughter, who had been named Anna too, fell ill. Alexey Alexandrovitch was in the nursery in the morning, and leaving orders for the doctor to be sent for, he went to his office. On finishing his work, he returned home at 4. Going into the hall, he saw a handsome groom in a braided livery and bare fur cape, holding a white fur cloak. "Who is here?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Princess Elizaveta Fedorovna Tverskaya," the groom answered, and it seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch that he grinned. During all this difficult time, Alexey Alexandrovitch had noticed that his worldly acquaintances, especially women, took a peculiar interest in him and his wife. All these acquaintances he observed with difficulty concealing their mirth at something, the same mirth that he had perceived in the lawyer's eyes, and just now in the eyes of this groom. Everyone seemed, somehow, hugely delighted, as though they had just been at a wedding. When they met him, with ill-disguised enjoyment they inquired after his wife's health. The presence of Princess Tverskaya was unpleasant to Alexey Alexandrovitch from the memories associated with her, and also because he disliked her, and he went straight to the nursery. In the day nursery, Seriosha, leaning on the table with his legs on a chair, was drawing and chatting away merrily. The English governess, who had during Anna's illness replaced the French one, was sitting near the boy knitting a shawl. She hurriedly got up, curtsied, and pulled Seriosha. Alexey Alexandrovitch stroked his son's hair, answered the governess's inquiries about his wife, and asked what the doctor had said of the baby. "The doctor said it was nothing serious, and he ordered a bath, sir." "But she is still in pain," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, listening to the baby's screaming in the next room. "I think it's the wet nurse, sir," the Englishwoman said firmly. What makes you think so? He asked, stopping short. It's just as it was at Countess Paul's, sir. They gave the baby medicine, and it turned out that the baby was simply hungry. The nurse had no milk, sir. Alexey Alexandrovich pondered, and after standing still a few seconds he went in at the other door. The baby was lying with its head thrown back, stiffening itself in the nurse's arms, and would not take the plump breast offered it, and it never ceased screaming in spite of the double hushing of the wet nurse and the other nurse who was bending over her. Still no better, said Alexey Alexandrovich. She's very restless, answered the nurse in a whisper. Miss Edward says that perhaps the wet nurse has no milk, he said. I think so too, Alexey Alexandrovich. Then why didn't you say so? Who's one to say it to? Anna Arkadyevna still ill? Said the nurse discontentedly. The nurse was an old servant of the family, and in her simple words there seemed to Alexey Alexandrovich an allusion to his position. The baby screamed louder than ever, struggling and sobbing. The nurse, with a gesture of despair, went to it, took it from the wet nurse's arms, and began walking up and down, rocking it. You must ask the doctor to examine the wet nurse, said Alexey Alexandrovich. The smartly dressed and healthy-looking nurse, frightened at the idea of losing her place, muttered something to herself, and covering her bosom, smiled contemptuously at the idea of doubts being cast on her abundance of milk. In that smile, too, Alexey Alexandrovich saw a sneer at his position. Luckless child, said the nurse, hushing the baby, and still walking up and down with it. Alexey Alexandrovich sat down, and with a despondent and suffering face watched the nurse walking to and fro. When the child at last was still, and had been put in a deep bed, and the nurse, after smoothing the little pillow, had left her, Alexey Alexandrovich got up, and walking awkwardly on tiptoe, approached the baby. For a minute he was still, and with the same despondent face gazed at the baby, but all at once a smile that moved his hair and the skin of his forehead came out on his face, and he went as softly out of the room. In the dining room he rang the bell and told the servant who came in to send again for the doctor. He felt vexed with his wife for not being anxious about this exquisite baby, and in this vexed humour he had no wish to go to her. He had no wish either to see Princess Betsy. But his wife might wonder why he did not go to her as usual, and so, overcoming his disinclination, he went towards the bedroom. As he walked over the soft rug towards the door, he could not help overhearing a conversation he did not want to hear. If he hadn't been going away, I would have understood your answer and his too, but your husband ought to be above that, Betsy was saying. It's not for my husband. For myself I don't wish it. Don't say that, answered Anna's excited voice. Yes, but you must care to say goodbye to a man who has shot himself on your account. That's just why I don't want to. With a dismayed and guilty expression, Alexey Alexandrovich stopped and would have gone back unobserved, but reflecting that this would be undignified, he turned back again, and clearing his throat, he went up to the bedroom. The voices were silent, and he went in. Anna, in a grey dressing gown, with a crop of short, clustering black curls on her round head, was sitting on a settee. The eagerness died out of her face, as it always did, at the sight of her husband. She dropped her head and looked round uneasily at Betsy. Betsy, dressed in the height of the latest fashion, in a hat that towered somewhere over her head like a shade on a lamp, in a blue dress with violet crossways stripes, slanting one way on the bodice and the other way on the skirt, was sitting beside Anna, her tall, flat figure held erect. Bowing her head, she greeted Alexey Alexandrovich with an ironical smile. Ah, she said, as though pleased, I'm very glad you're at home. You never put in an appearance anywhere, and I haven't seen you ever since Anna has been ill. I have heard all about it, your anxiety. Yes, you're a wonderful husband, she said with a meaning and affable air, as though she were bestowing an order of magnanimity on him for his conduct to his wife. Alexey Alexandrovich bowed frigidly, and kissing his wife's hand, asked how she was. Better, I think, she said, avoiding his eyes. But you are a rather feverish-looking colour, he said, laying stress on the word feverish. "We've been talking too much," said Betsy. "I feel it's selfishness on my part, and I'm going away." She got up, but Anna, suddenly flushing, quickly caught at her hand. "No, wait a minute, please. I must tell you. No, you." She turned to Alexei Alexandrovitch, and her neck and brow were suffused with crimson. "I won't and can't keep anything secret from you," she said. Alexei Alexandrovitch cracked his fingers and bowed his head. "Betsy's been telling me that Count Vronsky wants to come here to say goodbye before his departure for Tashkent." She did not look at her husband, and was evidently in haste to have everything out, however hard it might be for her. "I told her I could not receive him." "You said, my dear, that it would depend on Alexei Alexandrovitch," Betsy corrected her. "Oh no, I can't receive him. And what object would there—" She stopped suddenly, and glanced inquiringly at her husband. He did not look at her. "In short, I don't wish it." Alexei Alexandrovitch advanced and would have taken her hand. Her first impulse was to jerk back her hand from the damp hand with big swollen veins that sought hers, but with an obvious effort to control herself, she pressed his hand. "I am very grateful to you for your confidence, but," he said, feeling with confusion and annoyance that what he could decide easily and clearly by himself he could not discuss before Princess Tverskaya, who to him stood for the incarnation of that brute force which would inevitably control him in the life he led in the eyes of the world, and hinder him from giving way to his feelings of love and forgiveness. He stopped short, looking at Princess Tverskaya. "Well, goodbye, my darling," said Betsy, getting up. She kissed Anna and went out. Alexei Alexandrovitch escorted her out. "Alexei Alexandrovitch, I know you are a truly magnanimous man," said Betsy, stopping in the little drawing-room, and with special warmth shaking hands with him once more. "I am an outsider, but I so love her and respect you that I venture to advise. Receive him. Alexei Vronsky is the soul of honour, and he is going away to Tashkent." "Thank you, Princess, for your sympathy and advice, but the question of whether my wife can or cannot see anyone, she must decide herself." He said this from habit, lifting his brows with dignity, and reflected immediately that whatever his words might be, there could be no dignity in his position. He saw this by the suppressed, malicious, and ironical smile with which Betsy glanced at him after this phrase. Chapter 20. Alexei Alexandrovitch took leave of Betsy in the drawing-room and went to his wife. She was lying down, but hearing his steps she sat up hastily in her former attitude and looked in a scared way at him. He saw she had been crying. "I am very grateful for your confidence in me." He repeated gently in Russian the phrase he had said in Betsy's presence in French, and sat down beside her. When he spoke to her in Russian, using the Russian thou of intimacy and affection, it was insufferably irritating to Anna. "And I am very grateful for your decision. I, too, imagine that since he is going away, there is no sort of necessity for Count Vronsky to come here. However, if—" "But I've said so already, so I repeat it." Anna suddenly interrupted him with an irritation she could not succeed in repressing. No sort of necessity, she thought, for a man to come and say goodbye to the woman he loves, for whom he was ready to ruin himself, and has ruined himself, and who cannot live without him. No sort of necessity. She compressed her lips and dropped her burning eyes to his hands with their swollen veins. They were rubbing each other. "Let us never speak of it," she added more calmly. "I have left this question to you to decide, and I am very glad to see," Alexei Alexandrovitch was beginning. "That my wish coincides with your own," she finished quickly, exasperated at his talking so slowly, while she knew beforehand all he would say. "Yes," he assented, "and Princess Tverskaya's interference in the most difficult private affairs is utterly uncalled for. She especially—" "I don't believe a word of what's said about her," said Anna quickly. "I know she really cares for me." Alexei Alexandrovitch sighed and said nothing. She played nervously with the tassel of her dressing gown, glancing at him with that torturing sensation of physical repulsion for which she blamed herself, though she could not control it. Her only desire now was to be rid of his oppressive presence. "I have just sent for the doctor," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I am very well. What do I want the doctor for?" "No, the little one cries, and they say the nurse hasn't enough milk." "Why didn't you let me nurse her when I begged to, anyway?" Alexey Alexandrovitch knew what was meant by that anyway. "She's a baby, and they're killing her." She rang the bell and ordered the baby to be brought to her. "I begged to nurse her. I wasn't allowed to, and now I'm blamed for it." "I don't blame." "Yes, you do blame me. My God, why didn't I die?" And she broke into sobs. "Forgive me, I'm nervous, I'm unjust," she said, controlling herself. "But do go away." "No, it can't go on like this," Alexey Alexandrovitch said to himself decidedly as he left his wife's room. Never had the impossibility of his position in the world's eyes, and his wife's hatred of him, and altogether the might of that mysterious brutal force that guided his life against his spiritual inclinations, and exacted conformity with its decrees and change in his attitude to his wife, been presented to him with such distinctness as that day. He saw clearly that all the world and his wife expected of him something, but what exactly he could not make out. He felt that this was rousing in his soul a feeling of anger destructive of his peace of mind and of all the good of his achievement. He believed that for Anna herself it would be better to break off all relations with Vronsky. But if they all thought this out of the question, he was even ready to allow these relations to be renewed, so long as the children were not disgraced, and he was not deprived of them, nor forced to change his position. Bad as this might be, it was anyway better than a rupture, which would put her in a hopeless and shameful position and deprive him of everything he cared for. But he felt helpless. He knew beforehand that everyone was against him, and that he would not be allowed to do what seemed to him now so natural and right, but would be forced to do what was wrong, though it seemed the proper thing to them. Chapter 21. Before Betsy had time to walk out of the drawing-room, she was met in the doorway by Stefan Arkadyevitch, who had just come from Yelisiev's, where a consignment of fresh oysters had been received. "Ah, Princess, what a delightful meeting," he began. "I've been to see you." "A meeting for 1 minute, for I'm going," said Betsy, smiling and putting on her glove. "Don't put on your glove yet, Princess. Let me kiss your hand. There's nothing I'm so grateful to the revival of the old fashions for as kissing the hand." He kissed Betsy's hand. "When shall we see each other again?" "You don't deserve it," answered Betsy, smiling. "Oh, yes, I deserve a great deal, for I've become a most serious person. I don't only manage my own affairs, but other people's too," he said, with a significant expression. "Oh, I'm so glad," answered Betsy, at once understanding that he was speaking of Anna, and going back into the drawing-room they stood in a corner. "He's killing her," said Betsy in a whisper full of meaning. "It's impossible, impossible." "I'm glad you think so," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, shaking his head with a serious and sympathetically distressed expression. "That's what I've come to Petersburg for." "The whole town's talking of it," she said. "It's an impossible position. She pines and pines away. He doesn't understand that she's one of those women who can't trifle with their feelings. One of two things. Either let him take her away, act with energy, or give her a divorce. This is stifling her." Yes, just so," Oblonsky said, sighing. "That's what I've come for. At least not solely for that. I've been made a Kammerherr. Of course, one has to say thank you. But the chief thing was having to settle this." "Well, God help you," said Betsy. After accompanying Betsy to the outside hall, once more kissing her hand above the glove, at the point where the pulse beats, and murmuring to her such unseemly nonsense that she did not know whether to laugh or be angry, Stefan Arkadyevitch went to his sister. He found her in tears. Although he happened to be bubbling over with good spirits, Stefan Arkadyevitch immediately and quite naturally fell into the sympathetic, poetically emotional tone which harmonized with her mood. He asked her how she was, and how she had spent the morning. "Very, very miserably. Today and this morning, and all past days and days to come," she said. "I think you're giving away to pessimism. You must rouse yourself. You must look life in the face. I know it's hard, but—" "I have heard it said that women love men even for their vices," Anna began suddenly. "But I hate him for his virtues. I can't live with him, do you understand? The sight of him has a physical effect on me. It makes me beside myself. I can't live with him. What am I to do? I have been unhappy, and used to think one couldn't be more unhappy. But the unlawful state of things I am going through now, I could never have conceived. Would you believe it? That knowing he's a good man, a splendid man, that I'm not worth his little finger, still I hate him. I hate him for his generosity, and there's nothing left for me but—" She would have said death, but Stefan Arkadyevitch would not let her finish. "You are ill and overwrought," he said. "Believe me, you're exaggerating dreadfully. There's nothing so terrible in it." And Stefan Arkadyevitch smiled. No one else in Stefan Arkadyevich's place, having to do with such despair, would have ventured to smile. The smile would have seemed brutal. But in his smile there was so much of sweetness and almost feminine tenderness that his smile did not wound, but softened and soothed. His gentle, soothing words and smiles were as soothing and softening as almond oil, and Anna soon felt this. "No, Steva," she said, "I'm lost. Lost, worse than lost. I can't say yet that all is over. On the contrary, I feel that it's not over. I'm an overstrained string that must snap, but it's not ended yet, and it will have a fearful end." "No matter. We must let the string be loosened, little by little. There's no position from which there is no way of escape." "I have thought and thought. Only one." Again he knew from her terrified eyes that this one way of escape in her thought was death, and he would not let her say it. "Not at all," he said. "Listen to me. You can't see your own position as I can. Let me tell you candidly in my opinion." Again he smiled discreetly, his almond oil smile. "I'll begin from the beginning. You married a man 20 years older than yourself. You married him without love, and not knowing what love was. It was a mistake, let's admit." "A fearful mistake," said Anna. "But I repeat, it's an accomplished fact. Then you had, let us say, the misfortune to love a man not your husband. That was a misfortune, but that too is an accomplished fact. And your husband knew it and forgave it." He stopped at each sentence, waiting for her to object, but she made no answer. "That's so. Now the question is, how can you go on living with your husband? Do you wish it? Does he wish it?" "I know nothing. Nothing." "But you said yourself you can't endure him." "No, I didn't say so. I deny it. I can't tell. I don't know anything about it." "Yes, but you can't understand. I feel I'm lying head downwards in a sort of pit, but I ought not to save myself, and I can't—" "Never mind. We'll slip something under and pull you out. I understand you. I understand you can't take it on yourself to express your wishes, your feelings." "There's nothing I wish, except for it to be all over." "But he sees this and knows it. And do you suppose it weighs on him any less than on you? You're wretched, he's wretched, and what good can come of it? While divorce would solve the difficulty completely." With some effort, Stefan Arkadyevitch brought out his central idea and looked significantly at her. She said nothing, and shook her cropped head in dissent. But from the look in her face that suddenly brightened into its old beauty, he saw that if she did not desire this, it was simply because it seemed to her unattainable happiness. "I'm awfully sorry for you. How happy I should be if I could arrange things," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, smiling more boldly. "Don't speak, don't say a word. God grant only that I may speak as I feel. I'm going to him." Anna looked at him with dreamy, shining eyes and said nothing. Chapter 22. Stefan Arkadyevitch with the same somewhat solemn expression with which he used to take his presidential chair at his board, walked into Alexey Alexandrovitch's room. Alexey Alexandrovitch was walking about his room with his hands behind his back, thinking of just what Stepan Arkadyevitch had been discussing with his wife. "I'm not interrupting you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, on the sight of his brother-in-law becoming suddenly aware of a sense of embarrassment unusual with him. To conceal his embarrassment, he took out a cigarette case he had just bought that opened in a new way, and sniffing the leather, took a cigarette out of it. "No? Do you want anything?" Alexey Alexandrovitch asked without eagerness. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with surprise aware of an unaccustomed timidity. This feeling was so unexpected and so strange that he did not believe it was the voice of conscience telling him that what he was meaning to do was wrong. Stepan Arkadyevitch made an effort and struggled with the timidity that had come over him. "I hope you believe in my love for my sister and my sincere affection and respect for you," he said, reddening. Alexey Alexandrovitch stood still and said nothing, but his face struck Stepan Arkadyevitch by its expression of an unresisting sacrifice. I wanted to have a little talk with you about my sister and your mutual position," he said, still struggling with an unaccustomed constraint. Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled mournfully, looking at his brother-in-law, and without answering went up to the table, took from it an unfinished letter, and handed it to his brother-in-law. "I think unceasingly of the same thing, and here is what I had begun writing, thinking I could say it better by letter, and that my presence irritates her," he said, and he gave him the letter. Stepan Arkadyevitch took the letter, looked with incredulous surprise at the lustreless eyes fixed so immovably on him, and began to read. "I see that my presence is irksome to you. Painful as it is to me to believe it, I see that it is so, and cannot be otherwise. I don't blame you, and God is my witness that on seeing you at the time of your illness, I resolved with my whole heart to forget all that had passed between us, and to begin a new life. I do not regret, and shall never regret what I have done. But I have desired one thing, your good, the good of your soul, and now I see I have not attained that. Tell me yourself what will give you true happiness and peace to your soul. I put myself entirely in your hands, and trust to your feeling of what's right." Stepan Arkadyevitch handed back the letter, and with the same surprise continued looking at his brother-in-law, not knowing what to say. This silence was so awkward for both of them that Stepan Arkadyevitch's lips began twitching nervously, while he still gazed without speaking at Karenin's face. "That's what I wanted to say to her," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, turning away. Yes, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, not able to answer for the tears that were choking him. Yes, I understand you," he brought out at last. "I want to know what she would like," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I'm afraid she does not understand her own position. She is not a judge," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, recovering himself. "She is crushed, simply crushed by your generosity. If she were to read this letter, she would be incapable of saying anything. She would only hang her head lower than ever." "Yes, but what's to be done in that case? How explain? How find out her wishes?" "If you will allow me to give my opinion, I think it lies with you to point out directly the steps you consider necessary to end the position." "So you consider it must be ended?" Alexey Alexandrovitch interrupted him. "But how?" he added with a gesture of his hands before his eyes not usual with him. "I see no possible way out of it." "There is some way of getting out of every position," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, standing up and becoming more cheerful. "There was a time when you thought of breaking off. If you are convinced now that you cannot make each other happy—" "Happiness may be variously understood, but suppose that I agree to everything, that I want nothing. What way is there of getting out of our position?" "If you care to know my opinion," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the same smile of softening almond oil tenderness with which he had been talking to Anna. His kindly smile was so winning that Alexey Alexandrovitch, feeling his own weakness and unconsciously swayed by it, was ready to believe what Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying. "She will never speak out about it, But one thing is possible, one thing she might desire," he went on. "That is the cessation of your relations and all memories associated with them. To my thinking, in your position, what's essential is the formation of a new attitude to one another. And that can only rest on a basis of freedom on both sides." "Divorce," Alexey Alexandrovitch interrupted, in a tone of aversion. "Yes, I imagine that divorce. Yes, divorce," Stepan Arkadyevitch repeated, reddening. "That is, from every point of view, the most rational course for married people who find themselves in the position you are in. What can be done if married people find that life is impossible for them together? That may always happen." Alexey Alexandrovitch sighed heavily and closed his eyes. "There's only one point to be considered. Is either of the parties desirous of forming new ties? If not, it is very simple," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, feeling more and more free from constraint. Alexey Alexandrovitch, scowling with emotion, muttered something to himself and made no answer. All that seemed simple to Stepan Arkadyevitch, Alexey Alexandrovitch had thought over thousands of times, and so far from being simple, it all seemed to him utterly impossible. Divorce, the details of which he knew by this time, seemed to him now out of the question, because the sense of his own dignity and respect for religion forbade his taking upon himself a fictitious charge of adultery, and still more suffering his wife, pardoned and beloved by him, to be caught in the fact and put to public shame. Divorce appeared to him impossible, also on still more weighty grounds. What would become of his son in case of a divorce? To leave him with his mother was out of the question. The divorced mother would have her own illegitimate family, in which his position as a stepson and his education would not be good. Keep him with him? He knew that would be an act of vengeance on his part, and that he did not want. But apart from this, what more than all made divorce seem impossible to Alexey Alexandrovitch was that by consenting to a divorce he would be completely ruining Anna. The saying of Darya Alexandrovna at Moscow, that in deciding on a divorce he was thinking of himself, and not considering that by this he would be ruining her irrevocably, had sunk into his heart. And connecting this saying with his forgiveness of her, with his devotion to the children, he understood it now in his own way. To consent to a divorce, to give her her freedom, meant in his thoughts to take from himself the last tie that bound him to life, the children whom he loved, and to take from her the last prop that stayed her on the path of right, to thrust her down to her ruin. If she were divorced, he knew she would join her life to Vronsky's, and their tie would be an illegitimate and criminal one, since a wife, by the interpretation of the ecclesiastical law, could not marry while her husband was living. She will join him, and in a year or two he will throw her over, or she will form a new tie, thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, and I, by agreeing to an unlawful divorce, shall be to blame for her ruin. He had thought it all over hundreds of times, and was convinced that a divorce was not at all simple, as Stepan Arkadyevitch had said, but was utterly impossible. He did not believe a single word Stepan Arkadyevitch said to him. To every word he had 1,000 objections to make, but he listened to him, feeling that his words were the expression of that mighty, brutal force which controlled his life and to which he would have to submit. "The only question is on what terms you agree to give her a divorce. She does not want anything, does not dare ask you for anything. She leaves it all to your generosity." My God, what for?" thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, remembering the details of divorce proceedings in which the husband took the blame on himself, and with just the same gesture with which Vronsky had done the same, he hid his face for shame in his hands. "You were distressed, I understand that, but if you think it over—" "Whoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man may take thy coat, let him have thy cloak also," thought Alexey Alexandrovitch. Yes, he cried in a shrill voice. "I will take the disgrace on myself. I will give up even my son. But wouldn't it be better to let it alone? Still, you may do as you like." And turning away so that his brother-in-law could not see him, he sat down on a chair at the window. There was bitterness, There was shame in his heart, but with bitterness and shame he felt joy and emotion at the height of his own meekness. Stefan Arkadyevitch was touched. He was silent for a space. "Alexey Alexandrovitch, believe me, she appreciates your generosity," he said. "But it seems it was the will of God," he added, and as he said it felt how foolish a remark it was, and with difficulty repressed a smile at his own foolishness. Alexey Alexandrovitch would have made some reply, but tears stopped him. "This is an unhappy fatality, and one must accept it as such. I accept the calamity as an accomplished fact, and am doing my best to help both her and you," said Stefan Arkadyevitch. When he went out of his brother-in-law's room he was touched, but that did not prevent him from being glad he had successfully brought the matter to a conclusion, for he felt certain Alexey Alexandrovitch would not go back on his words. To this satisfaction was added the fact that an idea had just struck him for a riddle, turning on his successful achievement, that when the affair was over he would ask his wife and most intimate friends. He put this riddle into 2 or 3 different ways. "But I'll work it out better than that," he said to himself with a smile. Chapter 23. Vronsky's wound had been a dangerous one, though it did not touch the heart, and for several days he had lain between life and death. The first time he was able to speak, Varya, his brother's wife, was alone in the room. "Varya," he said, looking sternly at her, "I shot myself by accident, and please never speak of it, and tell everyone so, or else it's too ridiculous." Without answering his words, Varya bent over him, and with a delighted smile gazed into his face. His eyes were clear, not feverish, but their expression was stern. "Thank God," she said. "You're not in pain?" "A little here." He pointed to his breast. "Then let me change your bandages." In silence, stiffening his broad jaws, he looked at her while she bandaged him up. When she had finished, he said, "I'm not delirious. Please manage that there may be no talk of my having shot myself on purpose." "No one does say so. Only I hope you won't shoot yourself by accident any more," she said with a questioning smile. "Of course I won't. But it would have been better." And he smiled gloomily. In spite of these words and this smile, which so frightened Varya, when the inflammation was over and he began to recover, he felt that he was completely free from one part of his misery. By his action he had, as it were, washed away the shame and humiliation he had felt before. He could now think calmly of Alexey Alexandrovitch. He recognized all his magnanimity, and he did not now feel himself humiliated by it. Besides, he got back again into the beaten track of his life. He saw the possibility of looking men in the face again without shame, and he could live in accordance with his own habits. One thing he could not pluck out of his heart, though he never ceased struggling with it, was the regret, amounting to despair, that he had lost her forever. That now, having expiated his sin against the husband, he was bound to renounce her, and never in future to stand between her with her repentance and her husband, he had firmly decided in his heart. But he could not tear out of his heart his regret at the loss of her love. He could not erase from his memory those moments of happiness that he had so little prized at the time, and that haunted him in all their charm. Serpuhovskoy had planned his appointment at Tashkent, and Vronsky agreed to the proposition without the slightest hesitation. But the nearer the time of departure came, the bitterer was the sacrifice he was making to what he thought his duty. His wound had healed, and he was driving about making preparations for his departure to Tashkent. To see her once, and then bury myself, to die, he thought, and as he was paying farewell visits, he uttered this thought to Betsy. Charged with this commission, Betsy had gone to Anna, and brought him back a negative reply. So much the better, thought Vronsky, when he received the news. It was a weakness which would have shattered what strength I have left. Next day Betsy herself came to him in the morning, and announced that she had heard through Oblonsky as a positive fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch had agreed to a divorce, and that therefore Vronsky could see Anna. without even troubling himself to see Betsy out of his flat, forgetting all his resolutions, without asking when he could see her, where her husband was, Vronsky drove straight to the Karenins. He ran up the stairs, seeing no one and nothing, and with a rapid step, almost breaking into a run, he went into her room. And without considering, without noticing whether there was anyone in the room or not, he flung his arms round her and began to cover her face, her hands, her neck with kisses. Anna had been preparing herself for this meeting, had thought of what she would say to him, but she did not succeed in saying anything of it. His passion mastered her. She tried to calm him, to calm herself, but it was too late. His feeling infected her. Her lips trembled, so that for a long while she could say nothing. "Yes, you have conquered me, and I am yours," she said at last, pressing his hands to her bosom. "So it had to be," he said. "So long as we live, it must be so. I know it now." "That's true," she said, getting whiter and whiter and embracing his head. "Still, there is something terrible in it after all that has happened." "It will all pass. It will all pass. We shall be so happy. Our love, if it could be stronger, will be strengthened by there being something terrible in it," he said, lifting his head and parting his strong teeth in a smile. And she could not but respond with a smile, not to his words, but to the love in his eyes. She took his hand and stroked her chilled cheeks and cropped head with it. "I don't know you with this short hair. You've grown so pretty, a boy. But how pale you are." "Yes, I'm very weak," she said, smiling, and her lips began trembling again. "We'll go to Italy. You will get strong," he said. "Can it be possible we could be like husband and wife, alone, your family with you?" she said, looking close into his eyes. "It only seems strange to me that it can ever have been otherwise." "Steva says that he has agreed to everything, but I can't accept his generosity," she said, looking dreamily past Vronsky's face. "I don't want a divorce. It's all the same to me now. Only I don't know what he will decide about Seriosha." He could not conceive how at this moment of their meeting she could remember and think of her son, of divorce. What did it all matter? "Don't speak of that. Don't think of it," he said, turning her hand in his and trying to draw her attention to him, but still she did not look at him. "Oh, why didn't I die? It would have been better," she said, and silent tears flowed down both her cheeks, but she tried to smile so as not to wound him. To decline the flattering and dangerous appointment at Tashkend would have been, Vronsky had till then considered, disgraceful and impossible. But now, without an instant's consideration, he declined it, and observing dissatisfaction in the most exalted quarters at this step, he immediately retired from the army. A month later, Alexei Alexandrovitch was left alone with his son in his house at Petersburg, while Anna and Vronsky had gone abroad, not having obtained a divorce, but having absolutely declined all idea of one. Part 5. Chapter 1. Princess Shabbatskoye considered that it was out of the question for the wedding to take place before Lent, just 5 weeks off, since not half the trousseau could possibly be ready by that time. But she could not but agree with Levin that to fix it for after Lent would be putting it off too late, as an old aunt of Prince Shabbatskoye's was seriously ill and might die, and then the mourning would delay the wedding still longer. And therefore, deciding to divide the trousseau into 2 parts, a larger and smaller trousseau, the princess consented to have the wedding before Lent. She determined that she would get the smaller part of the trousseau all ready now, and the larger part should be made later, and she was much vexed with Levin because he was incapable of giving her a serious answer to the question whether he agreed to this arrangement or not. The arrangement was the most suitable, as, immediately after the wedding, the young couple were to go to the country, where the most important part of the trousseau would not be wanted. Levin still continued in the same delirious condition in which it seemed to him that he and his happiness constituted the chief and sole aim of all existence, and that he need not now think or care about anything, that everything was being done and would be done for him by others. He had not even plans and aims for the future. He left its arrangement to others, knowing that everything would be delightful. His brother Sergei Ivanovitch, Stefan Arkadyevitch, and the princess guided him in doing what he had to do. All he did was to agree entirely with everything suggested to him. His brother raised money for him, the princess advised him to leave Moscow after the wedding, Stefan Arkadyevitch advised him to go abroad. He agreed to everything. "Do what you choose if it amuses you. I'm happy, and my happiness can be no greater and no less for anything you do," he thought. When he told Kitty of Stefan Arkadyevich's advice that they should go abroad, he was much surprised that she did not agree to this and had some definite requirements of her own in regard to their future. She knew Levin had work he loved in the country. She did not, as he saw, understand this work. She did not even care to understand it. But that did not prevent her from regarding it as a matter of great importance. And then she knew their home would be in the country, and she wanted to go, not abroad where she was not going to live, but to the place where their home would be. This definitely expressed purpose astonished Levin. But since he did not care either way, he immediately asked Stefan Arkadyevitch, as though it were his duty, to go down to the country and arrange everything there to the best of his ability, with the taste of which he had so much. "But I say," Stefan Arkadyevitch said to him one day after he had come back from the country, where he had got everything ready for the young people's arrival, "have you a certificate of having been at confession?" "No, but what of it?" "You can't be married without it." I, cried Levin. "Why, I believe it's 9 years since I've taken the sacrament. I never thought of it." "You're a pretty fellow," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, laughing. "And you call me a nihilist. But this won't do, you know. You must take the sacrament." "Where? There are 4 days left now." Stefan Arkadyevitch arranged this also, and Levin had to go to confession. To Levin, as to any unbeliever who respects the beliefs of others, it was exceedingly disagreeable to be present at and take part in church ceremonies. At this moment, in his present softened state of feeling, sensitive to everything, this inevitable act of hypocrisy was not merely painful to Levin, it seemed to him utterly impossible. Now, in the heyday of his highest glory, his fullest flower, he would have to be a liar or a scoffer. He felt incapable of being either. But though he repeatedly plied Stefan Arkadyevitch with questions as to the possibility of obtaining a certificate without actually communicating, Stefan Arkadyevitch maintained that it was out of the question. "Besides, what is it to you, 2 days? And he's an awfully nice, clever old fellow. He'll pull the tooth out for you so gently you won't notice it." Standing at the first litany, Levin attempted to revive in himself his youthful recollections of the intense religious emotion he had passed through between the ages of 16 and 17. But he was at once convinced that it was utterly impossible for him. He attempted to look at it all as an empty custom, having no sort of meaning, like the custom of paying calls. But he felt that he could not do that either. Levin found himself, like the majority of his contemporaries, in the vaguest notion in regard to religion. Believe he could not, and at the same time he had no firm conviction that it was all wrong, and consequently, not being able to believe in the significance of what he was doing, nor to regard it with indifference as an empty formality, during the whole period of preparing for the sacrament, he was conscious of a feeling of discomfort and shame at doing what he did not himself understand, and what, as an inner voice told him, was therefore false and wrong. During the service he would first listen to the prayers, trying to attach some meaning to them not discordant with his own views. Then, feeling that he could not and must condemn them, he tried not to listen to them, but to attend to the thoughts, observations, and memories which floated through his brain with extreme vividness during this idle time of standing in church. He had stood through the litany, the evening service and the midnight service, and the next day he got up earlier than usual, and without having tea went at 8 o'clock in the morning to the church for the morning service and the confession. There was no one in the church but a beggar soldier, 2 old women, and the church officials. A young deacon, whose long back showed in 2 distinct halves through his thin under cassock, met him, and at once, going to a little table at the wall, read the exhortation. During the reading, especially at the frequent and rapid repetition of the same words, "Lord, have mercy on us," which resounded with an echo, Levin felt that thought was shut and sealed up, and that it must not be touched or stirred now, or confusion would be the result. And so, standing behind the deacon, he went on thinking of his own affairs, neither listening nor examining what was said. "It's wonderful what expression there is in her hand," he thought, remembering how they had been sitting the day before at a corner table. They had nothing to talk about, as was almost always the case at this time, and laying her hand on the table she kept opening and shutting it, and laughing herself as she watched her action. He remembered how he had kissed it, and then had examined the lines on the pink palm. "Have mercy on us again," thought Levin, crossing himself, bowing, and looking at the supple spring of the deacon's back showing before him. "She took my hand then, and examined the lines. 'You've got a splendid hand,' she said." And he looked at his own hand, and the short hand of the deacon. "Yes, now it will soon be over," he thought. "No, it seems to be beginning again," he thought, listening to the prayers. "No, it's just ending. There he is bowing down to the ground. That's always at the end." The deacon's hand in a plush cuff accepted a 3-ruble note unobtrusively, and the deacon said he would put it down in the register. And his new boots creaking jauntily over the flagstones of the empty church, he went to the altar. A moment later he peeped out thence and beckoned to Levin. Thought, till then locked up, began to stir in Levin's head, but he made haste to drive it away. "It will come right somehow," he thought, and went towards the altar rails. He went up the steps, and turning to the right saw the priest. The priest, a little old man with a scanty grizzled beard and weary, good-natured eyes, was standing at the altar rails, turning over the pages of a missal. With a slight bow to Levin, he began immediately reading prayers in the official voice. When he had finished them, he bowed down to the ground and turned, facing Levin. "Christ is present here unseen, receiving your confession," he said, pointing to the crucifix. "Do you believe in all the doctrines of the Holy Apostolic Church?" The priest went on, turning his eyes away from Levin's face and folding his hands under his stole. "I have doubted. I doubt everything," said Levin, in a voice that jarred on himself, and he ceased speaking. The priest waited a few seconds to see if he would not say more, and closing his eyes, he said quickly, with a broad Vladimirsky accent, "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind, but we must pray that God, in his mercy, will strengthen us. What are your special sins?" he added, without the slightest interval, as though anxious not to waste time. "My chief sin is doubt. I have doubts of everything, and for the most part I am in doubt." "Doubt is natural to the weakness of mankind." The priest repeated the same words. "What do you doubt about principally?" "I doubt of everything. Sometimes I have doubts of the existence of God," Levin could not help saying, and he was horrified at the impropriety of what he was saying. But Levin's words did not, it seemed, make much impression on the priest. "What doubt can there be of the existence of God?" he said hurriedly, with a just perceptible smile. Levin did not speak. "What doubt can you have of the Creator when you behold his creation?" The priest went on in the rapid customary jargon. "Who has decked the heavenly firmament with its lights, who has clothed the earth in its beauty, how explain it without the Creator?" he said, looking inquiringly at Levin. Levin felt that it would be improper to enter upon a metaphysical discussion with the priest, and so he said in reply merely what was a direct answer to the question. "I don't know," he said. "You don't know? Then how can you doubt that God created all?" the priest said, with good-humoured perplexity. "I don't understand it at all," said Levin, blushing, and feeling that his words were stupid, and that they could not be anything but stupid in such a position. "Pray to God and beseech him. Even the Holy Fathers had doubts, and prayed to God to strengthen their faith. The devil has great power, and we must resist him. Pray to God, beseech him, pray to God," he repeated hurriedly. The priest paused for some time, as though meditating. "You're about, I hear, to marry the daughter of my parishioner and son in the spirit, Prince Shabbatskoy?" he resumed with a smile. "An excellent young lady." "Yes," answered Levin, blushing for the priest. "What does he want to ask me about this at confession for?" he thought. And, as though answering his thought, the priest said to him, "You are about to enter into holy matrimony, and God may bless you with offspring. Well, what sort of bringing up can you give your babes if you do not overcome the temptation of the devil enticing you to infidelity?" he said with gentle reproachfulness. "If you love your child as a good father, you will not desire only wealth, luxury, honour for your infant. You will be anxious for his salvation, his spiritual enlightenment with the light of truth, eh? What answer will you make him when the innocent babe asks you, 'Papa, who made all that enchants me in this world, the earth, the waters, the sun, the flowers, the grass?' Can you say to him, 'I don't know'? You cannot but know, since the Lord God in his infinite mercy has revealed it to us. Or your child will ask you, 'What awaits me in the life beyond the tomb?' What will you say to him when you know nothing? How will you answer him? Will you leave him to the allurements of the world and the devil? That's not right," he said, and he stopped, putting his head on one side and looking at Levin with his kindly, gentle eyes. Levin made no answer this time, not because he did not want to enter upon a discussion with the priest, but because so far no one had ever asked him such questions. And when his babes did ask him those questions, it would be time enough to think about answering them. "You are entering upon a time of life," pursued the priest, "when you must choose your path and keep to it. Pray to God that he may in his mercy aid you and have mercy on you," he concluded. "Our Lord and God, Jesus Christ, in the abundance and riches of his loving kindness forgives this child." And, finishing the prayer of absolution, the priest blessed him and dismissed him. On getting home that day, Levin had a delightful sense of relief at the awkward position being over and having been got through without his having to tell a lie. Apart from this, there remained a vague memory that what the kind, nice old fellow had said had not been at all so stupid as he had fancied at first, and that there was something in it that must be cleared up. "Of course not now," thought Levin, "but some day, later on." Levin felt more than ever now that there was something not clear and not clean in his soul, and that, in regard to religion, he was in the same position which he perceived so clearly and disliked in others, and for which he blamed his friend Sviashki. Levin spent that evening with his betrothed at Dolly's, and was in very high spirits. To explain to Stepan Arkadyevitch the state of excitement in which he found himself, he said that he was happy like a dog being trained to jump through a hoop, who, having at last caught the idea, and done what was required of him, whines and wags its tail, and jumps up to the table and the windows in its delight. Chapter 2. On the day of the wedding, according to the Russian custom, the Princess and Darya Alexandrovna insisted on strictly keeping all the customs. Levin did not see his betrothed, and dined at his hotel with 3 bachelor friends, casually brought together at his rooms. These were Sergei Ivanovitch, Katavasov, a university friend, now a professor of natural science, whom Levin had met in the street and insisted on taking home with him, and Chirikov, his best man, a Moscow Conciliation Board judge, Levin's companion in his bear hunts. The dinner was a very merry one. Sergei Ivanovitch was in his happiest mood, and was much amused by Katavasov's originality. Katavasov, feeling his originality was appreciated and understood, made the most of it. Chirikov always gave a lively and good-humoured support to conversation of any sort. "See now," said Katavasov, drawling his words from a habit acquired in the lecture-room, "what capable fellow was our friend Konstantin Dmitrievitch. I'm not speaking of present company, for he's absent. At the time he left university he was fond of science, took an interest in humanity. Now one half of his abilities is devoted to deceiving himself, and the other to justifying the deceit. A more determined enemy of matrimony than you I ever saw," said Sergei Ivanovitch. No, I'm not an enemy of matrimony. I'm in favour of division of labour. People who can do nothing else ought to rear people, whilst the rest work for their happiness and enlightenment. That's how I look at it. To muddle up 2 trades is the error of the amateur, and I'm not one of their number." "How happy I shall be when I hear that you're in love," said Levin. Please invite me to the wedding. I'm in love now. Yes, with the cuttlefish, you know. Levin turned to his brother. Mihail Semyonovitch is writing a work on the digestive organs of the... Now, make a muddle of it. It doesn't matter what about. And the fact is, I certainly do love cuttlefish. But that's no hindrance to your loving your wife. The cuttlefish is no hindrance. The wife is the hindrance. Why so? Oh, you'll see. You care about farming, hunting. Well, you'd better look out. Arhip was here today. He said there are lots of elks in Prudno and 2 bears, said Chirikov. Well, you must go and get them without me. Ah, that's the truth, said Sergei Ivanovitch. You may say goodbye to bear hunting for the future. Your wife won't allow it. Levin smiled. The picture of his wife not letting him go was so pleasant that he was ready to renounce the delights of looking upon bears forever. Still, it's a pity they should get those 2 bears without you. Do you remember last time at Hapilovo? It was a delightful hunt, said Chirikov. Levin had not the heart to disillusion him of the notion that there could be something delightful apart from her, and so said nothing. There's some sense in this custom of saying goodbye to bachelor life, said Sergei Ivanovitch. However happy you may be, you must regret your freedom. And confess there is a feeling that you want to jump out of the window, like Gogol's bridegroom. Of course there is, but it isn't confessed, said Katavasov, and he broke into loud laughter. No, well, the window's open. Let's start off this instant to Tver. There's a big she-bear. One can go right up into the lair. Seriously, let's go by 5 o'clock. And here, let them do what they like, said Chirikov, smiling. Well now, on my honour, said Levin, smiling. I can't find in my heart that feeling of regret for my freedom. Yes, there's such a chaos in your heart just now that you can't find anything there, said Katavasov. Wait a bit. When you set it to rights a little, you'll find it. No. If so, I should have felt little, apart from my feeling. He could not say love before them. And happiness, a certain regret at losing my freedom. On the contrary, I am glad at the very loss of my freedom. Awful. It's a hopeless case, said Katavasov. Well, let's drink to his recovery, or wish that 100th part of his dreams may be realized, and that would be happiness such as never has been seen on earth. Soon after dinner, the guests went away to be in time to be dressed for the wedding. When he was left alone and recalled the conversation of these bachelor friends, Levin asked himself, had he in his heart that regret for his freedom of which they had spoken? He smiled at the question. Freedom? What is freedom for? Happiness is only in loving and wishing her wishes, thinking her thoughts. That is to say, not freedom at all. That's happiness. But do I know her ideas, her wishes, her feelings? Some inner voice suddenly whispered to him. The smile died away from his face, and he grew thoughtful. And suddenly a strange feeling came upon him. There came over him a dread and doubt of everything. What if she does not love me? What if she's marrying me simply to be married? What if she doesn't see herself what she's doing? He asked himself. She may come to her senses, and only when she is married realize she does not and cannot love me. And strange, evil thoughts of her began to come to him. He was jealous of Vronsky, as he had been a year ago, as though the evening he had seen her with Vronsky had been yesterday. He suspected she had not told him everything. He jumped up quickly. No, this can't go on, he said to himself in despair. I'll go to her. I'll ask her. I'll say for the last time, we are free, and hadn't we better stay so? Anything's better than endless misery, disgrace, unfaithfulness. With despair in his heart and bitter anger against all men, against himself, against her, he went out of the hotel and drove to her house. He found her in one of the back rooms. She was sitting on a chest and making some arrangements with her maid, sorting over heaps of dresses of different colours, spread on the backs of chairs and on the floor. Ah! She cried, seeing him, and beaming with delight. Kostya, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. These latter days she used these names almost alternately. I didn't expect you. I'm going through my wardrobe to see what's for whom. Oh, that's very nice, he said gloomily, looking at the maid. "You can go, Dunyasha. I'll call you presently," said Kitty. "Kostya, what's the matter?" she asked, definitely adopting this familiar name as soon as the maid had gone out. She noticed his strange face, agitated and gloomy, and a panic came over her. "Kitty, I'm in torture. I can't suffer alone," he said with despair in his voice, standing before her and looking imploringly into her eyes. He saw already from her loving, truthful face that nothing would come of what he meant to say, and yet he wanted her to reassure him herself. "I've come to say that there's still time. This can all be stopped and set right." "What? I don't understand. What is the matter?" "What I have said 1,000 times over, and can't help thinking. That I'm not worthy of you. You couldn't consent to marry me. Think a little. You've made a mistake. Think it over thoroughly. You can't love me. Better say so," he said, not looking at her. "I shall be wretched. Let people say what they like. Anything's better than misery. Far better now while there's still time." "I don't understand," she answered, panic-stricken. "You mean you want to give it up? Don't want it?" "Yes, if you don't love me." "You're out of your mind!" she cried, turning crimson with vexation. But his face was so piteous that she restrained her vexation, and flinging some clothes off an armchair, she sat down beside him. "What are you thinking? Tell me all." "I am thinking you can't love me. What can you love me for?" "My God, what can I do?" she said, and burst into tears. "Oh, what have I done?" he cried, and kneeling before her he fell to kissing her hands. When the princess came into the room 5 minutes later, she found them completely reconciled. Kitty had not simply assured him that she loved him, but had gone so far, in answer to his question what she loved him for, as to explain what for. She told him that she loved him because she understood him completely, because she knew what he would like, and because everything he liked was good. And this seemed to him perfectly clear. When the princess came to them, they were sitting side by side on the chest, sorting the dresses and disputing over Kitty's wanting to give Dunyasha the brown dress she had been wearing when Levin proposed to her, while he insisted that that dress must never be given away, but Dunyasha must have the blue one. "How is it you don't see? She's a brunette, it won't suit her. I've worked it all out." Hearing why he had come, the princess was half humorously, half seriously angry with him, and sent him home to dress, and not to hinder Kitty's hairdressing, as Charles the hairdresser was just coming. "As it is, she's been eating nothing lately and is losing her looks. And then you must come and upset her with your nonsense," she said to him. "Get along with you, my dear." Levin, guilty and shamefaced, but pacified, went back to his hotel. His brother, Daria Alexandrovna, and Stefan Arkadyevitch, all in full dress, were waiting for him to bless him with the holy picture. There was no time to lose. Daria Alexandrovna had to drive home again to fetch her curled and pomaded son, who was to carry the holy pictures after the bride. Then a carriage had to be sent for the best man, and another that would take Sergei Ivanovitch away would have to be sent back. Altogether, there were a great many complicated matters to be considered and arranged. One thing was unmistakable. There must be no delay, and it was already 6:30. Nothing special happened at the ceremony of benediction with the holy picture. Stefan Arkadyevitch stood in a comically solemn pose beside his wife, took the holy picture, and telling Levin to bow down to the ground, he blessed him with his kindly, ironical smile, and kissed him 3 times. Daria Alexandrovna did the same, and immediately was in a hurry to get off, and again plunged into the intricate question of the destinations of the various carriages. "Come, I'll tell you how we'll manage. You drive in our carriage to fetch him, and Sergei Ivanovitch, if he'll be so good, will drive there and then send his carriage." "Of course, I shall be delighted." "We'll come on directly with him. Are your things sent off?" said Stefan Arkadyevitch. "Yes," answered Levin, and he told Kuzma to put out his clothes for him to dress. Chapter 3. A crowd of people, principally women, was thronging round the church lighted up for the wedding. Those who had not succeeded in getting into the main entrance were crowded about the windows, pushing, wrangling, and peeping through the gratings. More than 20 carriages had already been drawn up in ranks along the street by the police. A police officer, regardless of the frost, stood at the entrance, gorgeous in his uniform. More carriages were continually driving up, and ladies wearing flowers and carrying their trains, and men taking off their helmets or black hats kept walking into the church. Inside the church, both lustres were already lighted, and all the candles before the holy pictures. The gilt on the red ground of the holy picture stand, and the gilt relief on the pictures, and the silver of the lustres and candlesticks, and the stones of the floor, and the rugs, and the banners above in the choir, and the steps of the altar, and the old blackened books, and the cassocks and surplices, all were flooded with light. On the right side of the warm church, in the crowd of frock-coats and white ties, uniforms and broadcloth, velvet, satin, hair and flowers, bare shoulders and arms and long gloves, there was discreet but lively conversation that echoed strangely in the high cupola. Every time there was heard the creak of the opened door, the conversation in the crowd died away, and everybody looked round expecting to see the bride and bridegroom come in. But the door had opened more than 10 times, and each time it was either a belated guest or guests who joined the circle of the invited on the right, or a spectator who had eluded or softened the police officer and went to join the crowd of outsiders on the left. Both the guests and the outside public had by now passed through all the phases of anticipation. At first, they imagined that the bride and bridegroom would arrive immediately, and attached no importance at all to their being late. Then they began to look more and more often towards the door, and to talk of whether anything could have happened. Then the long delay began to be positively discomforting, and the relations and guests tried to look as if they were not thinking of the bridegroom, but were engrossed in conversation. The head deacon, as though to remind them of the value of his time, coughed impatiently, making the window panes quiver in their frames. In the choir the bored choristers could be heard trying their voices and blowing their noses. The priest was continually sending first the beadle and then the deacon to find out whether the bridegroom had not come. More and more often he went himself, in a lilac vestment and an embroidered sash to the side door, expecting to see the bridegroom. At last one of the ladies, glancing at her watch, said, "It really is strange, though." And all the guests became uneasy and began loudly expressing their wonder and dissatisfaction. One of the bridegroom's best men went to find out what had happened. Kitty, meanwhile, had long ago been quite ready, and in her white dress and long veil and wreath of orange blossoms she was standing in the drawing-room of the Shabbatskoy's house with her sister, Madame Lvova, who was her bridal mother. She was looking out of the window, and had been for over half an hour anxiously expecting to hear from the best man that her bridegroom was at the church. Levin, meanwhile, in his trousers, but without his coat and waistcoat, was walking to and fro in his room at the hotel, continually putting his head out at the door and looking up and down the corridor. But in the corridor there was no sign of the person he was looking for, and he came back in despair and frantically waving his hands addressed Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was smoking serenely. "Was ever a man in such a fearful fool's position?" he said. "Yes, it is stupid," Stepan Arkadyevitch assented, smiling soothingly. "But don't worry, it'll be brought directly." "No, what is to be done?" said Levin with smothered fury. "And these fools of open waistcoats, out of the question," he said, looking at the crumpled front of his shirt. "And what if the things have been taken to the railway station?" he roared in desperation. "Then you must put on mine." "I ought to have done so long ago, if at all." "It's not nice to look ridiculous. Wait a bit, it will come round." The point was that when Levin asked for his evening suit, Kuzma, his old servant, had brought him the coat, waistcoat, and everything that was wanted. "But the shirt!" cried Levin. "You've got a shirt on," Kuzma answered with a placid smile. Kuzma had not thought of leaving out a clean shirt, and on receiving instructions to pack up everything and send it round to the Shabbatskoy's house, from which the young people were to set out the same evening, he had done so, packing everything but the dress suit. The shirt worn since the morning was crumpled and out of the question with the fashionable open waistcoat. It was a long way to send to the Shabbatskoys. They sent out to buy a shirt. The servant came back. Everything was shut up. It was Sunday. They sent to Stefan Arkadyevich's and brought a shirt, which was impossibly wide and short. They sent finally to the Shabbatskoys to unpack the things. The bridegroom was expected at the church, while he was pacing up and down his room like a wild beast in a cage, peeping out into the corridor, and with horror and despair recalling what absurd things he had said to Kitty and what she might be thinking now. At last the guilty Kuzma flew panting into the room with the shirt. "Only just in time. They were just lifting it into the van," said Kuzma. 3 minutes later, Levin ran full speed into the corridor, not looking at his watch for fear of aggravating his sufferings. "You won't help matters like this," said Stefan Arkadyevitch with a smile, hurrying with more deliberation after him. "It will come round. It will come round, I tell you." Chapter 4. "They've come. Here he is. Which one? Rather young, eh? Why, my dear soul, she looks more dead than alive," were the comments in the crowd, when Levin, meeting his bride in the entrance, walked with her into the church. Stefan Arkadyevitch told his wife the cause of the delay, and the guests were whispering it with smiles to one another. Levin saw nothing and no one. He did not take his eyes off his bride. Everyone said she had lost her looks dreadfully of late, and was not nearly so pretty on her wedding day as usual. But Levin did not think so. He looked at her hair done up high, with the long white veil and white flowers, and the high, stand-up, scalloped collar, that in such a maidenly fashion hid her long neck at the sides, and only showed it in front, her strikingly slender figure, and it seemed to him that she looked better than ever. Not because these flowers, this veil, this gown from Paris added anything to her beauty, but because, in spite of the elaborate sumptuousness of her attire, the expression of her sweet face, of her eyes, of her lips was still her own characteristic expression of guileless truthfulness. "I was thinking you meant to run away," she said, and smiled to him. "It's so stupid, what happened to me. I'm ashamed to speak of it," he said, reddening, and he was obliged to turn to Sergei Ivanovitch, who came up to him. "This is a pretty story of yours about the shirt," said Sergei Ivanovitch, shaking his head and smiling. Yes, answered Levin, without an idea of what they were talking about. "Now, Kostya, you have to decide," said Stefan Arkadyevitch with an air of mock dismay. "A weighty question. You are at this moment just in the humour to appreciate all its gravity. They ask me, are they to light the candles that have been lighted before, or candles that have never been lighted? It's a matter of 10 roubles, he added, relaxing his lips into a smile. "I have decided, but I was afraid you might not agree." Levin saw it was a joke, but he could not smile. "Well, how's it to be then? Unlighted or lighted candles? That's the question." Yes, unlighted. "Oh, I'm very glad. The question's decided," said Stefan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "How silly men are, though, in this position," he said to Chirikov, when Levin, after looking absently at him, had moved back to his bride. "Kitty, mind you're the first to step on the carpet," said Countess Nordston, coming up. "You're a nice person," she said to Levin. "Aren't you frightened, eh?" said Maria Dmitrievna, an old aunt. "Are you cold? You're pale. Stop a minute, stoop down," said Kitty's sister, Madame Lvova, and with her plump, handsome arms, she smilingly set straight the flowers on her head. Dolly came up, tried to say something, but could not speak, cried, and then laughed unnaturally. Kitty looked at all of them with the same absent eyes as Levin. Meanwhile, the officiating clergy had got into their vestments, and the priest and deacon came out to the lectern, which stood in the forepart of the church. The priest turned to Levin, saying something. Levin did not hear what the priest said. "Take the bride's hand and lead her up," the best man said to Levin. It was a long while before Levin could make out what was expected of him. For a long time they tried to set him right and made him begin again, because he kept taking Kitty by the wrong arm, or with the wrong arm, till he understood at last what he had to do was, without changing his position, to take her right hand in his right hand. When at last he had taken the bride's hand in the correct way, the priest walked a few paces in front of them and stopped at the lectern. The crowd of friends and relations moved after them, with a buzz of talk and a rustle of skirts. Someone stooped down and pulled out the bride's train. The church became so still that the drops of wax could be heard falling from the candles. The little old priest in his ecclesiastical cap, with his long silvery grey locks of hair parted behind his ears, was fumbling with something at the lectern, putting out his little old hands from under the heavy silver vestment with the gold cross on the back of it. Stefan Arkadyevitch approached him cautiously, whispered something, and making a sign to Levin, walked back again. The priest lighted 2 candles, wreathed with flowers, and holding them sideways so that the wax dropped slowly from them, he turned, facing the bridal pair. The priest was the same old man that had confessed Levin. He looked with weary and melancholy eyes at the bride and bridegroom, sighed, and putting his right hand out from his vestment, blessed the bridegroom with it, and also with a shade of solicitous tenderness, laid the crossed fingers on the bowed head of Kitty. Then he gave them the candles, and taking the censer, moved slowly away from them. "Can it be true?" thought Levin, and he looked round at his bride. Looking down at her, he saw her face in profile, and from the scarcely perceptible quiver of her lips and eyelashes he knew she was aware of his eyes upon her. She did not look round, but the high scalloped collar that reached her little pink ear trembled faintly. He saw that a sigh was held back in her throat, and the little hand in the long glove shook as it held the candle. All the fuss of the shirt, of being late, all the talk of friends and relations, their annoyance, his ludicrous position, all suddenly passed away, and he was filled with joy and dread. The handsome, stately head deacon, wearing a silver robe and his curly locks standing out at each side of his head, stepped smartly forward, and lifting his stole on 2 fingers, stood opposite the priest. "Blessed be the name of the Lord." The solemn syllables rang out slowly one after another, setting the air quivering with waves of sound. "Blessed is the name of our God from the beginning, is now, and ever shall be," the little old priest answered in a submissive, piping voice, still fingering something at the lectern. And the full chorus of the unseen choir rose up, filling the whole church, from the windows to the vaulted roof, with broad waves of melody. It grew stronger, rested for an instant, and slowly died away. They prayed, as they always do, for peace from on high and for salvation, for the Holy Synod, for the Tsar. They prayed too for the servants of God, Constantine and Ekaterina, now plighting their troth. "Vouchsafe them to love, made perfect, peace and help, O Lord, we beseech thee." The whole church seemed to breathe with the voice of the head deacon. Levin heard the words, and they impressed him. How did they guess that it is help, just help that one wants? He thought, recalling all his fears and doubts of late. What do I do? What can I do in this fearful business? He thought. Without help. Yes, it is help I want now. When the deacon had finished the prayer for the imperial family, the priest turned to the bridal pair with a book. "Eternal God, that joinest together in love them that were separate," he read in a gentle, piping voice, "who hast ordained the union of holy wedlock that cannot be set asunder, thou who didst bless Isaac and Rebekah and their descendants, according to thy holy covenant, bless thy servants, Constantine and Ekaterina, leading them in the path of all good works. For gracious and merciful art thou, our Lord, and glory be to thee, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, now and ever shall be. Amen. The unseen choir sent rolling again upon the air. Join us together in love, them that were separate. What deep meaning in those words, and how they correspond with what one feels at this moment, thought Levin. Is she feeling the same as I? And looking round, he met her eyes, and from their expression he concluded that she was understanding it just as he was. But this was a mistake. She almost completely missed the meaning of the words of the service. She had not heard them, in fact. She could not listen to them and take them in, so strong was the one feeling that filled her breast and grew stronger and stronger. That feeling was joy at the completion of the process that for the last month and a half had been going on in her soul, and had during those 6 weeks been a joy and a torture to her. On the day when in the drawing-room of the house in Arbati Street she had gone up to him in her brown dress and given herself to him without a word, on that day, at that hour, there took place in her heart a complete severance from all her old life, and a quite different, new, utterly strange life had begun for her, while the old life was actually going on as before. Those 6 weeks had for her been a time of the utmost bliss and the utmost misery. All her life, all her desires and hopes were concentrated on this one man, still uncomprehended by her, to whom she was bound by a feeling of alternate attraction and repulsion, even less comprehended than the man himself, and all the while she was going on living in the outward conditions of her old life. Living the old life, she was horrified at herself, at her utter, insurmountable callousness to all her own past, to things, to habits, to the people she had loved, who loved her, to her mother, who was wounded by her indifference, to her kind, tender father, till then dearer than all the world. At one moment she was horrified at this indifference, at another she rejoiced at what had brought her to this indifference. She could not frame a thought, not a wish apart from life with this man. But this new life was not yet, and she could not even picture it clearly to herself. There was only anticipation, the dread and joy of the new and the unknown. And now, behold, anticipation and uncertainty, and remorse at the abandonment of the old life. All was ending, and the new was beginning. This new life could not but have terrors for her inexperience, but, terrible or not, the change had been wrought 6 weeks before in her soul, and this was merely the final sanction of what had long been completed in her heart. Turning again to the lectern, the priest with some difficulty took Kitty's little ring, and asking Levin for his hand, put it on the first joint of his finger. "The servant of God, Constantine, plights his troth to the servant of God, Ekaterina." And putting his big ring on Kitty's touchingly weak, pink little finger, the priest said the same thing. And the bridal pair tried several times to understand what they had to do, and each time made some mistake, and were corrected by the priest in a whisper. At last, having duly performed the ceremony, having signed the rings with the cross, the priest handed Kitty the big ring, and Levin the little one. Again they were puzzled, and passed the rings from hand to hand, still without doing what was expected. Dolly, Chirikov, and Stefan Arkadyevitch stepped forward to set them right. There was an interval of hesitation, whispering and smiles, but the expression of solemn emotion on the faces of the betrothed pair did not change. On the contrary, in their perplexity over their hands they looked more grave and deeply moved than before, and the smile with which Stefan Arkadyevitch whispered to them that they now would each put on their own ring died away on his lips. He had a feeling that any smile would jar on them. "Those who didst from the beginning create male and female," the priest read after the exchange of rings. "From thee, woman, was given to man to be a helpmeet to him, and for the procreation of children. O Lord, our God, who hast poured down the blessings of thy truth according to thy holy covenant upon thy chosen servants, our fathers, from generation to generation, bless thy servants Constantine and Ekaterina, and make their troth fast in faith and union of hearts and truth and love." Levin felt more and more that all his ideas of marriage, all his dreams of how he would order his life, were mere childishness, and that it was something he had not understood hitherto, and now understood less than ever, though it was being performed upon him. The lump in his throat rose higher and higher. Tears that would not be checked came into his eyes. Chapter 5. In the church there was all Moscow, all the friends and relations, and during the ceremony of plighting troth, in the brilliantly lighted church, there was an incessant flow of discreetly subdued talk in the circle of gaily dressed women and girls, and men in white ties, frock coats, and uniforms. The talk was principally kept up by the men, while the women were absorbed in watching every detail of the ceremony, which always means so much to them. In the little group nearest the bride were her two sisters, Dolly and the other one, the self-possessed beauty, Madame Lvova, who had just arrived from abroad. "Why is it Marie's in lilac, as bad as black at a wedding?" said Madame Korsunskaya. "With her complexion it's the one salvation," responded Madame Trubetskaya. "I wonder why they had the wedding in the evening. It's like shop people." "So much prettier. I was married in the evening too," answered Madame Korsunskaya, and she sighed, remembering how charming she had been that day, and how absurdly in love her husband was, and how different it all was now. "They say if anyone's best man more than 10 times, he'll never be married. I wanted to be for the 10th time, but the post was taken," said Count Siniavin to the pretty Princess Tcherskaya, who had designs on him. Princess Tcherskaya only answered with a smile. She looked at Kitty, thinking of how and when she would stand with Count Siniavin in Kitty's place, and how she would remind him then of his joke today. Shubatskoy told the old maid of honour, Madame Nikolyevna, that he meant to put the crown on Kitty's chignon for luck. "She ought not to have worn a chignon," answered Madame Nikolyevna, who had long ago made up her mind that if the elderly widow she was angling for married her, the wedding should be of the simplest. "I don't like such grandeur." Sergei Ivanovich was talking to Darya Dmitrievna, jestingly assuring her that the custom of going away after the wedding was becoming common because newly married people always felt a little ashamed of themselves. "Your brother may feel proud of himself. She is a marvel of sweetness. I believe you're envious." "Oh, I've got over that, Darya Dmitrievna," he answered, and a melancholy and serious expression suddenly came over his face. Stefan Arkadyevitch was telling his sister-in-law his joke about divorce. "The wreath wants setting straight," she answered, not hearing him. "What a pity she's lost her looks so," Countess Nordsten said to Madame Lvova. "Still, he's not worth her little finger, is he?" "Oh, I like him so, not because he's my future beau-frère," answered Madame Lvova. "And how well he's behaving. It's so difficult, too, to look well in such a position, not to be ridiculous. And he's not ridiculous, and not affected. One can see he's moved." "You expected it, I suppose?" "Almost. She always cared for him." "Well, we shall see which one of them will step on the rug first. I warned Kitty." "It will make no difference," said Madame Lvova. "We're all obedient wives, it's in our family." "Oh, I stepped on the rug before Vasily on purpose. And you, Dolly?" Dolly stood beside them. She heard them, but she did not answer. She was deeply moved. The tears stood in her eyes, and she could not have spoken without crying. She was rejoicing over Kitty and Levin, going back in thought to her own wedding. She glanced at the radiant figure of Stefan Arkadyevitch, forgot all the present, and remembered only her own innocent love. She recalled not herself only, but all her women friends and acquaintances. She thought of them on the day of their triumph, when they had stood like Kitty under the wedding crown, with love and hope and dread in their hearts, renouncing the past and stepping forward into the mysterious future. Among the brides that came back to her memory, she thought too of her darling Anna, of whose proposed divorce she had just been hearing. And she had stood just as innocent in orange flowers and bridal veil. And now? "It's terribly strange," she said to herself. It was not merely the sisters, the women friends and female relations of the bride who were following every detail of the ceremony. Women who were quite strangers, mere spectators, were watching it excitedly, holding their breath, in fear of losing a single moment or expression of the bride and bridegroom, and angrily not answering, often not hearing the remarks of the callous men, who kept making joking or irrelevant observations. "Why has she been crying? Was she being married against her will?" "Against her will to a fine fellow like that? A prince, isn't he? Is that her sister in the white satin? Just listen how the deacon booms out. And fearing her husband. Are the choristers from Chudovo? No, from Synod. I asked the footman. He says he's going to take her home to his country place at once. Awfully rich, they say. That's why she's being married to him. No, they're a well-matched pair. I say, Maria Visselinyevna, you were making out those flyaway crinolines were not being worn. Just look at her in the puce dress. An ambassador's wife, they say she is. How her skirt bounces from side to side. What a pretty dear the bride is, like a lamb decked with flowers. Well, say what you will, we women feel for our sister. Such were the comments in the crowd of gazing women who had succeeded in slipping in at the church doors. Chapter 6. When the ceremony of plighting troth was over, the beadle spread before the lectern in the middle of the church a piece of pink silken stuff. The choir sang a complicated and elaborate psalm, in which the bass and tenor sang responses to one another, and the priest, turning round, pointed the bridal pair to the pink silk rug. Though both had often heard a great deal about the saying that the one who steps first on the rug will be the head of the house, neither Levin nor Kitty were capable of recollecting it, as they took the first steps towards it. They did not hear the loud remarks and disputes that followed, some maintaining he had stepped on first, and others that both had stepped on together. After the customary questions, whether they desired to enter upon matrimony, and whether they were pledged to anyone else, and their answers, which sounded strange to themselves, a new ceremony began. Kitty listened to the words of the prayer, trying to make out their meaning, but she could not. The feeling of triumph and radiant happiness flooded her soul more and more as the ceremony went on, and deprived her of all power of attention. They prayed, endow them with continence and fruitfulness, and vouchsafe that their hearts may rejoice looking upon their sons and daughters. They alluded to God's creation of a wife from Adam's rib, and for this cause a man shall leave father and mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. And that this is a great mystery. They prayed that God would make them fruitful and bless them like Isaac and Rebekah, Joseph, Moses, and Zipporah, and that they might look upon their children's children. That's all splendid, thought Kitty, catching the words. All that's just as it should be. And a smile of happiness, unconsciously reflected in everyone who looked at her, beamed on her radiant face. Put it on quite. Voices were heard urging when the priest had put on the wedding crowns, and Shabbatskoy, his hand shaking in its 3-button glove, held the crown high above her head. Put it on, she whispered, smiling. Levin looked round at her, and was struck by the joyful radiance on her face, and unconsciously her feeling infected him. He too, like her, felt glad and happy. They enjoyed hearing the epistle read, and the roll of the head deacon's voice at the last verse, awaited with such impatience by the outside public. They enjoyed drinking out of the shallow cup of warm wine and water, and they were still more pleased when the priest, flinging back his stole and taking both their hands in his, led them round the lectern to the accompaniment of bass voices chanting Glory to God. Shabbatskoy and Chirikov, supporting the crowns and stumbling over the bride's train, smiling too and seeming delighted at something, were at one moment left behind, at the next treading on the bridal pair as the priest came to a halt. The spark of joy kindled in Kitty seemed to have infected everyone in the church. It seemed to Levin that the priest and the deacon too wanted to smile just as he did. Taking the crowns off their heads, the priest read the last prayer and congratulated the young people. Levin looked at Kitty, and he had never before seen her look as she did. She was charming, with the new radiance of happiness in her face. Levin longed to say something to her, but he did not know whether it was all over. The priest got him out of his difficulty. He smiled his kindly smile and said gently, "Kiss your wife and kiss your husband," and took the candles out of their hands. Levin kissed her smiling lips with timid care, gave her his arm, and with a new strange sense of closeness walked out of the church. He did not believe. He could not believe that it was true. It was only when their wondering and timid eyes met that he believed in it, because he felt that they were one. After supper, the same night, the young people left for the country. Chapter 7. Vronsky and Anna had been travelling for 3 months together in Europe. They had visited Venice, Rome and Naples, and had just arrived at a small Italian town where they meant to stay some time. A handsome head waiter, with thick, pomaded hair parted from the neck upwards, an evening coat, a broad white cambric shirt front, and a bunch of trinkets hanging above his rounded stomach, stood with his hands in the full curve of his pockets, looking contemptuously from under his eyelids while he gave some frigid reply to a gentleman who had stopped him. Catching the sound of footsteps coming from the other side of the entry towards the staircase, the head waiter turned round, and seeing the Russian count who had taken their best rooms, he took his hands out of his pockets deferentially, and with a bow informed him that a courier had been, and that the business about the palazzo had been arranged. The steward was prepared to sign the agreement. "Ah, I'm glad to hear it," said Vronsky. "Is Madame at home or not?" "Madame has been out for a walk, but has returned now," answered the waiter. Vronsky took off his soft, wide-brimmed hat and passed his handkerchief over his heated brow and hair, which had grown half over his ears and was brushed back, covering the bald patch on his head. And glancing casually at the gentleman, who still stood there gazing intently at him, he would have gone on. "The gentleman is a Russian and was inquiring after you," said the head waiter. With mingled feelings of annoyance at never being able to get away from acquaintances ever, and longing to find some sort of diversion from the monotony of his life, Vronsky looked once more at the gentleman, who had retreated and stood still again, and at the same moment a light came into the eyes of both. "Golenishtchev? Vronsky!" It really was Golenishtchev, a comrade of Vronsky's in the Corps of Pages. In the Corps, Golenishtchev had belonged to the Liberal Party. He left the Corps without entering the army, and had never taken office under the government. Vronsky and he had gone completely different ways on leaving the Corps, and had only met once since. At that meeting, Vronsky perceived that Golenishtchev had taken up a sort of lofty, intellectually liberal line, and was consequently disposed to look down upon Vronsky's interests and calling in life. Hence, Vronsky had met him with the chilling and haughty manner he so well knew how to assume, the meaning of which was, "You may like or dislike my way in life. That's a matter of the most perfect indifference to me. You will have to treat me with respect if you want to know me." Golenishtchev had been contemptuously indifferent to the tone taken by Vronsky. This second meeting might still have been expected, one would have supposed, to estrange them still more. But now they beamed and exclaimed with delight on recognizing one another. Vronsky would never have expected to be so pleased to see Golenishtchev, but probably he was not himself aware how bored he was. He forgot the disagreeable impression of their last meeting, and with a face of frank delight he held out his hand to his old comrade. The same expression of delight replaced the look of uneasiness on Golenishtchev's face. "How glad I am to meet you," said Vronsky, showing his strong white teeth in a friendly smile. "I heard the name Vronsky, but I didn't know which one. I'm very, very glad. Let's go in. Come, tell me what you've been doing." "I've been living here for 2 years. I'm working." "Ah," said Vronsky with sympathy. "Let's go in." And with the habit common with Russians, instead of saying in Russian what he wanted to keep from the servants, he began to speak in French. "Do you know Madame Karenina? We are travelling together. I am going to see her now," he said in French, carefully scrutinizing Golenishtchev's face. "Ah, I did not know," though he did know. Golenishtchev answered carelessly. "Have you been here long?" he added. 4 days, Vronsky answered, once more scrutinizing his friend's face intently. "Yes, he's a decent fellow, and will look at the thing properly," Vronsky said to himself, catching the significance of Golenishtchev's face and the change of subject. "I can introduce him to Anna. He looks at it properly." During those 3 months that Vronsky had spent abroad with Anna, He had always, on meeting new people, asked himself how the new person would look at his relations with Anna, and for the most part, in men, he had met with the proper way of looking at it. But, if he had been asked, and those who looked at it properly had been asked, exactly how they did look at it, both he and they would have been greatly puzzled to answer. In reality, those who in Vronsky's opinion had the proper view had no sort of view at all, but behaved in general as well-bred persons do behave in regard to all the complex and insoluble problems with which life is encompassed on all sides. They behaved with propriety, avoiding allusions and unpleasant questions. They assumed an air of fully comprehending the import and force of the situation, of accepting and even approving of it, but of considering it superfluous and uncalled for to put all this into words. Vronsky at once divined that Golenishev was of this class, and therefore was doubly pleased to see him. And in fact, Golenishev's manner to Madame Karenina, when he was taken to call on her, was all that Vronsky could have desired. Obviously, without the slightest effort, he steered clear of all subjects which might lead to embarrassment. He had never met Anna before, and was struck by her beauty, and still more by the frankness with which she accepted her position. She blushed when Vronsky brought in Golenishev, and he was extremely charmed by this childish blush overspreading her candid and handsome face. But what he liked particularly was the way in which at once, as though on purpose that there might be no misunderstanding with an outsider, she called Vronsky simply Alexei, and said they were moving into a house they had just taken, what was here called a palazzo. Golenishev liked this direct and simple attitude to her own position. Looking at Anna's manner of simple-hearted, spirited gaiety, and knowing Alexei Alexandrovitch and Vronsky, Golenishev fancied that he understood her perfectly. He fancied that he understood what she was utterly unable to understand, how it was that having made her husband wretched, having abandoned him and her son and lost her good name, she yet felt full of spirits, gaiety, and happiness. "It's in the guidebook," said Golenishev, referring to the palazzo Vronsky had taken. "There's a first-rate Tintoretto there, one of his latest period." "I tell you what, it's a lovely day. Let's go and have another look at it," said Vronsky, addressing Anna. "I shall be very glad to. I'll go and put on my hat. Would you say it's hot?" she added, stopping short in the doorway and looking inquiringly at Vronsky. And again a vivid flush overspread her face. Vronsky saw from her eyes that she did not know on what terms he cared to be with Golenishev, and so was afraid of not behaving as he would wish. He looked a long, tender look at her. "No, not very," he said. And it seemed to her that she understood everything, most of all that he was pleased with her, and smiling to him, she walked with her rapid step out at the door. The friends glanced at one another, and a look of hesitation came into both faces, as though Golenishev, unmistakably admiring her, would have liked to say something about her, and could not find the right thing to say, while Vronsky desired and dreaded his doing so. "Well then," Vronsky began to start a conversation of some sort. "So you're settled here? You're still at the same work then?" he went on, recalling that he had been told Golenishev was writing something. "Yes, I'm writing the second part of The Two Elements," said Golenishev, colouring with pleasure at the question. "That is, to be exact, I'm not writing it yet. I'm preparing, collecting materials. It will be of far wider scope, and will touch on almost all questions. We in Russia refuse to see that we are the heirs of Byzantium." And he launched into a long and heated explanation of his views. Vronsky at the same moment felt embarrassed, and not even knowing of the first part of The Two Elements, of which the author spoke as something well known. But as Golenishev began to lay down his opinions, and Vronsky was able to follow them even without knowing the two elements, he listened to him with some interest, for Golenishev spoke well. But Vronsky was startled and annoyed by the nervous irascibility with which Golenishev talked of the subject that engrossed him. As he went on talking, his eyes glittered more and more angrily, he was more and more hurried in his replies to imaginary opponents, and his face grew more and more excited and worried. Remembering Golenishev, a thin, lively, good-natured and well-bred boy, always at the head of the class, Vronsky could not make out the reason of his irritability, and he did not like it. What he particularly disliked was that Golenishev, a man belonging to a good set, should put himself on a level with some scribbling fellows with whom he was irritated and angry. Was it worth it? Vronsky disliked it, yet he felt that Golenishev was unhappy and was sorry for him. Unhappiness, almost mental derangement, was visible on his mobile, rather handsome face, while without even noticing Anna's coming in, he went on hurriedly and hotly expressing his views. When Anna came in her hat and cape, and her lovely hand rapidly swinging her parasol, and stood beside him, it was with a feeling of relief that Vronsky broke away from the plaintive eyes of Golenishev, which fastened persistently upon him, and with a fresh rush of love looked at his charming companion, full of life and happiness. Golenishev recovered himself with an effort, and at first was dejected and gloomy, but Anna, disposed to feeling friendly with everyone as she was at that time, soon revived his spirits by her direct and lively manner. After trying various subjects of conversation, she got him upon painting, of which he talked very well, and she listened to him attentively. They walked to the house they had taken, and looked over it. "I am very glad of one thing," said Anna to Golenishev when they were on their way back. "Alexei will have a capital atelier. You must certainly take that room," she said to Vronsky in Russian, using the affectionately familiar form as though she saw that Golenishev would become intimate with them in their isolation, and there was no need of reserve before him. "Do you paint?" said Golenishev, turning round quickly to Vronsky. "Yes, I used to study long ago, and now I've begun to do a little," said Vronsky, reddening. "He has a great talent," said Anna with a delighted smile. "I'm no judge, of course, but good judges have said the same." Chapter 8. Anna, in that first period of her emancipation and rapid return to health, felt herself unpardonably happy and full of the joy of life. The thought of her husband's unhappiness did not poison her happiness. On one side, that memory was too awful to be thought of. On the other side, her husband's unhappiness had given her too much happiness to be regretted. The memory of all that had happened after her illness, her reconciliation with her husband, its breakdown, the news of Vronsky's wound, his visit, the preparations for divorce, the departure from her husband's house, the parting from her son, all that seemed to her like a delirious dream from which she had waked up alone with Vronsky abroad. The thought of the harm caused to her husband aroused in her a feeling like repulsion, and akin to what a drowning man might feel who is shaken off another man clinging to him. That man did drown. It was an evil action, of course, but it was the sole means of escape, and better not to brood over these fearful facts. One consolatory reflection upon her conduct had occurred to her at the first moment of the final rupture, and when now she recalled all the past, she remembered that one reflection. "I have inevitably made that man wretched," she thought, "but I don't want to profit by his misery. I too am suffering, and shall suffer. I am losing what I prized above everything. I am losing my good name and my son. I have done wrong, and so I don't want happiness. I don't want a divorce, and shall suffer from my shame and the separation from my child." But, however sincerely Anna had meant to suffer, she was not suffering. Shame there was not. With the tact of which both had such a large share, they had succeeded in avoiding Russian ladies abroad, and so had never placed themselves in a false position, and everywhere they had met people who pretended that they perfectly understood their position, far better indeed than they did themselves. Separation from the son she loved, even that did not cause her anguish in these early days. The baby girl, his child, was so sweet and had so won Anna's heart, since she was all that was left her, that Anna rarely thought of her son. The desire for life, waxing stronger with recovered health, was so intense, and the conditions of life were so new and pleasant, that Anna felt unpardonably happy. The more she got to know Vronsky, the more she loved him. She loved him for himself and for his love for her. Her complete ownership of him was a continual joy to her. His presence was always sweet to her. All the traits of his character, which she learned to know better and better, were unutterably dear to her. His appearance, changed by his civilian dress, was as fascinating to her as though she were some young girl in love. In everything he said, thought, and did, she saw something particularly noble and elevated. Her adoration of him alarmed her indeed. She sought and could not find in him anything not fine. She dared not show him her sense of her own insignificance beside him. It seemed to her that, knowing this, he might sooner cease to love her, and she dreaded nothing now so much as losing his love, though she had no grounds for fearing it. But she could not help being grateful to him for his attitude to her, and showing that she appreciated it. He, who had in her opinion such a marked aptitude for a political career, in which he would have been certain to play a leading part, had sacrificed his ambition for her sake, and never betrayed the slightest regret. He was more lovingly respectful to her than ever, and the constant care that she should not feel the awkwardness of her position never deserted him for a single instant. He, so manly a man, never opposed her, had indeed with her no will of his own, and was anxious, it seemed, for nothing but to anticipate her wishes. And she could not but appreciate this, even though the very intensity of his solicitude for her, the atmosphere of care with which he surrounded her, sometimes weighed upon her. Vronsky, meanwhile, in spite of the complete realization of what he had so long desired, was not perfectly happy. He soon felt that the realization of his desires gave him no more than a grain of sand out of the mountain of happiness he had expected. It showed him the mistake men make in picturing to themselves happiness as the realization of their desires. For a time after joining his life to hers and putting on civilian dress, he had felt all the delight of freedom in general of which he had known nothing before, and of freedom in his love, and he was content, but not for long. He was soon aware that there was springing up in his heart a desire for desires, ennui. Without conscious intention, he began to clutch at every passing caprice, taking it for a desire and an object. 16 hours of the day must be occupied in some way, since they were living abroad in complete freedom, outside the conditions of social life which filled up time in Petersburg. As for the amusements of bachelor existence, which had provided Vronsky with entertainment on previous tours abroad, they could not be thought of, since the sole attempt of the sort had led to a sudden attack of depression in Anna, quite out of proportion with the cause, a late supper with bachelor friends. Relations with the society of the place, foreign and Russian, were equally out of the question, owing to the irregularity of their position. The inspection of objects of interest, apart from the fact that everything had been seen already, had not for Vronsky, a Russian and a sensible man, the immense significance Englishmen are able to attach to that pursuit. And just as the hungry stomach eagerly accepts every object it can get, hoping to find nourishment in it, Vronsky quite unconsciously clutched first at politics, then at new books, and then at pictures. As he had from a child a taste for painting, and as, not knowing what to spend his money on, he had begun collecting engravings, he came to a stop at painting, began to take interest in it, and concentrated upon it the unoccupied mass of desires which demanded satisfaction. He had a ready appreciation of art, and probably, with a taste for imitating art, he supposed himself to have the real thing essential for an artist, and after hesitating for some time which style of painting to select, religious, historical, realistic or genre painting, he set to work to paint. He appreciated all kinds, and could have felt inspired by any one of them, but he had no conception of the possibility of knowing nothing at all of any school of painting, and of being inspired directly by what is within the soul, without caring whether what is painted will belong to any recognized school. Since he knew nothing of this, and drew his inspiration not directly from life, but indirectly from life embodied in art, his inspiration came very quickly and easily, and as quickly and easily came his success in painting something very similar to the sort of painting he was trying to imitate. More than any other style he liked the French, graceful and effective, and in that style he began to paint Anna's portrait in Italian costume, and the portrait seemed to him, and to everyone who saw it, extremely successful. Chapter 9. The old neglected palazzo, with its lofty carved ceilings and frescoes on the walls, with its floors of mosaic, with its heavy yellow stuff curtains on the windows, with its vases on pedestals and its open fireplaces, its carved doors and gloomy reception rooms, hung with pictures. This palazzo did much, by its very appearance after they had moved into it, to confirm in Vronsky the agreeable illusion that he was not so much a Russian country gentleman, a retired army officer, as an enlightened amateur and patron of the arts, himself a modest artist who had renounced the world, his connections, and his ambition for the sake of the woman he loved. The pose chosen by Vronsky with their removal into the palazzo was completely successful, and having, through Golenishtchev, made acquaintance with a few interesting people, for a time he was satisfied. He painted studies from nature under the guidance of an Italian professor of painting, and studied medieval Italian life. Medieval Italian life so fascinated Vronsky that he even wore a hat and flung a cloak over his shoulder in the medieval style, which indeed was extremely becoming to him. "Here we live and know nothing of what's going on," Vronsky said to Golenishtchev as he came to see him one morning. "Have you seen Mihailov's picture?" he said, handing him a Russian gazette he had received that morning, and pointing to an article on a Russian artist living in the very same town, and just finishing a picture which had long been talked about, and had been bought beforehand. The article reproached the government and the academy for letting so remarkable an artist be left without encouragement and support. "I've seen it," answered Golenishtchev. "Of course he's not without talent, but it's all in a wrong direction. It's all the Ivanov Strauss-Renan attitude to Christ and to religious painting." "What is the subject of the picture?" asked Anna. "Christ before Pilate. Christ is represented as a Jew with all the realism of the new school." And the question of the subject of the picture having brought him to one of his favourite theories, Golenishtchev launched forth into a disquisition on it. "I can't understand how they can fall into such a gross mistake. Christ always has his definite embodiment in the art of the great masters, and therefore, if they want to depict not God, but a revolutionist or sage, let them take from history a Socrates, a Franklin, a Charlotte Corday, but not Christ. They take the very figure which cannot be taken for their art, and then—" "And is it true that this Mihailov is in such poverty?" asked Vronsky, thinking that, as a Russian Maecenas, it was his duty to assist the artist regardless of whether the picture were good or bad. "I should say not. He's a remarkable portrait painter. Have you ever seen his portrait of Madame Vassilchikova? But I believe he doesn't care about painting any more portraits, and so very likely he is in want. I maintain that—" "Couldn't we ask him to paint a portrait of Anna Arkadyevna?" said Vronsky. "Why mine?" said Anna. "After yours, I don't want another portrait. Better have one of Annie." So she called her baby girl. "Here she is," she added, looking out of the window at the handsome Italian nurse who was carrying the child out into the garden, and immediately glancing unnoticed at Vronsky. The handsome nurse, from whom Vronsky was painting a head for his picture, was the one hidden grief in Anna's life. He painted with her as his model, admired her beauty and medievalism, and Anna dared not confess to herself that she was afraid of becoming jealous of this nurse, and was for that reason particularly gracious and condescending both to her and her little son. Vronsky, too, glanced out of the window and into Anna's eyes, and turning at once to Golenishtchev, he said, "Do you know this Mihailov?" "I have met him, but he's a queer fish, and quite without breeding. You know, one of those uncouth new people one's so often coming across nowadays. One of those free thinkers, you know, who are reared d'emblée in theories of atheism, skepticism, materialism. In former days," said Golenishtchev, not observing, or not willing to observe, that both Anna and Vronsky wanted to speak, In former days, the free thinker was a man who had been brought up in ideas of religion, law, and morality, and only through conflict and struggle came to free thought. But now, there has sprung up a new type of born free thinkers who grow up without having even heard of principles of morality or of religion, of the existence of authorities, who grow up directly in ideas of negation in everything, that is to say, savages. Well, he's of that class. He's the son, it appears, of some Moscow butler, and has never had any sort of bringing up. When he got into the academy and made his reputation, he tried, as he's no fool, to educate himself. And he turned to what seemed to him the very source of culture, the magazines. In old times, you see, a man who wanted to educate himself, a Frenchman, for instance, would have set to work to study all the classics and theologians and tragedians and historiaris and philosophers and, all the intellectual work that came his way. But in our day, he goes straight for the literature of negation, very quickly assimilates all the extracts of science of negation, and he's ready. And that's not all. 20 years ago, he would have found in that literature traces of conflict with authorities, with the creeds of the ages. He would have perceived from this conflict that there was something else. But now he comes at once upon literature in which the old creeds do not even furnish matter for discussion, but it is stated boldly that there is nothing else. Evolution, natural selection, struggle for existence, and that's all. In my article, I tell you what, said Anna, who had for a long while been exchanging wary glances with Vronsky, and knew that he was not in the least interested in the education of this artist, but was simply absorbed by the idea of assisting him, and ordering a portrait of him. I tell you what, she said, resolutely interrupting Golenishev, who was still talking away. Let's go and see him. Golenishev recovered his self-possession, and readily agreed, but as the artist lived in a remote suburb, it was decided to take the carriage. An hour later, Anna, with Golenishev by her side, and Vronsky on the front seat of the carriage facing them, drove up to a new, ugly house in the remote suburb. On learning from the porter's wife, who came out to them, that Mihailov saw visitors at his studio, but that, at that moment, he was in his lodging only a couple of steps off, they sent her to him with their cards, asking permission to see his picture. Chapter 10. The artist Mihailov was, as always, at work when the cards of Count Vronsky and Golenishev were brought to him. In the morning he had been working in his studio at his big picture. On getting home, he flew into a rage with his wife for not having managed to put off the landlady, who had been asking for money. I've said it to you 20 times. Don't enter into details. You're fool enough at all times, and when you start explaining things in Italian, you're a fool 3 times as foolish, he said after a long dispute. Don't let it run so long. It's not my fault if I had the money. Leave me in peace, for God's sake, Mihailov shrieked, with tears in his voice, and, stopping his ears, he went off into his working room, the other side of a partition wall, and closed the door after him. Idiotic woman, he said to himself, sat down to the table, and, opening a portfolio, he set to work at once with peculiar fervour at a sketch he had begun. Never did he work with such fervour and success as when things went ill with him, and especially when he quarrelled with his wife. Oh, damn them all, he thought as he went on working. He was making a sketch for the figure of a man in a violent rage. A sketch had been made before, but he was dissatisfied with it. No, that one was better. Where is it? He went back to his wife, and scowling, and not looking at her, asked his eldest little girl where was that piece of paper he had given them. The paper with the discarded sketch on it was found, but it was dirty and spotted with candle grease. Still, he took the sketch, laid it on the table, and moving a little away, screwing up his eyes, he fell to gazing at it. All at once he smiled and gesticulated gleefully. That's it, he said, and at once picking up the pencil he began rapidly drawing. A spot of tallow had given the man a new pose. He had sketched this new pose, when all at once he recalled the face of a shopkeeper of whom he had brought cigars, a vigorous face with a prominent chin, and he sketched this very face, this chin, onto the figure of the man. He laughed aloud with delight. The figure from a lifeless imagined thing had become living, and such that it could never be changed. That figure lived, and was clearly and unmistakably defined. The sketch might be corrected in accordance with the requirements of the figure. The legs, indeed, could and must be put differently, and the position of the left hand might be quite altered. The hair, too, might be thrown back. But in making these corrections, he was not altering the figure, but simply getting rid of what concealed the figure. He was, as it were, stripping off the wrappings which hindered it from being distinctly seen. Each new feature only brought out the whole figure in all its force and vigour, as it had suddenly come to him from the spot of tallow. He was carefully finishing the figure when the cards were brought to him. "Coming, coming!" He went in to his wife. "Come, Sasha, don't be cross," he said, smiling timidly and affectionately at her. "You were to blame, I was to blame. I'll make it all right." And, having made peace with his wife, he put on an olive-green overcoat with a velvet collar and hat and went towards his studio. The successful figure he had already forgotten. Now he was delighted and excited at the visit of these people of consequence, Russians who had come in their carriage. Of his picture, the one that stood now on his easel, he had at the bottom of his heart one conviction, that no one had ever painted a picture like it. He did not believe that his picture was better than all the pictures of Raphael, but he knew that what he tried to convey in that picture no one had ever conveyed. This he knew positively, and had known a long while, ever since he had begun to paint it. But other people's criticisms, whatever they might be, had yet immense consequence in his eyes, and they agitated him to the depths of his soul. Any remark, the most insignificant, that showed that the critic saw even the tiniest part of what he saw in the picture, agitated him to the depths of his soul. He had always attributed to his critics a more profound comprehension than he had himself, and always expected from them something he did not himself see in the picture, and often in their criticisms he fancied that he had found this. He walked rapidly to the door of his studio, and in spite of his excitement, he was struck by the soft light on Anna's figure as she stood in the shade of the entrance listening to Golenishev, who was eagerly telling her something, while she evidently wanted to look round at the artist. He was himself unconscious how, as he approached them, he seized on this impression and absorbed it, as he had the chin of the shopkeeper who had sold him the cigars, and put it away somewhere to be brought out when he wanted it. The visitors, not agreeably impressed beforehand by Golenishev's account of the artist, were still less so by his personal appearance. Thick-set and of middle height, with nimble movements, with his brown hat, olive-green coat and narrow trousers, though wide trousers had been a long while in fashion, most of all with the ordinariness of his broad face and the combined impression of timidity and anxiety to keep up his dignity, Mihailov made an unpleasant impression. "Please, step in," he said, trying to look indifferent, and going into the passage he took a key out of his pocket and opened the door. Chapter 11. On entering the studio, Mihailov once more scanned his visitors and noted down in his imagination Vronsky's expression too, and especially his jaws. Although his artistic sense was unceasingly at work collecting materials, although he felt a continually increasing excitement as the moment of criticizing his work drew nearer, he rapidly and subtly formed, from imperceptible signs, a mental image of these three persons. That fellow, Golenishev, was a Russian living here. Mihailov did not remember his surname, nor where he had met him, nor what he had said to him. He only remembered his face, as he remembered all the faces he had ever seen. But he remembered, too, that it was one of the faces laid by in his memory in the immense class of the falsely consequential and poor in expression. The abundant hair and very open forehead gave an appearance of consequence to the face, which only had one expression, a petty, childish, peevish expression, concentrated just above the bridge of the narrow nose. Vronsky and Madame Karenina must be, Mihailov supposed, distinguished and wealthy Russians, knowing nothing about art, like all those wealthy Russians, but posing as amateurs and connoisseurs. Most likely they've already looked at all the antiques, and now they're making the round of the studios of the new people, the German humbug and the cracked pre-Raphaelite English fellow, and have only come to me to make the point of view complete, he thought. He was well acquainted with the way dilettanti have, the cleverer they were, the worse he found them, of looking at the works of contemporary artists with the sole object of being in a position to say that art is a thing of the past, and that the more one sees of the new men, the more one sees how inimitable the works of the great old masters have remained. He expected all this, he saw it all in their faces. He saw it in the careless indifference with which they talked among themselves, stared at the lay figures and busts, and walked about in leisurely fashion, waiting for him to uncover his picture. But in spite of this, while he was turning over his studies, pulling up the blinds and taking off the sheet, he was in intense excitement, especially as, in spite of his conviction that all distinguished and wealthy Russians were certain to be beasts and fools, he liked Vronsky, and still more Anna. "Here, if you please," he said, moving on one side with his nimble gait and pointing to his picture. "It's the exhortation to Pilate, Matthew chapter 27, he said, feeling his lips were beginning to tremble with emotion. He moved away and stood behind them. For the few seconds during which the visitors were gazing at the picture in silence, Mihailov too gazed at it with the indifferent eye of an outsider. For those few seconds, he was sure in anticipation that a higher, juster criticism would be uttered by them, by those very visitors whom he had been so despising a moment before. He forgot all he had thought about his picture before during the 3 years he had been painting it. He forgot all its qualities which had been absolutely certain to him. He saw the picture with their indifferent, new, outside eyes, and saw nothing good in it. He saw in the foreground Pilate's irritated face and the serene face of Christ, and in the background the figures of Pilate's retinue and the face of John watching what was happening. Every face that, with such agony, such blunders and corrections, had grown up within him with its special character, every face that had given him such torments and such raptures, and all these faces so many times transposed for the sake of the harmony of the whole, all the shades of colour and tones that he had attained with such labour, all of this together seemed to him now, looking at it with their eyes, the merest vulgarity, something that had been done 1,000 times over. The face dearest to him, the face of Christ, the centre of the picture, which had given him such ecstasy as it unfolded itself to him, was utterly lost to him when he glanced at the picture with their eyes. He saw a well-painted, no, not even that, he distinctly saw now a mass of defects, repetition of those endless Christs of Titian, Raphael, Rubens, and the same soldiers and Pilate. It was all common, poor and stale, and positively badly painted, weak and unequal. They would be justified in repeating hypocritically civil speeches in the presence of the painter, and pitying him and laughing at him when they were alone again. The silence, though it lasted no more than a minute, became too intolerable to him. To break it, and to show he was not agitated, he made an effort and addressed Golenishev. "I think I've had the pleasure of meeting you," he said, looking uneasily first at Anna, then at Vronsky, in fear of losing any shade of their expression. "To be sure. We met at Rossi's, do you remember, at that soirée when that Italian lady recited the new Rachel?" Golenishev answered easily, removing his eyes without the slightest regret from the picture and turning to the artist. Noticing, however, that Mihailov was expecting a criticism of the picture, he said, "Your picture has got on a great deal since I saw it last time, and what strikes me particularly now, as it did then, is the figure of Pilate. One so knows the man, a good-natured, capital fellow, but an official through and through, who does not know what it is he's doing, but I fancy—" All Mihailov's mobile face beamed at once, his eyes sparkled. He tried to say something, but he could not speak for excitement, and pretended to be coughing. Low as was his opinion of Golenishev's capacity for understanding art, trifling as was the true remark upon the fidelity of the expression of Pilate as an official, and offensive as it might have seemed the utterance of so unimportant an observation, while nothing was said of more serious points, Mihailov was in an ecstasy of delight at this observation. He had himself thought about Pilate's figure just what Golenishev said. The fact that this reflection was but one of millions of reflections, which, as Mihailov knew for certain would be true, did not diminish for him the significance of Golenishev's remark. His heart warmed to Golenishev for this remark, and from a state of depression he suddenly passed to ecstasy. At once, the whole of his picture lived before him in all the indescribable complexity of everything living. Mihailov tried to say that was how he understood Pilate, but his lips quivered intractably, and he could not pronounce the words. Vronsky and Anna, too, said something in that subdued voice, in which, partly to avoid hurting the artist's feelings, and partly to avoid saying out loud something silly, so easily said when talking of art, people usually speak at exhibitions of pictures. Mihailov fancied that the picture had made an impression on them, too. He went up to them. "How marvellous Christ's expression is," said Anna. Of all she saw, she liked that expression most of all. She felt that it was the centre of the picture, and so praise of it would be pleasant to the artist. One can see that he is pitying Pilate. This, again, was one of the million true reflections that could be found in his picture and in the figure of Christ. She said that he was pitying Pilate. In Christ's expression there ought to be indeed an expression of pity, since there is an expression of love, of heavenly peace, of readiness for death, and a sense of the vanity of words. Of course, there is the expression of an official in Pilate and of pity in Christ, seeing that one is the incarnation of the fleshly and the other of the spiritual life. All this and much more flashed into Mihailov's thoughts. "Yes, and how that figure is done! What atmosphere! One can walk round it," said Golenishev, unmistakably betraying by this remark that he did not approve of the meaning and idea of the figure. "Yes, there's a wonderful mastery," said Vronsky. "How those figures in the background stand out. There you have technique," he said, addressing Golenishev, alluding to a conversation between them about Vronsky's despair of attaining this technique. Yes, marvellous," Golenishev and Anna assented. In spite of the excited condition in which he was, the sentence about technique had sent a pang into Mihailov's heart, and looking angrily at Vronsky, he suddenly scowled. He had often heard this word technique, and was utterly unable to understand what was understood by it. He knew that by this term was understood a mechanical faculty for painting or drawing, entirely apart from its subject. He had noticed often that even in actual praise, technique was opposed to essential quality, as though one could paint well something that was bad. He knew that a great deal of attention and care was necessary in taking off the coverings, to avoid injuring the creation itself, and to take off all the coverings. But there was no art of painting, no technique of any sort about it. If to a little child or to his cook were revealed what he saw, it or she would have been able to peel the wrappings off what was seen. And the most experienced and adroit painter could not by mere mechanical facility paint anything if the lines of the subject were not revealed to him first. Besides, he saw that if it came to talking about technique, it was impossible to praise him for it. In all he had painted and repainted he saw faults that hurt his eyes, coming from want of care in taking off the wrappings, faults he could not correct now without spoiling the whole. And in almost all the figures and faces he saw, too, remnants of the wrappings not perfectly removed that spoiled the picture. "One thing might be said, if you would allow me to make the remark," observed Golenishev. "Oh, I shall be delighted, I beg you," said Mihailov with a forced smile. "That is, that you make him the man-god, and not the god-man. But I know that was what you meant to do." "I cannot paint a Christ that is not in my heart," said Mihailov gloomily. "Yes, but in that case, if you will allow me to say what I think, your picture is so fine that my observation cannot detract from it, and besides it is only my personal opinion. With you it is different. Your very motive is different. But let us take Ivanov. I imagine that if Christ is brought down to the level of an historical character, it would have been better for Ivanov to select some other historical subject, fresh, untouched." But if this is the greatest subject presented to art? If one looked, one would find others. But the point is that art cannot suffer doubt and discussion. And before the picture of Ivanov, the question arises for the believer and the unbeliever alike, is it God or is it not God? And the unity of the impression is destroyed. Why so? I think that for educated people, said Mihailov, the question cannot exist. Golenishev did not agree with this, and confounded Mihailov by his support of his first idea of the unity of the impression being essential to art. Mihailov was greatly perturbed, but he could say nothing in defence of his own idea. Chapter 12. Anna and Vronsky had long been exchanging glances, regretting their friend's flow of cleverness. At last Vronsky, without waiting for the artist, walked away to another small picture. "Oh, how exquisite! What a lovely thing! A gem! How exquisite!" they cried with one voice. "What is it they're so pleased with?" thought Mihailov. He had positively forgotten that picture he had painted 3 years ago. He had forgotten all the agonies and the ecstasies he had lived through with that picture, when for several months it had been the one thought haunting him day and night. He had forgotten, as he always forgot, the pictures he had finished. He did not even like to look at it, and had only brought it out because he was expecting an Englishman who wanted to buy it. "Oh, that's only an old study," he said. "How fine!" said Golenishev, he too, with unmistakable sincerity, falling under the spell of the picture. 2 boys were angling in the shade of a willow tree. The elder had just dropped in the hook and was carefully pulling the float from behind a bush, entirely absorbed in what he was doing. The other, a little younger, was lying in the grass, leaning on his elbows, with his tangled flaxen head in his hands, staring at the water with his dreamy blue eyes. What was he thinking of? The enthusiasm over this picture stirred some of the old feeling for it in Mihailov, but he feared and disliked this waste of feeling for things past, and so, even though this praise was grateful to him, he tried to draw his visitors away to a third picture. But Vronsky asked whether the picture was for sale. To Mihailov at that moment, excited by visitors, it was extremely distasteful to speak of money matters. "It is put up there to be sold," he answered, scowling gloomily. When the visitors had gone, Mihailov sat down opposite the picture of Pilate and Christ, and in his mind went over what had been said, and what, though not said, had been implied by those visitors. And, strange to say, what had had such weight with him, while they were there, and while he mentally put himself at their point of view, suddenly lost all importance for him. He began to look at his picture with his own full artist vision, and was soon in that mood of conviction of the perfectibility, and so of the significance of his picture, a conviction essential to the most intense fervour, excluding all other interests, in which alone he could work. Christ's foreshortened leg was not right, though. He took his palette and began to work. As he corrected the leg, he looked continually at the figure of John in the background, which his visitors had not even noticed, but which he knew was beyond perfection. When he had finished the leg, he wanted to touch that figure, but he felt too much excited for it. He was equally unable to work when he was cold, and when he was too much affected and saw everything too much. There was only one stage in the transition from coldness to inspiration at which work was possible. Today he was too much agitated. He would have covered the picture, but he stopped, holding the cloth in his hand, and smiling blissfully, gazed a long while at the figure of John. At last, as it were regretfully tearing himself away, he dropped the cloth, and exhausted but happy, went home. Vronsky, Anna and Golenishev, on their way home, were particularly lively and cheerful. They talked of Mihailov and his pictures. The word talent, by which they meant an inborn, almost physical aptitude, apart from brain and heart, and in which they tried to find an expression for all the artist had gained from life, recurred particularly often in their talk, as though it were necessary for them to sum up what they had no conception of, though they wanted to talk of it. They said that there was no denying his talent, but that his talent could not develop for want of education, the common defect of our Russian artists. But the picture of the boys had imprinted itself on their memories, and they were continually coming back to it. What an exquisite thing! How he has succeeded in it, and how simply! He doesn't even comprehend how good it is. Yes, I mustn't let it slip. I must buy it, said Vronsky. Chapter 13. Mihailov sold Vronsky his picture and agreed to paint a portrait of Anna. On the day fixed, he came and began the work. From the 5th sitting, the portrait impressed everyone, especially Vronsky, not only by its resemblance, but by its characteristic beauty. It was strange how Mihailov could have discovered just her characteristic beauty. One needs to know and love her, as I have loved her, to discover the very sweetest expression of her soul, Vronsky thought, though it was only from this portrait that he had himself learned this sweetest expression of her soul. But the expression was so true that he, and others too, fancied they had long known it. I have been struggling on for ever so long, without doing anything, he said of his own portrait of her, and he just looked and painted it. That's where technique comes in. That will come, was the consoling reassurance given him by Golenishev, and in whose view Vronsky had both talent and, what was most important, culture, giving him a wider outlook on art. Golenishev's faith in Vronsky's talent was propped up by his own need of Vronsky's sympathy and approval for his own articles and ideas, and he felt that the praise and support must be mutual. In another man's house, and especially in Vronsky's palazzo, Mihailov was a quite different man from what he was in his studio. He behaved with hostile courtesy, as though he were afraid of coming closer to people he did not respect. He called Vronsky Your Excellency, and notwithstanding Anna's and Vronsky's invitation, he would never stay to dinner, nor come except for the sittings. Anna was even more friendly to him than to other people, and was very grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than cordial with him, and was obviously interested to know the artist's opinion of his picture. Golenishev never let slip an opportunity of instilling sound ideas about art into Mihailov. But Mihailov remained equally chilly to all of them. Anna was aware from his eyes that he liked looking at her, but he avoided conversation with her. Vronsky's talk about his painting he met with stubborn silence, and he was as stubbornly silent when he was shown Vronsky's picture. He was unmistakably bored by Golenishev's conversation, and he did not attempt to oppose him. Altogether, Mihailov, with his reserved and disagreeable, as it were, hostile attitude, was quite disliked by them as they got to know him better, and they were glad when the sittings were over, and they were left with a magnificent portrait in their possession, and he gave up coming. Golenishev was the first to give impression to an idea that had occurred to all of them, which was that Mihailov was simply jealous of Vronsky. Not envious, let us say, since he has talent, but it annoys him that a wealthy man of the higher society, and a count too, you know they all detest a title, can, without any particular trouble, do as well, if not better, than he who has devoted all his life to it. And more than all, it's a question of culture, which he is without. Vronsky defended Mihailov, but at the bottom of his heart he believed it, because in his view a man of a different, lower world would be sure to be envious. Anna's portrait, the same subject painted from nature both by him and by Mihailov, ought to have shown Vronsky the difference between him and Mihailov, but he did not see it. Only after Mihailov's portrait was painted, he left off painting his portrait of Anna, deciding that it was now not needed. His picture of medieval life he went on with, and he himself and Golenishev, and still more Anna, thought it very good, because it was far more like the celebrated pictures they knew than Mihailov's picture. Mihailov, meanwhile, although Anna's portrait greatly fascinated him, was even more glad than they were when the sittings were over, and he had no longer to listen to Golenishev's disquisitions upon art, and could forget about Vronsky's painting. He knew that Vronsky could not be prevented from amusing himself with painting. He knew that he and all dilettanti had a perfect right to paint what they liked, but it was distasteful to him. A man could not be prevented from making himself a big wax doll and kissing it. But if the man were to come with the doll and sit before a man in love, and begin caressing his doll as the lover caressed the woman he loved, it would be distasteful to the lover. Just such a distasteful sensation was what Mihailov felt at the sight of Vronsky's painting. He felt it both ludicrous and irritating, both pitiable and offensive. Vronsky's interest in painting in the Middle Ages did not last long. He had enough taste for painting to be unable to finish his picture. The picture came to a standstill. He was vaguely aware that its defects, inconspicuous at first, would be glaring if he were to go on with it. The same experience befell him as Golenishev, who felt that he had nothing to say and continually deceived himself with the theory that his idea was not yet mature, that he was working it out in collecting materials. This exasperated and tortured Golenishev, but Vronsky was incapable of deceiving and torturing himself, and even more incapable of exasperation. With his characteristic decision, without explanation or apology, he simply ceased working at painting. But without this occupation, the life of Vronsky and of Anna, who wondered at his loss of interest in it, struck them as intolerably tedious in an Italian town. The palazzo suddenly seemed so obtrusively old and dirty, the spots on the curtains, the cracks in the floors, the broken plaster on the cornices became so disagreeably obvious, and the everlasting sameness of Golenishev and the Italian professor and the German traveller became so wearisome that they had to make some change. They resolved to go to Russia, to the country. In Petersburg, Vronsky intended to arrange a partition of the land with his brother, while Anna meant to see her son. The summer they intended to spend on Vronsky's great family estate. Chapter 14. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but not at all in the way he had expected to be. At every step he found his former dreams disappointed, and new, unexpected surprises of happiness. He was happy, but on entering upon family life, he saw at every step that it was utterly different from what he had imagined. At every step, he experienced what a man would experience who, after admiring the smooth, happy course of a little boat on a lake, should get himself into that little boat. He saw that it was not all sitting still, floating smoothly, that one had to think too, not for an instant to forget where one was floating, and that there was water under one, and that one must row, and that his unaccustomed hands would be sore, and that it was only to look at it that was easy, but that doing it, though very delightful, was very difficult. As a bachelor, when he had watched other people's married life, seeing the petty cares, the squabbles, the jealousy, he had only smiled contemptuously in his heart. In his future married life, there could be, he was convinced, nothing of that sort. Even the external forms, indeed, he fancied, must be utterly unlike the life of others in everything. And all of a sudden, instead of his life with his wife being made on an individual pattern, it was, on the contrary, entirely made up of the pettiest details, which he had so despised before, but which now, by no will of his own, had gained an extraordinary importance that it was useless to contend against. And Levin saw that the organisation of all these details was by no means so easy as he had fancied before. Although Levin believed himself to have the most exact conceptions of domestic life, unconsciously, like all men, he pictured domestic life as the happiest enjoyment of love, with nothing to hinder and no petty cares to distract. He ought, as he conceived the position, to do his work, and to find repose from it in the happiness of love. She ought to be beloved, and nothing more. But, like all men, he forgot that she, too, would want to work, and he was surprised that she, his poetic, exquisite Kitty, could, not merely in the first weeks, but even in the first days of their married life, think, remember, and busy herself about tablecloths and furniture, about mattresses for visitors, about a tray, about the cook and the dinner, and so on. While they were still engaged, he had been struck by the definiteness with which she had declined the tour abroad and decided to go into the country, as though she knew of something she wanted and could still think of something outside her love. This had jarred upon him then, and now her trivial cares and anxieties jarred upon him several times. But he saw that this was essential for her, and, loving her as he did, Though he did not understand the reason for them and jeered at these domestic pursuits, he could not help admiring them. He jeered at the way in which she arranged the furniture they had brought from Moscow, rearranged their room, hung up curtains, prepared rooms for visitors, a room for Dolly, saw after an abode for her new maid, ordered dinner of the old cook, came into collision with Agafea Mihalovna, taking from her the charge of the stores. He saw how the old cook smiled, admiring her, and listening to her inexperienced, impossible orders, how mournfully and tenderly Agafea Mihalovna shook her head over the young mistress's new arrangements. He saw that Kitty was extraordinarily sweet when, laughing and crying, she came to tell him that her maid, Masha, was used to looking upon her as a young lady, and so no one obeyed her. It seemed to him sweet, but strange, and he thought it would have been better without this. He did not know how great a sense of change she was experiencing. She, who at home had sometimes wanted some favourite dish or sweets without the possibility of getting either, now could order what she liked, buy pounds of sweets, spend as much money as she liked, and order any puddings she pleased. She was dreaming with delight now of Dolly's coming to them with her children, especially because she would order for the children their favourite puddings, and Dolly would appreciate all her new housekeeping. She did not know herself why and wherefore, but the arrangements of her house had an irresistible attraction for her. Instinctively feeling the approach of spring, and knowing there would be days of rough weather too, she built her nest as best she could, and was in haste at the same time to build it and learn how to do it. This care for domestic details in Kitty, so opposed to Levin's idea of exalted happiness, was at first one of the disappointments, and this sweet care of her household, the aim of which he did not understand, but could not help loving, was one of the new happy surprises. Another disappointment and happy surprise came in their quarrels. Levin could never have conceived that between him and his wife any relations could arise other than tender, respectful and loving, and all at once in the very early days they quarrelled, so that she said he did not care for her, that he cared for no one but himself, burst into tears and wrung her arms. This first quarrel arose from Levin's having gone out to a new farmhouse and having been away half an hour too long, because he had tried to get home by a shortcut and had lost his way. He drove home thinking of nothing but her, of her love, of his own happiness, and the nearer he drew to home, the warmer was his tenderness for her. He ran into the room with the same feeling, and an even stronger feeling than he had had when he reached the Shabbatskoys' house to make his offer. And suddenly he was met by a lowering expression he had never seen in her. He would have kissed her. She pushed him away. "What is it?" "You have been enjoying yourself," she began, trying to be calm and spiteful. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a stream of reproach, of senseless jealousy, of all that had been torturing her during that half hour which she had spent sitting motionless at the window, burst from her. It was only then, for the first time, that he clearly understood what he had not understood when he led her out of the church after the wedding. He felt now that he was not simply close to her, but that he did not know where he ended and she began. He felt this from the agonizing sensation of division that he experienced at that instant. He was so offended for the first instant, but the very same second he felt he could not be offended by her, that she was himself. He felt for the first moment as a man feels when, having suddenly received a violent blow from behind, he turns round, angry and eager to avenge himself, to look for his antagonist, and finds that it is he himself who has accidentally struck himself, that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must put up with and try to soothe the pain. Never afterwards did he feel it with such intensity, but this first time he could not for a long while get over it. His natural feeling urged him to defend himself, to prove to her she was wrong, but to prove her wrong would mean irritating her still more and making the rupture greater that was the cause of all his suffering. One habitual feeling impelled him to get rid of the blame and to pass it on to her. Another feeling, even stronger, impelled him as quickly as possible to smooth over the rupture without letting it grow greater. To remain under such undeserved reproach was wretched, but to make her suffer by justifying himself was worse still. Like a man half awake in an agony of pain, he wanted to tear out, to fling away the aching place and come to his senses. He felt that the aching place was himself. He could do nothing but try to help the aching place to bear it, and this he tried to do. They made peace. She, recognizing that she was wrong, though she did not say so, became tenderer to him, and they experienced new, redoubled happiness in their love. But that did not prevent such quarrels from happening again, and exceedingly often, too, on the most unexpected and trivial grounds. These quarrels frequently arose from the fact that they did not yet know what was of importance to each other, and that all this early period they were both often in a bad temper. When one was in a good temper and the other in a bad temper, the peace was not broken, but when both happened to be in an ill humour, quarrels sprang up from such incomprehensibly trifling causes that they could never remember afterwards what they had quarrelled about. It was true that when they were both in a good temper, their enjoyment of life was redoubled, but still this first period of their married life was a difficult time for them. During this early time, they had a peculiarly vivid sense of tension, as it were, a tugging in opposite directions of the chain by which they were bound. Altogether their honeymoon, that is to say the month after their wedding, from which from tradition Levin expected so much, was not merely not a time of sweetness, but remained in the memories of both as the bitterest and most humiliating period in their lives. They both alike tried in later life to blot out from their memories all the monstrous, shameful incidents of that morbid period, when both were rarely in a normal frame of mind, both were rarely quite themselves. It was only in the 3rd month of their married life, after their return from Moscow, where they had been staying for a month, that their life began to go more smoothly. Chapter 15. They had just come back from Moscow and were glad to be alone. He was sitting at the writing table in his study, writing. She, wearing the dark lilac dress she had worn during the first days of their married life, and put on again today, a dress particularly remembered and loved by him, was sitting on the sofa, the same old-fashioned leather sofa which had always stood in the study in Levin's father's and grandfather's days. She was sewing at broderie anglaise. He thought and wrote, never losing the happy consciousness of her presence. His work, both on the land and on the book, in which the principles of the new land system were to be laid down, had not been abandoned, but just as formerly these pursuits and ideas had seemed to him petty and trivial in comparison with the darkness that overspread all life, now they seemed as unimportant and petty in comparison with the life that lay before him, suffused with the brilliant light of happiness. He went on with his work, but felt now that the centre of gravity of his attention had passed to something else, and that consequently he looked at his work quite differently and more clearly. Formerly, this work had been for him an escape from life. Formerly, he had felt that without this work, his life would be too gloomy. Now these pursuits were necessary for him that life might not be too uniformly bright. Taking up his manuscript, reading through what he had written, he found with pleasure that the work was worth his working at it. Many of his old ideas seemed to him superfluous and extreme, but many blanks became distinct to him when he reviewed the whole thing in his memory. He was writing now a new chapter on the causes of the present disastrous condition of agriculture in Russia. He maintained that the poverty of Russia arises not merely from the anomalous distribution of landed property and misdirected reforms, but that what had contributed of late years to this result was the civilization from without abnormality grafted upon Russia, especially facilities of communication, as railways, leading to centralization in towns, the development of luxury, and the consequent development of manufactures, credit, and its accompaniment of speculation, all to the detriment of agriculture. It seemed to him that in a normal development of wealth in a state, all these phenomena would arise only when a considerable amount of labour had been put into agriculture, when it had come under regular or at least definite conditions, that the wealth of a country ought to increase proportionally, and especially in such a way that other sources of wealth should not outstrip agriculture, that in harmony with a certain stage of agriculture there should be means of communication corresponding to it, and that in our unsettled condition of the land, railways, called into being by political and not by economical needs, were premature, and instead of promoting agriculture, as was expected of them, they were competing with agriculture and promoting the development of manufactures and credit, and so arresting its progress. And that just as the one-sided and premature development of one organ in an animal would hinder its general development, so in the general development of wealth in Russia, credit, facilities of communication, manufacturing activity, indubitably necessary in Europe, where they had arisen in their proper time, had with us only done harm, by throwing into the background the chief question calling for settlement, the question of the organisation of agriculture. While he was writing his ideas, she was thinking how unnaturally cordial her husband had been to the young Prince Jarsky, who had, with great want of tact, flirted with her the day before they left Moscow. "He's jealous," she thought. "Goodness, how sweet and silly he is. He's jealous of me. If he knew that I think no more of them than of Pyotr the cook," she thought, looking at his head and red neck with a feeling of possession strange to herself. "Though it's a pity to take him from his work, but he has plenty of time. I must look at his face. Will he feel I'm looking at him? I wish he'd turn around. I'll will him to." And she opened her eyes wide, as though to intensify the influence of her gaze. "Yes, they drew away all the sap and gave a false appearance of prosperity," he muttered, stopping to write, and, feeling that she was looking at him and smiling, he looked around. "Well?" he queried, smiling and getting up. He looked round, she thought. "It's nothing. I wanted you to look round," she said, watching him and trying to guess whether he was vexed at being interrupted or not. "How happy we are alone together. I am, that is," he said, going up to her with a radiant smile of happiness. "I'm just as happy. I'll never go anywhere, especially not to Moscow." "And what were you thinking about?" I was thinking... No, go along. Go on writing. Don't break off," she said, pursing up her lips. "And I must cut out these little holes now, do you see?" She took up her scissors and began cutting them out. "No, tell me, what was it?" he said, sitting down beside her and watching the tiny scissors moving round. "Oh, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about Moscow, about the back of your head." "Why should I, of all people, have such happiness? It's unnatural, too good," he said, kissing her hand. "I feel quite the opposite. The better things are, the more natural it seems to me." "And you've got a little curl loose," he said, carefully turning her head around. "A little curl, oh yes. No, we are busy at our work." Work did not progress further, and they darted apart from one another like culprits when Kuzma came in to announce that tea was ready. "Have they come from the town?" Levin asked Kuzma. "They've just come. They're unpacking the things." "Come quickly," she said to him as she went out of the study, "or else I shall read your letters without you." Left alone, after putting his manuscripts together in the new portfolio brought by her, he washed his hands at the new washstand with the elegant fittings that had all made their appearance with her. Levin smiled at his own thoughts and shook his head disapprovingly at those thoughts. A feeling akin to remorse fretted him. There was something shameful, effeminate, Capuan, as he called it to himself, in his present mode of life. "It's not right to go on like this," he thought. "It'll soon be 3 months, and I'm doing next to nothing. Today, almost for the first time, I set to work seriously, and what happened? I did nothing but begin and throw it aside. Even my ordinary pursuits I have almost given up. On the land I scarcely walk or drive about at all to look after things. Either I am loath to leave her, or I see she's dull alone. And I used to think that, before marriage, life was nothing much, somehow didn't count, but that after marriage, life began in earnest.
And here, almost 3 months have passed, and I have spent my time so idly and unprofitably. No, this won't do. I must begin. Of course, it's not her fault. She's not to blame in any way. I ought myself to be firmer, to maintain my masculine independence of action. Or else I shall get into such ways, and she'll get used to them too. Of course, she's not to blame, he told himself. But it is hard for anyone who is dissatisfied not to blame someone else, and especially the person nearest of all to him for the ground of his dissatisfaction. And it vaguely came into Levin's mind that she herself was not to blame. She could not be to blame for anything. But what was to blame was her education, too superficial and frivolous. That fool Charsky, she wanted, I know, to stop him, but didn't know how to. Yes, apart from her interest in the house, that she has, apart from dress and broderie anglaise, she has no serious interests, no interest in her work, in the estate, in the peasants, nor in music, though she's rather good at it, nor in reading. She does nothing and is perfectly satisfied. Levin, in his heart, censored this, and did not as yet understand that she was preparing for that period of activity which was to come for her, when she would at once be the wife of her husband and mistress of the house, and would bear and nurse and bring up children. He knew not that she was instinctively aware of this, and preparing herself for this time of terrible toil, did not reproach herself for the moments of carelessness and happiness in her love that she enjoyed now, while gaily building her nest for the future. Chapter 16. When Levin went upstairs, his wife was sitting near the new silver samovar behind the new tea service, and, having settled old Agafea Mihailovna at a little table with a full cup of tea, was reading a letter from Dolly, with whom they were in continual and frequent correspondence. "You see, your good lady settled me here, told me to sit a bit with her," said Agafea Mihailovna, smiling affectionately at Kitty. In these words of Agafea Mihailovna, Levin read the final act of the drama which had been enacted of late between her and Kitty. He saw that, in spite of Agafea Mihailovna's feelings being hurt by a new mistress taking the reins of government out of her hands, Kitty had yet conquered her and made her love her. "Here, I opened your letter too," said Kitty, handing him an illiterate letter. "It's from that woman, I think. Your brother's," she said. "I did not read it, though. This is from my people and from Dolly. Fancy, Dolly took Tanya and Grisha to a children's ball at the Slomatskoys. Tanya was a French marquise." But Levin did not hear her. Flushing, he took the letter from Maria Nikolaevna, his brother's former mistress, and began to read it. This was the second letter he had received from Maria Nikolaevna. In the first letter, Maria Nikolaevna wrote that his brother had sent her away for no fault of hers, and, with touching simplicity, added that though she was in want again, she asked for nothing, and wished for nothing, but was only tormented by the thought that Nikolai Dmitrievitch would come to grief without her, owing to the weak state of his health, and begged his brother to look after him. Now she wrote quite differently. She had found Nikolai Dmitrievitch, had again made it up with him in Moscow, and had moved with him to a provincial town where he had received a post in the government service, but that he had quarrelled with the head official and was on his way back to Moscow, only he had been taken so ill on the road that it was doubtful if he would ever leave his bed again, she wrote. "It's always of you he has talked, and besides, he has no more money left." "Read this. Dolly writes about you," Kitty was beginning with a smile, but she stopped suddenly, noticing the changed expression on her husband's face. "What is it? What's the matter?" "She writes to me that Nikolai, my brother, is at death's door. I shall go to him." Kitty's face changed at once. Thoughts of Tanya as a marquise, of Dolly, all had vanished. "When are you going?" she said. "Tomorrow." "And I will go with you, can I?" she said. "Kitty, what are you thinking of?" he said reproachfully. "What do you mean?" Offended that he should seem to take her suggestion unwillingly and with vexation. "Why shouldn't I go? I shan't be in your way.
I'm going because my brother is dying, said Levin. Why should you?
Why? For the same reason as you.
And at a moment of such gravity for me, she only thinks of her being dull by herself, thought Levin, and this lack of candour in a matter of such gravity infuriated him. It's out of the question, he said sternly.
Agafea Mihailovna, seeing that it was coming to a quarrel, gently put down her cup and withdrew. Kitty did not even notice her. The tone in which her husband had said the last words wounded her, especially because he evidently did not believe what she had said. I tell you that if you go, I shall come with you. I shall certainly come, she said hastily and wrathfully. Why out of the question? Why do you say it's out of the question?
Because it'll be going God knows where, by all sorts of roads, to all sorts of hotels. You would be a hindrance to me, said Levin, trying to be cool. Not at all. I don't want anything. Where you can go, I can. Well, for one thing, because this woman's there whom you can't meet.
I don't know, and I don't care to know who's there and what. I know that my husband's brother is dying, and my husband is going to him, and I go with my husband too.
Kitty, don't get angry, but just think a little. This is a matter of such importance that I can't bear to think that you should bring in a feeling of weakness, of dislike to being left alone. Come, you'll be dull alone. Go and stay at Moscow a little.
There, you always ascribe base, vile motives to me, she said, with tears of wounded pride and fury. I didn't mean. It wasn't weakness. It wasn't. I feel that it's my duty to be with my husband when he's in trouble. But you try on purpose to hurt me. You try on purpose not to understand.
No, this is awful. To be such a slave,
cried Levin, getting up, and unable to restrain his anger any longer. But at the same second he felt that he was beating himself. Then why did you marry? You could have been free. Why did you if you regret it? She said, getting up and running away into the drawing-room. When he went to her, she was sobbing. He began to speak, trying to find words not to dissuade, but simply to soothe her. But she did not heed him, and would not agree to anything. He bent down to her and took her hand, which resisted him. He kissed her hand, kissed her hair, kissed her hand again. Still she was silent. But when he took her face in both his hands and said, "Kitty," she suddenly recovered herself and began to cry, and they were reconciled. It was decided that they should go together the next day. Levin told his wife that he believed she wanted to go simply in order to be of use, agreed that Maria Nikolaevna's being with his brother did not make her going improper, but he set off at the bottom of his heart dissatisfied both with her and with himself. He was dissatisfied with her for not being able to make up her mind to let him go when it was necessary, and how strange it was for him to think that he, so lately hardly daring to believe in such happiness as that she could love him, now was unhappy because she loved him too much. And he was dissatisfied with himself for not showing more strength of will. Even greater was the feeling of disagreement at the bottom of his heart as to her not needing to consider the woman who was with his brother, and he thought with horror of all the contingencies they might meet with. The mere idea of his wife, his Kitty, being in the same room with a common wench, set him shuddering with horror and loathing. Chapter 17. The hotel of the provincial town where Nikolai Levin was lying ill was one of those provincial hotels which are constructed on the newest model of modern improvements, with the best intentions of cleanliness, comfort, and even elegance, but, owing to the public that patronizes them, are with astounding rapidity transformed into filthy taverns with a pretension of modern improvement that only makes them worse than the old-fashioned, honestly filthy hotels. This hotel had already reached that stage, and the soldier in a filthy uniform smoking in the entry, supposed to stand for a hall porter, and the cast-iron, slippery, dark and disagreeable staircase, and the free and easy waiter in a filthy frock-coat, and the common dining-room with a dusty bouquet of wax flowers adorning the table, and filth, dust and disorder everywhere, and at the same time the sort of modern, up-to-date, self-complacent railway uneasiness of this hotel aroused a most painful feeling in Levin after their fresh young life, especially because the impression of falsity made by the hotel was so out of keeping with what awaited them. As is invariably the case, after they had been asked at what price they wanted rooms, it appeared that there was not one decent room for them. One decent room had been taken by the inspector of railroads, another by a lawyer from Moscow, a third by Princess Astafieva from the country. There remained only one filthy room, next to which they promised that another should be empty by the evening. Feeling angry with his wife because what he had expected had come to pass, which was that, at the moment of arrival, when his heart throbbed with emotion and anxiety to know how his brother was getting on, he should have to be seeing after her, instead of rushing straight to his brother, Levin conducted her to the room assigned them. "Go, do go," she said, looking at him with timid and guilty eyes. He went out of the door without a word, and at once stumbled over Marya Nikolaevna, who had heard of his arrival and had not dared to go in to see him. She was just the same as when he saw her in Moscow, the same woolen gown and bare arms and neck, and the same good-naturedly stupid, pock-marked face, only a little plumper. "Well, how is he? How is he?" "Very bad. He can't get up. He has kept expecting you. Are you with your wife?" Levin did not for the moment understand what it was confused her, but she immediately enlightened him. "No, I'll go away. I'll go down to the kitchen," she brought out. "Nikolai Dmitrievitch will be delighted. He heard about it and knows your lady. He remembers her abroad." Levin realised that she meant his wife, and did not know what answer to make. Come along to him," he said. But as soon as he moved, the door of his room opened and Kitty peeped out. Levin crimsoned both with shame and anger with his wife, who had put herself and him in such a difficult position, but Marya Nikolaevna crimsoned still more. She positively shrank together and flushed to the point of tears, and clutching the ends of her apron in both hands, twisted them in her red fingers without knowing what to say and what to do. For the first instant, Levin saw an expression of eager curiosity in the eyes with which Kitty looked at this awful woman, so incomprehensible to her, but it lasted only a single instant. "Well, how is he?" She turned to her husband and then to her. "But one can't go on talking in the passage like this," Levin said, looking angrily at a gentleman who walked jauntily at that instant across the corridor, as though about his affairs. "Well then, come in," said Kitty, turning to Marya Nikolaevna, who had recovered herself, but noticing her husband's face of dismay. "Or go on, go and then come for me," she said, and went back into the room. Levin went to his brother's room. He had not in the least expected what he saw and felt in his brother's room. He had expected to find him in the same state of self-deception which he had heard was so frequent with the consumptive, and which had struck him so much during his brother's visit in the autumn. He had expected to find the physical signs of the approach of death more marked, greater weakness, greater emaciation, but still almost the same condition of things. He had expected himself to feel the same distress at the loss of the brother he loved with the same horror in the face of death as he had felt then, only in a greater degree, and he had prepared himself for this. But he found something utterly different. In a little dirty room with the painted panels of its walls filthy with spittle, and conversation audible through the thin partition from the next room, in a stifling atmosphere saturated with impurities, on a bedstead moved away from the wall, there lay, covered with a quilt, a body. One arm of this body was above the quilt, and the wrist, huge as a rake handle, was attached, inconceivably it seemed, to the thin, long bone of the arm, smooth from the beginning to the middle. The head lay sideways on the pillow. Levin could see the scanty locks wet with sweat on the temples and tense, transparent-looking forehead. It cannot be that fearful body was my brother Nikolai, thought Levin. But he went closer, saw the face, and doubt became impossible. In spite of the terrible change in the face, Levin had only to glance at those eager eyes raised at his approach, only to catch the faint movement of the mouth under the sticky moustache, to realise the terrible truth that this death-like body was his living brother. The glittering eyes looked sternly and reproachfully at his brother as he drew near, and immediately this glance established a living relationship between living men. Levin immediately felt the reproach in the eyes fixed on him, and felt remorse at his own happiness. When Konstantin took him by the hand, Nikolai smiled. The smile was faint, scarcely perceptible, and in spite of the smile, the stern expression of the eyes was unchanged. "You did not expect to find me like this," he articulated with effort. "Yes. No," said Levin, hesitating over his words. "How was it you didn't let me know before? That is, at the time of my wedding. I made inquiries in all directions." He had to talk so as not to be silent, and he did not know what to say, especially as his brother made no reply, and simply stared without dropping his eyes, and evidently penetrated to the inner meaning of each word. Levin told his brother that his wife had come with him. Nikolai expressed pleasure, but said he was afraid of frightening her by his condition. A silence followed. Suddenly Nikolai stirred, and began to say something. Levin expected something of peculiar gravity and importance from the expression of his face, but Nikolai began speaking of his health. He found fault with the doctor, regretting he had not a celebrated Moscow doctor. Levin saw that he still hoped. Seizing on the first moment of silence, Levin got up, anxious to escape, if only for an instant, from his agonizing emotion, and said that he would go and fetch his wife. "And I'll tell her to tidy up here. It's dirty and stinking here, I expect. Maria, clear up the room," the sick man said with effort. "Oh, and when you've cleared up, go away yourself," he added, looking inquiringly at his brother. Levin made no answer. Going out into the corridor, he stopped short. He had said he would fetch his wife, but now, taking stock of the emotion he was feeling, he decided that he would try on the contrary to persuade her not to go in to the sick man. "Why should she suffer as I am suffering?" he thought. "Well, how is he?" Kitty asked with a frightened face. "Oh, it's awful. It's awful. What did you come here for?" said Levin. Kitty was silent for a few seconds, looking timidly and ruefully at her husband. Then she went up and took him by the elbow with both hands. "Kostya, take me to him. It will be easier for us to bear it together. You only take me to him, please, and go away," she said. "You must understand that for me to see you and not to see him is far more painful. There I might be a help to you and to him. Please let me." She besought her husband, as though the happiness of her life depended on it. Levin was obliged to agree, and regaining his composure, and completely forgetting about Maria Nikolaevna by now, he went again in to his brother with Kitty. Stepping slightly, and continually glancing at her husband, showing him a valorous and sympathetic face, Kitty went into the sick room, and turning without haste, noiselessly closed the door. With inaudible steps she went quickly to the sick man's bedside, and going up so that he had not to turn his head, she immediately clasped in her fresh young hand the skeleton of his huge hand, pressed it, and began speaking with that soft eagerness, sympathetic and not jarring, which is peculiar to women. "We have met, though we were not acquainted, at Soden," she said. "You never thought I was to be your sister." "You would not have recognized me," he said, with a radiant smile at her entrance. "Yes, I should. What a good thing you let us know. Not a day has passed that Kostya has not mentioned you, and been anxious." But the sick man's interest did not last long. Before she had finished speaking, there had come back into his face the stern, reproachful expression of the dying man's envy of the living. "I'm afraid you are not quite comfortable here," she said, turning away from his fixed stare and looking about the room. "We must ask about another room," she said to her husband, "so that we might be nearer."
Chapter 18. Levin could not look calmly at his brother. He could not himself be natural and calm in his presence. When he went in to the sick man, his eyes and his attention were unconsciously dimmed, and he did not see and did not distinguish the details of his brother's position. He smelt the awful odour, saw the dirt, disorder and miserable condition, and heard the groans, and felt that nothing could be done to help. It never entered his head to analyse the details of the sick man's situation, to consider how that body was lying under the quilt, how those emaciated legs and thighs and spine were lying huddled up, and whether they could not be made more comfortable, whether anything could be done to make things, if not better, at least less bad. It made his blood run cold when he began to think of all these details. He was absolutely convinced that nothing could be done to prolong his brother's life or to relieve his suffering. But a sense of his regarding all aid as out of the question was felt by the sick man and exasperated him, and this made it still more painful for Levin. To be in the sick room was agony to him, to not be there still worse, and he was continually, on various pretexts, going out of the room and coming in again, because he was unable to remain alone. But Kitty thought and felt and acted quite differently. On seeing the sick man, she pitied him, and pity in her womanly heart did not arouse at all that feeling of horror and loathing that it aroused in her husband, but a desire to act, to find out all the details of his state and to remedy them. And since she had not the slightest doubt that it was her duty to help him, she had no doubt either that it was possible, and immediately set to work. The very details, the mere thought of which reduced her husband to terror, immediately engaged her attention. She sent for the doctor, sent to the chemists, set the maid who had come with her and Marya Nikolaevna to sweep and dust and scrub. She herself washed up something, washed out something else, laid something under the quilt. Something was by her directions brought into the sick room, something else was carried out. She herself went several times to her room, regardless of the men she met in the corridor, got out and brought in sheets, pillowcases, towels and shirts. The waiter, who was busy with a party of engineers dining in the dining hall, came several times with an irate countenance in answer to her summons, and could not avoid carrying out her orders, as she gave them with such gracious insistence that there was no evading her. Levin did not approve of all of this. He did not believe it would be of any good to the patient. Above all, he feared the sick man would be angry at it. But the sick man, though he seemed and was indifferent about it, was not angry, but only abashed, and on the whole, as it were, interested in what she was doing with him. Coming back from the doctor, to whom Kitty had sent him, Levin, on opening the door, came upon the sick man at the instant when, by Kitty's directions, they were changing his linen. The long white ridge of his spine, with the huge, prominent shoulder blades and jutting ribs and vertebrae, was bare, and Marya Nikolaevna and the waiter were struggling with the sleeve of the nightshirt and could not get the long, limp arm into it. Kitty, hurriedly closing the door after Levin, was not looking that way, but the sick man groaned, and she moved rapidly towards him. "Make haste," she said.
"Oh, don't you come," said the sick man angrily. "I'll do it myself."
"What say?" queried Marya Nikolaevna, but Kitty heard and saw he was ashamed and uncomfortable at being naked before her. I'm not looking," she said, putting the arm in. "Marya Nikolaevna, you come this side, you do it," she added. "Please, go for me, there's a little bottle in my small bag," she said, turning to her husband. "You know, in the side pocket. Bring it, please, and meanwhile they'll finish clearing up here." Returning with the bottle, Levin found the sick man settled comfortably and everything about him completely changed. The heavy smell was replaced by the smell of aromatic vinegar, which Kitty, with pouting lips and puffed-out, rosy cheeks, was squirting through a little pipe. There was no dust visible anywhere, A rug was laid by the bedside. On the table stood medicine bottles and decanters tidily arranged, and the linen needed was folded up there, in Kitty's broderie anglaise. On the other table, by the patient's bed, there were candles and drink and powders. The sick man himself, washed and combed, lay in clean sheets, on high raised pillows, in a clean nightshirt with a white collar about his astoundingly thin neck, and with a new expression of hope, looked fixedly at Kitty. The doctor, brought by Levin and found by him at the club, was not the one who had been attending Nikolai Levin, as the patient was dissatisfied with him. The new doctor took up a stethoscope and sounded the patient, shook his head, prescribed medicine, and with extreme minuteness explained first how to take the medicine and then what diet was to be kept to. He advised eggs, raw or hardly cooked, and seltzer water, with warm milk at a certain temperature. When the doctor had gone away, the sick man said something to his brother, of which Levin could distinguish only the last words,
"Your Katya."
By the expression with which he gazed at her, Levin saw that he was praising her. He indeed called to Katya, as he called her.
"I'm much better already," he said. "Why, with you, I should have got well long ago. How nice it is."
He took her hand and drew it towards his lips, but as though afraid she would dislike it, he changed his mind, let go, and only stroked it. Kitty took his hand in both hers and pressed it.
"Now turn me over on the other side and go to bed," he said.
No one could make out what he said but Kitty. She alone understood. She understood because she was all the while mentally keeping watch on what he needed. "On the other side," she said to her husband. "He always sleeps on that side. Turn him over. It's so disagreeable calling the servants. I'm not strong enough. Can you?" she said to Marya Nikolaevna. "I'm afraid not," answered Marya Nikolaevna. Terrible as it was to Levin to put his arms round that terrible body, to take hold of that under the quilt, of which he preferred to know nothing, under his wife's influence, he made his resolute face that she knew so well, and putting his arms into the bed, took hold of the body. But in spite of his own strength, he was struck by the strange heaviness of those powerless limbs. While he was turning him over, conscious of the huge emaciated arm about his neck, Kitty swiftly and noiselessly turned the pillow, beat it up, and settled in it the sick man's head, smoothing back his hair, which was sticking again to his moist brow. The sick man kept his brother's hand in his own. Levin felt that he meant to do something with his hand, and was pulling it somewhere. Levin yielded with a sinking heart. Yes, he drew it to his mouth and kissed it. Levin, shaking with sobs and unable to articulate a word, went out of the room.
Chapter 19. Thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. So Levin thought about his wife as he talked to her that evening. Levin thought of the text, not because he considered himself wise and prudent. He did not so consider himself, but he could not help knowing that he had more intellect than his wife and Agafea Mihalovna, and he could not help knowing that when he thought of death, he thought with all the force of his intellect. He knew, too, that the brains of many great men, whose thoughts he had read, had brooded over death, and yet knew not 100th part of what his wife and Agafea Mihalovna knew about it. Different as those two women were, Agafea Mihalovna and Katya, as his brother Nikolai had called her, and as Levin particularly liked to call her now, they were quite alike in this. Both knew, without a shade of doubt, what sort of thing life was and what was death, and though neither of them could have answered, and would not even have understood the questions that presented themselves to Levin, both had no doubt of the significance of this event, and were precisely alike in their way of looking at it, which they shared with millions of people. The proof that they knew for a certainty the nature of death lay in the fact that they knew without a second of hesitation how to deal with the dying, and were not afraid of them. Levin, and other men like him, though they could have said a great deal about death, obviously did not know this, since they were afraid of death, and were absolutely at a loss what to do when people were dying. If Levin had been alone now with his brother Nikolai, he would have looked at him with terror, and with still greater terror waited, and would not have known what else to do. More than that, he did not know what to say, how to look, how to move. To talk of outside things seemed to him shocking, impossible. To talk of death and depressing subjects, also impossible. To be silent, also impossible. If I look at him, he will think I am studying him. I am afraid. If I don't look at him, he'll think I'm thinking of other things. If I walk on tiptoe, he will be vexed. To tread firmly, I am ashamed. Kitty evidently did not think of herself, and had no time to think about herself. She was thinking about him, because she knew something, and all went well. She told him about herself even, and about her wedding, and smiled and sympathised with him and petted him, and talked of cases and recovery, and all went well. So then she must know. The proof that her behaviour and Agafea Mihailovna's was not instinctive, animal, irrational, was that apart from the physical treatment, the relief of suffering, both Agafea Mihailovna and Kitty required for the dying man something else more important than the physical treatment, and something which had nothing in common with physical conditions. Agafea Mihailovna, speaking of the man just dead, had said, "Well, thank God. He took the sacrament and received absolution. God grant each one of us such a death." Katya, in just the same way, besides all her care about linen, bed sores, drink, found time the very first day to persuade the sick man of the necessity of taking the sacrament and receiving absolution. On getting back from the sick room to their own 2 rooms for the night, Levin sat with hanging head, not knowing what to do. Not to speak of supper, of preparing for bed, of considering what they were going to do. He could not even talk to his wife. He was ashamed to. Kitty, on the contrary, was more active than usual. She was even livelier than usual. She ordered supper to be brought, herself unpacked their things, and herself helped to make the beds, and did not even forget to sprinkle them with Persian powder. She showed that alertness, that swiftness of reflection which comes out in men before a battle, in conflict, in the dangerous and decisive moments of life, those moments when a man shows once and for all his value, and that all his past has not been wasted, but has been in preparation for these moments. Everything went rapidly in her hands, and before it was 12 o'clock, all their things were arranged cleanly and tidily in her rooms, in such a way that the hotel room seemed like home. The beds were made, brushes, combs, looking-glasses were put out, table napkins were spread. Levin felt that it was unpardonable to eat, to sleep, to talk even now, and it seemed to him that every movement he made was unseemly. She arranged the brushes, but she did it all so there was nothing shocking in it. They could neither of them eat, however, and for a long while they could not sleep, and did not even go to bed. "I am very glad I persuaded him to receive extreme unction tomorrow," she said, sitting in her dressing jacket before her folding looking-glass, combing her soft, fragrant hair with a fine comb. "I have never seen it, but I know, Mamma has told me, there are prayers said for recovery." "Do you suppose he can possibly recover?" said Levin, watching a slender tress at the back of her round little head that was continually hidden when she passed the comb through the front. "I asked the doctor. He said he couldn't live more than 3 days. But can they be sure? I'm very glad, anyway, that I persuaded him," she said, looking askance at her husband through her hair. "Anything is possible," she added, with that peculiar, rather sly expression that was always in her face when she spoke of religion. Since their conversation about religion when they were engaged, neither of them had ever started a discussion on the subject, but she performed all the ceremonies of going to church, saying her prayers and so on, always with the unvarying conviction that this ought to be so. In spite of his assertion to the contrary, she was firmly persuaded that he was as much a Christian as she, and indeed a far better one, and all that he said about it was simply one of his absurd masculine freaks, just as he would say about her broderie anglaise that good people patch holes, but that she cut them on purpose and so on.
Yes, you see, this woman, Maria Nikolaevna, did not know how to manage all this, said Levin, and I must own I'm very, very glad you came. You're such a purity that...
He took her hand and did not kiss it. To kiss her hand in such closeness to death seemed to him improper. He merely squeezed it with a penitent air, looking at her brightening eyes. "It would have been miserable for you to be alone," she said, and lifting her hands, which hid her cheeks flushing with pleasure, twisted her coil of hair on the nape of her neck and pinned it there. "No," she went on. "She did not know how. Luckily, I learned a lot at Soden."
"Surely there are not people there so ill?"
"Worse."
"What's so awful to me is that I can't see him as he was when he was young. You would not believe how charming he was as a youth, but I did not understand him then."
"I can quite believe it. How I feel that we might have been friends," she said, and, distressed at what she had said, looked round at her husband, and tears came into her eyes.
"Yes, might have been,"
he said mournfully.
"He's just one of those people for whom they say they're not for this world."
"But we may have many days before us. We must go to bed," said Kitty, glancing at her tiny watch. Chapter 20. The next day the sick man received the sacrament and extreme unction. During the ceremony, Nikolai Levin prayed fervently. His great eyes, fastened on the holy image that was set out on a card table covered with a coloured napkin, expressed such passionate prayer and hope that it was awful to Levin to see it. Levin knew that this passionate prayer and hope would only make him feel more bitterly parting from the life he had so loved. Levin knew his brother and the workings of his intellect. He knew that his unbelief came not from life being easier for him without faith, but had grown up because step by step the contemporary scientific interpretation of natural phenomena crushed out the possibility of faith, and so he knew that his present return was not a legitimate one, brought about by way of the same working of his intellect, but simply a temporary, interested return to faith in a desperate hope of recovery. Levin knew, too, that Kitty had strengthened his hope by accounts of the marvellous recoveries she had heard of. Levin knew all this, and it was agonizingly painful to him to behold the supplicating, hopeful eyes and the emaciated wrist, lifted with difficulty, making the sign of the cross on the tense brow, and the prominent shoulders and hollow, gasping chest, which one could not feel consistent with the life the sick man was praying for. During the sacrament, Levin did what he, an unbeliever, had done 1,000 times. He said, addressing God, "If thou dost exist, make this man to recover." Of course, this same thing has been repeated many times. "And thou wilt save him and me." After extreme unction, the sick man became suddenly much better. He did not cough once in the course of an hour, smiled, kissed Kitty's hand, thanking her with tears, and said he was comfortable, free from pain, and that he felt strong and had an appetite. He even raised himself when his soup was brought, and asked for a cutlet as well. Hopelessly ill as he was, obvious as it was at the first glance that he could not recover, Levin and Kitty were for that hour both in the same state of excitement, happy though fearful of being mistaken. "Is he better?"
"Yes, much."
"It's wonderful."
"There's nothing wonderful in it."
"Anyway, he's better," they said in a whisper, smiling to one another. This self-deception was not of long duration. The sick man fell into a quiet sleep, but he was waked up half an hour later by his cough, and all at once every hope vanished in those about him and in himself. The reality of his suffering crushed all hopes in Levin and Kitty and in the sick man himself, leaving no doubt, no memory even of past hopes. Without referring to what he had believed in half an hour before, as though ashamed even to recall it, He asked for iodine to inhale in a bottle covered with perforated paper. Levin gave him the bottle, and the same look of passionate hope with which he had taken the sacrament was now fastened on his brother, demanding from him the confirmation of the doctor's words that inhaling iodine worked wonders.
"Is Katya not here?"
he gasped, looking round while Levin reluctantly assented to the doctor's words.
"No, so I can say it. It was for her sake I went through that farce. She's so sweet, but you and I can't deceive ourselves. This is what I believe in,"
he said, and, squeezing the bottle in his bony hand, he began breathing over it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Levin and his wife were drinking tea in their room when Maria Nikolaevna ran into them breathlessly. She was pale, and her lips were quivering.
"He is dying," she whispered. "I'm afraid we'll die this minute."
Both of them ran to him. He was sitting raised with one elbow on the bed, his long back bent, and his head hanging low.
"How do you feel?"
Levin asked in a whisper after a silence.
"I feel I'm setting off,"
Nikolai said with difficulty, but with extreme distinctness, screwing the words out of himself. He did not raise his head, but simply turned his eyes upwards, without their reaching his brother's face.
"Katya, go away,"
he added. Levin jumped up, and with a peremptory whisper made her go out.
"I'm setting off,"
he said again.
"Why do you think so?"
said Levin, so as to say something.
"Because I'm setting off,"
he repeated, as though he had a liking for the phrase.
"It's the end."
Maria Nikolaevna went up to him. "You had better lie down, you'd be easier," she said.
"I shall lie down soon enough," he pronounced slowly. "When I'm dead," he said sarcastically, wrathfully. "Well, you can lay me down if you like."
Levin laid his brother on his back, sat down beside him, and gazed at his face, holding his breath. The dying man lay with closed eyes, but the muscles twitched from time to time in his forehead, as though with one thinking deeply and intensely. Levin involuntarily thought with him of what it was happening to him now, but in spite of all his mental efforts to go along with him, he saw by the expression of that calm, stern face that for the dying man all was growing clearer and clearer, that was still as dark as ever for Levin.
Yes, so,"
the dying man articulated slowly at intervals.
"Wait a little."
He was silent.
"Right,"
he pronounced all at once, reassuringly, as though all were solved for him.
"Oh, Lord,"
he murmured, and sighed deeply. Maria Nikolaevna felt his feet.
"They're getting cold,"
she whispered. For a long while, a very long while it seemed to Levin, the sick man lay motionless, but he was still alive, and from time to time he sighed. Levin by now was exhausted from mental strain. He felt that with no mental effort he could understand what it was that was right. He could not even think of the problem of death itself, but with no will of his own, thoughts kept coming to him of what he had to do next, closing the dead man's eyes, dressing him, ordering the coffin. And strange to say, he felt utterly cold, and was not conscious of sorrow nor of loss, less still of pity for his brother. If he had any feeling for his brother at that moment, it was envy for the knowledge the dying man had now that he could not have. A long time more he sat over him so, continually expecting the end. But the end did not come. The door opened and Kitty appeared. Levin got up to stop her. But at the moment he was getting up, he caught the sound of the dying man stirring.
"Don't go away,"
said Nikolai, and held out his hand. Levin gave him his, and angrily waved to his wife to go away. With the dying man's hand in his hand, he sat for half an hour, another hour. He did not think of death at all now. He wondered what Kitty was doing, who lived in the next room, whether the doctor lived in a house of his own. He longed for food and for sleep. He cautiously drew away his hand and felt the feet. The feet were cold, but the sick man was still breathing. Levin tried again to move away on tiptoe, but the sick man stirred again and said, "Don't go." The dawn came. The sick man's condition was unchanged. Levin stealthily withdrew his hand, and without looking at the dying man, went off to his own room and went to sleep. When he woke up, instead of news of his brother's death, which he expected, he learned that the sick man had returned to his earlier condition. He had begun sitting up again, coughing, had begun eating again, talking again, and again had ceased to talk of death, again had begun to express hope of his recovery, and had become more irritable and more gloomy than ever. No one, neither his brother nor Kitty, could soothe him. He was angry with everyone, and said nasty things to everyone, reproached everyone for his sufferings, and insisted that they should get him a celebrated doctor from Moscow. To all inquiries made him as to how he felt, he made the same answer, with an expression of vindictive reproachfulness. "I am suffering horribly, intolerably." The sick man was suffering more and more, especially from bedsores, which it was impossible now to remedy, and grew more and more angry with everyone about him, blaming them for everything, and especially not for having brought him a doctor from Moscow. Kitty tried in every possible way to relieve him, to soothe him, but it was all in vain, and Levin saw that she herself was exhausted, both physically and morally, though she would not admit it. The sense of death, which had been evoked in all by his taking leave of life on the night when he had sent for his brother, was broken up. Everyone knew that he must inevitably die soon, that he was half dead already. Everyone wished for nothing but that he should die as soon as possible, and everyone, concealing this, gave him medicines, tried to find remedies and doctors, and deceived him and themselves and each other. All this was falsehood, disgusting, irreverent deceit, and owing to the bent of his character, and because he loved the dying man more than anyone else did, Levin was most painfully conscious of this deceit. Levin, who had long been possessed by the idea of reconciling his brothers, at least in the face of death, had written to his brother Sergei Ivanovitch, and, having received an answer from him, he read this letter to the sick man. Sergei Ivanovitch wrote that he could not come himself, and in touching terms he begged his brother's forgiveness. The sick man said nothing.
"What am I to write to him?" said Levin. "I hope you are not angry with him."
"No, not in the least," Nikolai answered, vexed at the question. "Tell him to send me a doctor." 3 more days of agony followed. The sick man was still in the same condition. The sense of longing for his death was felt by everyone now at the mere sight of him, by the waiters and the hotel keeper and all the people staying in the hotel, and the doctor and Maria Nikolaevna and Levin and Kitty. The sick man alone did not express this feeling, but on the contrary was furious at their not getting him doctors, and went on taking medicine and talking of life. Only at rare moments, when the opium gave him an instant's relief from the never-ceasing pain, he would sometimes, half asleep, utter what was ever more intense in his heart than in all the others. "Oh, if it were only the end!" or "When will it be over?" His sufferings, growing steadily more intense, did their work and prepared him for death. There was no position in which he was not in pain. There was not a minute in which he was unconscious of it, not a limb, not a part of his body that did not ache and cause him agony. Even the memories, the impressions, the thought of this body awakened in him now the same aversion as the body itself. The sight of other people, their remarks, his own reminiscences, everything was for him a source of agony. Those about him felt this, and instinctively did not allow themselves to move freely, to talk, to express their wishes before him. All his life was merged in the one feeling of suffering and desire to be rid of it. There was evidently coming over him that revulsion that would make him look upon death as the goal of his desires, as happiness. Hitherto, each individual desire, aroused by suffering or privation, such as hunger, fatigue, thirst, had been satisfied by some bodily function giving pleasure. But now no physical craving or suffering received relief, and the effort to relieve them only caused fresh suffering. And so all desires were merged in one, the desire to be rid of all his sufferings in their source, the body. But he had no words to express this desire of deliverance, and he did not speak of it, and from habit asked for the satisfaction of desires which could not now be satisfied.
"Turn me over on the other side," he would say, and immediately after he would ask to be turned back again as before. "Give me some broth. Take away the broth. Talk of something. Why are you silent?"
And directly they began to talk, he would close his eyes and would show weariness, indifference, and loathing. On the 10th day from their arrival at the town, Kitty was unwell. She suffered from headaches and sickness, and she could not get up all morning. The doctor opined that the indisposition arose from fatigue and excitement, and prescribed rest. After dinner, however, Kitty got up and went as usual with her work to the sick man. He looked at her sternly when she came in, and smiled contemptuously when she said she had been unwell. That day he was continually blowing his nose and groaning piteously. "How do you feel?" she asked him.
"Worse,"
he articulated with difficulty.
"In pain."
"In pain? Where?"
"Everywhere."
"It will be over today, you will see," said Marya Nikolaevna. Though it was said in a whisper, the sick man, whose hearing Levin had noticed was very keen, must have heard. Levin said hush to her and looked round at the sick man. Nikolai had heard, but these words produced no effect on him. His eyes had still the same intense, reproachful look.
"Why do you think so?"
Levin asked her, when she had followed him into the corridor. "He has begun picking at himself," said Marya Nikolaevna.
"How do you mean?"
"Like this," she said, tugging at the folds of her woolen skirt. Levin noticed, indeed, that all that day the patient pulled at himself, as it were, trying to snatch something away. Marya Nikolaevna's prediction came true. Towards night the sick man was not able to lift his hands, and could only gaze before him with the same intensely concentrated expression in his eyes. Even when his brother or Kitty bent over him so that he could see them, he looked just the same. Kitty sent for the priest to read the prayer for the dying. While the priest was reading it, the dying man did not show any sign of life. His eyes were closed. Levin, Kitty, and Marya Nikolaevna stood at the bedside. The priest had not quite finished reading the prayer when the dying man stretched, sighed, and opened his eyes. The priest, on finishing the prayer, put the cross to the cold forehead, then slowly returned it to the stand, and after standing for 2 minutes more in silence, he touched the huge, bloodless hand that was turning cold. "He is gone," said the priest, and would have moved away, but suddenly there was a faint stir in the moustaches of the dead man that seemed glued together, and quite distinctly in the hush they heard from the bottom of the chest the sharply defined sounds.
"Not quite. Soon."
And a minute later the face brightened, a smile came out under the moustaches, and the women who had gathered round began carefully laying out the corpse. The sight of his brother and the nearness of death revived in Levin that sense of horror in face of the insoluble enigma, together with the nearness and inevitability of death that had come upon him that autumn evening when his brother had come to him. This feeling was now even stronger than before, Even less than before did he feel capable of apprehending the meaning of death, and its inevitability rose up before him more terrible than ever. But now, thanks to his wife's presence, the feeling did not reduce him to despair. In spite of death, he felt the need of life and love. He felt that love saved him from despair, and that this love, under the menace of despair, had become still stronger and purer. The one mystery of death, still unsolved, had scarcely passed before his eyes, when another mystery had arisen, as insoluble, urging him to love and to life. The doctor confirmed his suppositions in regard to Kitty. Her indisposition was a symptom that she was with child. Chapter 21. From the moment when Alexei Alexandrovitch understood from his interviews with Betsy and with Stefan Arkadyevitch that all that was expected of him was to leave his wife in peace without burdening her with his presence, and that his wife herself desired this, he felt so distraught that he could come to no decision of himself. He did not know himself what he wanted now, and putting himself in the hands of those who were so pleased to interest themselves in his affairs, he met everything with unqualified assent. It was only when Anna had left his house, and the English governess sent to ask him whether she should dine with him or separately, that for the first time he clearly comprehended his position and was appalled by it. Most difficult of all in this position was the fact that he could not in any way connect and reconcile his past with what was now. It was not the past when he had lived happily with his wife that troubled him. The transition from that past to a knowledge of his wife's unfaithfulness he had lived through miserably already. That state was painful, but he could understand it. If his wife had then, on declaring to him her unfaithfulness, left him, he would have been wounded, unhappy, but he would not have been in the hopeless position, incomprehensible to himself, in which he felt himself now. He could not now reconcile his immediate past, his tenderness, his love for his sick wife and for the other man's child, with what was now the case, that is, with the fact that, as it were, in return for all this, he now found himself alone, put to shame, a laughing-stock, needed by no one and despised by everyone. For the first 2 days after his wife's departure, Alexei Alexandrovitch received applicants for assistance and his chief secretary, drove to the committee, and went down to dinner in the dining room as usual. Without giving himself a reason for what he was doing, he strained every nerve of his being for those 2 days, simply to preserve an appearance of composure and even of indifference. Answering inquiries about the disposition of Anna Arkadyevna's rooms and belongings, he had exercised immense self-control to appear like a man in whose eyes what had occurred was not unforeseen, nor out of the ordinary course of events, and he attained his aim. No one could have detected in him signs of despair. But on the second day after her departure, when Corney gave him a bill from a fashionable draper's shop which Anna had forgotten to pay, and announced that the clerk from the shop was waiting, Alexei Alexandrovitch told him to show the clerk up. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, for venturing to trouble you, but if you direct us to apply to Her Excellency, would you graciously oblige us with her address?" Alexei Alexandrovitch pondered, as it seemed to the clerk, and all at once, turning around, he sat down at the table. Letting his head sink into his hands, he sat for a long while in that position, several times attempted to speak, and stopped short. Corney, perceiving his master's emotion, asked the clerk to call another time. Left alone, Alexei Alexandrovitch recognized that he had not the strength to keep up the line of firmness and composure any longer. He gave orders for the carriage that was awaiting him to be taken back, and for no one to be admitted, and he did not go down to dinner. He felt that he could not endure the weight of universal contempt and exasperation, which he had distinctly seen in the face of the clerk, and of Corney, and of everyone, without exception, whom he had met during those 2 days. He felt that he could not turn aside from himself the hatred of men, because that hatred did not come from his being bad. In that case he could have tried to be better, but from his being shamefully and repulsively unhappy. He knew that for this, for the very fact that his heart was torn with grief, they would be merciless to him. He felt that men would crush him as dogs strangle a torn dog yelping with pain. He knew that his sole means of security against people was to hide his wounds from them, and instinctively he tried to do this for 2 days, but now he felt incapable of keeping up the unequal struggle. His despair was even intensified by the consciousness that he was utterly alone in his sorrow. In all Petersburg, there was not a human being to whom he could express what he was feeling, who would feel for him, not as a high official, not as a member of society, but simply as a suffering man. Indeed, he had not such a one in the whole world. Alexei Alexandrovitch grew up an orphan. There were 2 brothers. They did not remember their father, and their mother died when Alexei Alexandrovitch was 10 years old. The property was a small one. Their uncle, Karenin, a government official of high standing, at one time a favourite of the late Tsar, had brought them up. On completing his high school and university courses with medals, Alexei Alexandrovitch had, with his uncle's aid, immediately started in a prominent position in the service, and from that time forward he had devoted himself exclusively to political ambition. In the high school and the university, and afterwards in the service, Alexei Alexandrovitch had never formed a close friendship with anyone. His brother had been the person nearest to his heart, but he had a post in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was always abroad, where he had died shortly after Alexei Alexandrovitch's marriage. While he was a governor of a province, Anna's aunt, a wealthy provincial lady, had thrown him, middle-aged as he was, though young for a governor, with her niece, and had succeeded in putting him in such a position that he had either to declare himself or to leave the town. Alexei Alexandrovitch was not long in hesitation. There were at the time as many reasons for the step as against it, and there was no overbalancing consideration to outweigh his invariable rule of abstaining when in doubt. But Anna's aunt had, through a common acquaintance, insinuated that he had already compromised the girl, and that he was in honour bound to make her an offer. He made the offer, and concentrated on his betrothed and his wife all the feeling of which he was capable. The attachment he felt to Anna precluded in his heart every need of intimate relations with others, and now, among all his acquaintances, he had not one friend. He had plenty of so-called connections, but no friendships. Alexei Alexandrovitch had plenty of people whom he could invite to dinner, to whose sympathy he could appeal in any public affair he was concerned about, whose interest he could reckon upon for anyone he wished to help, and whom he could candidly discuss other people's business and affairs of state. But his relations with these people were confined to one clearly defined channel, and had a certain routine from which it was impossible to depart. There was one man, a comrade of his at the university, with whom he had made friends later, and with whom he could have spoken of a personal sorrow. But this friend had a post in the Department of Education in a remote part of Russia. Of the people in Petersburg, the most intimate and possible were his chief secretary and his doctor. Mikhail Vasilievich Sludin, the chief secretary, was a straightforward, intelligent, good-hearted and conscientious man, and Alexei Alexandrovitch was aware of his personal goodwill, but their 5 years of official work together seemed to have put a barrier between them that cut off warmer relations. After signing the papers brought him, Alexei Alexandrovitch had sat for a long while in silence, glancing at Mikhail Vasilievich, and several times he attempted to speak, but could not. He had already prepared the phrase, "You have heard of my trouble," but ended by saying as usual, "So, you'll get this ready for me?" and with that dismissed him. The other person was the doctor, who had also a kindly feeling for him, but there had long existed a taciturn understanding between them that both were weighed down by work and always in a hurry. Of his women friends, foremost amongst them Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Alexey Alexandrovitch never thought. All women, simply as women, were terrible and distasteful to him. Chapter 22. Alexey Alexandrovitch had forgotten the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, but she had not forgotten him. At the bitterest moment of his lonely despair, she came to him, and without waiting to be announced, walked straight into his study. She found him as he was sitting with his head in both hands. "J'ai faussé la consigne," she said, walking in with rapid steps and breathing hard with excitement and rapid exercise. "I have heard all. Alexey Alexandrovitch, dear friend," she went on, warmly squeezing his hand in both of hers and gazing with her fine, pensive eyes into his. Alexey Alexandrovitch, frowning, got up and, disengaging his hand, moved her a chair. "Won't you sit down, Countess? I'm seeing no one, because I'm unwell, Countess," he said, and his lips twitched. "Dear friend," repeated Countess Lydia Ivanovna, never taking her eyes off his, and suddenly her eyebrows rose at the inner corners, describing a triangle on her forehead. Her ugly yellow face became still uglier, but Alexey Alexandrovitch felt that she was sorry for him and was preparing to cry. And he too was softened. He snatched her plump hand and proceeded to kiss it. "Dear friend," she said in a voice breaking with emotion, "you ought not to give way to grief. Your sorrow is a great one, but you ought to find consolation." "I am crushed. I am annihilated. I am no longer a man," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, letting go her hand, but still gazing into her brimming eyes. "My position is so awful, because I can find nowhere. I cannot find within me strength to support me." "You will find support. Seek it. Not in me, though I beseech you to believe in my friendship," she said with a sigh. "Our support is love, that love that he has vouchsafed us. His burden is a light," she said, with the look of ecstasy Alexey Alexandrovitch knew so well. "He will be your support and your succour." Although there was in these words a flavour of that sentimental emotion at her own lofty feelings, and that new mystical fervour which had lately gained ground in Petersburg, and which seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch disproportionate, still it was pleasant to him to hear this now. "I am weak. I am crushed. I foresaw nothing, and now I understand nothing." "Dear friend," repeated Lydia Ivanovna. "It's not the loss of what I have not now. It's not that," pursued Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I do not grieve for that, but I cannot help feeling humiliated before other people for the position I am placed in. It is wrong, but I can't help it. I can't help it." "Not you it was performed that noble act of forgiveness, at which I was moved to ecstasy, and everyone else too, but he, working within your heart," said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, raising her eyes rapturously. "And so you cannot be ashamed of your act." Alexey Alexandrovitch knitted his brows, and crooking his hands, he cracked his fingers. "One must know all the facts," he said in his thin voice. "A man's strength has its limits, Countess, and I have reached my limits. The whole day I have had to be making arrangements about household matters arising," he emphasized the word arising, "from my new, solitary position. The servants, the governess, the accounts, these pinpricks have stabbed me to the heart, and I have not the strength to bear it. At dinner, yesterday, I was almost getting up from the dinner table. I could not bear the way my son looked at me. He did not ask me the meaning of it all, but he wanted to ask, and I could not bear the look in his eyes. He was afraid to look at me. But that is not all." Alexey Alexandrovitch would have referred to the bill that had been brought him, but his voice shook, and he stopped. That bill on blue paper, for a hat and ribbons, he could not recall without a rush of self-pity. "I understand, dear friend," said Lydia Ivanovna. I understand it all. Succour and comfort you will find not in me, though I have come only to aid you if I can. If I could take from off you all these petty, humiliating cares, I understand that a woman's word, a woman's superintendence is needed. You will entrust it to me?" Silently and gratefully, Alexey Alexandrovitch pressed her hand. "Together, we will take care of Seryosha. Practical affairs are not my strong point, but I will set to work. I will be your housekeeper. Don't thank me. I do it not from myself.
I cannot help thanking you.
But, dear friend, do not give way to the feeling of which you spoke, being ashamed of what is the Christian's highest glory. He who humbles himself shall be exalted. And you cannot thank me. You must thank him, and pray to him for succour. In him alone we find peace, consolation, salvation, and love," she said, and turning her eyes heavenwards, she began praying as Alexey Alexandrovitch gathered from her silence. Alexey Alexandrovitch listened to her now, and those expressions which had seemed to him, if not distasteful, at least exaggerated, now seemed to him natural and consolatory. Alexey Alexandrovitch had disliked this new enthusiastic fervour. He was a believer, who was interested in religion primarily in its political aspect, and the new doctrine which ventured upon several new interpretations, just because it paved the way to discussion and analysis, was in principle disagreeable to him. He had hitherto taken up a cold and even antagonistic attitude to this new doctrine, and with Countess Lydia Ivanovna, who had been carried away by it. He had never argued, but by silence had assiduously parried her attempts to provoke him into argument. Now, for the first time, he heard her words with pleasure, and did not inwardly oppose them.
"I am very, very grateful to you, both for your deeds and your words,"
he said, when she had finished praying. Countess Lydia Ivanovna once more pressed both her friend's hands. "Now I will enter upon my duties," she said, with a smile after a pause, as she wiped away the traces of tears. "I am going to Seryosha. Only in the last extremity shall I apply to you." And she got up and went out. Countess Lydia Ivanovna went into Seryosha's part of the house, and, dropping tears on the scared child's cheeks, she told him that his father was a saint, and his mother was dead. Countess Lydia Ivanovna kept her promise. She did actually take upon herself the care of the organization and management of Alexey Alexandrovitch's household. But she had not overstated the case when saying that practical affairs were not her strong point. All her arrangements had to be modified because they could not be carried out, and they were modified by Korny, Alexey Alexandrovitch's valet, who, though no one was aware of the fact, now managed Karenin's household, and quietly and discreetly reported to his master, while he was dressing, all it was necessary for him to know. But Lydia Ivanovna's help was none the less real. She gave Alexey Alexandrovitch moral support in the consciousness of her love and respect for him, and still more, as it was soothing to her to believe, in that she almost turned him to Christianity. That is, from an indifferent and apathetic believer, she turned him into an ardent and steadfast adherent of the new interpretation of Christian doctrine, which had been gaining ground of late in Petersburg. It was easy for Alexey Alexandrovitch to believe in this teaching. Alexey Alexandrovitch, like Lydia Ivanovna indeed, and others who shared their views, was completely devoid of vividness of imagination, that spiritual faculty and virtue of which the conceptions evoked by the imagination become so vivid that they must needs be in harmony with other conceptions, and with actual fact. He saw nothing impossible and inconceivable in the idea that death, though existing for unbelievers, did not exist for him, and that, as he was possessed of the most perfect faith, of the measure of which he was himself the judge, therefore there was no sin in his soul, and he was experiencing complete salvation here on earth. It is true that the erroneousness and shallowness of this conception of his faith was dimly perceptible to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and he knew that when, without the slightest idea that his forgiveness was the action of a higher power, he had surrendered directly to the feeling of forgiveness, he had felt more happiness than now when he was thinking every instant that Christ was in his heart, and that in signing official papers he was doing his will. But for Alexey Alexandrovitch, it was a necessity to think in that way. It was such a necessity for him, in his humiliation, to have some elevated standpoint, however imaginary, from which, looked down upon by all, he could look down on others, that he clung, as to his one salvation, to his delusion of salvation. Chapter 23. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna had, as a very young and sentimental girl, been married to a wealthy man of high rank, an extremely good-natured, jovial, and extremely dissipated rake. 2 months after marriage, her husband abandoned her, and her impassioned protestations of affection he met with sarcasm and even hostility, the people knowing the Count's good heart and seeing no defects in the sentimental Lydia were at a loss to explain. Though they were divorced and lived apart, yet whenever the husband met the wife, he invariably behaved to her with the same malignant irony, the cause of which was incomprehensible. Countess Lydia Ivanovna had long since given up being in love with her husband, but from that time she had never given up being in love with someone. She was in love with several people at once, both men and women. She had been in love with almost everyone who had been particularly distinguished in any way. She was in love with all the new princes and princesses who married into the imperial family. She had been in love with a high dignitary of the church, a vicar and a parish priest, and she had been in love with a journalist, 3 Slavophiles, and with Komisarov, with a minister, a doctor, an English missionary, and Karenina. All these passions, constantly waning or growing more ardent, did not prevent her from keeping up the most extended and complicated relations with court and fashionable society. But from the time that after Karenina's trouble she took him under her special protection, from the time that she set to work in Karenina's household looking after his welfare, she felt that all her other attachments were not the real thing, and that she was now genuinely in love, and with no one but Karenina. The feeling she now experienced for him seemed to her stronger than any of her former feelings. Analysing her feeling, and comparing it with former passions, she distinctly perceived that she would not have been in love with Komisarov if he had not saved the life of the Tsar, that she would not have been in love with Ristich Kuzhitsky if there had been no Slavonic question, but that she loved Karenin for himself, for his lofty, uncomprehended soul, for the sweet, to her, high notes of his voice, for his drawling intonation, his weary eyes, his character, and his soft white hands with their swollen veins. She was not simply overjoyed at meeting him. She sought in his face signs of the impression she was making on him. She tried to please him, not by her words only, but in her whole person. For his sake it was that she now lavished more care on her dress than before. She caught herself in reveries on what might have been if she had not been married and he had been free. She blushed with emotion when he came into the room. She could not suppress a smile of rapture when he said anything amiable to her. For several days now, Countess Lydia Ivanovna had been in a state of intense excitement. She had learned that Anna and Vronsky were in Petersburg. Alexey Alexandrovitch must be saved from seeing her. He must be saved from the torturing knowledge that that awful woman was in the same town with him, and that he might meet her any minute. Lydia Ivanovna made inquiries through her friends as to what those infamous people, as she called Anna and Vronsky, intended doing, and she endeavoured so to guide every moment of her friend during those days that he could not come across them. The young adjutant, an acquaintance of Vronsky, through whom she obtained her information, and who hoped through Countess Lydia Ivanovna to obtain a concession, told her that they had finished their business and were going away next day. Lydia Ivanovna had already begun to calm down, when the next morning a note was brought to her, the handwriting of which she recognized with horror. It was the handwriting of Anna Karenina. The envelope was of paper as thick as bark. On the oblong yellow paper there was a huge monogram, and the letter smelt of agreeable scent.
Who bought it?
A commissionaire from the hotel. It was some time before Countess Lydia Ivanovna could sit down to read the letter. Her excitement brought on an attack of asthma to which she was subject. When she had recovered her composure, she read the following letter in French. Madame la Comtesse, the Christian feelings with which your heart is filled give me the, I feel, unpardonable boldness to write to you. I am miserable at being separated from my son. I entreat permission to see him once before my departure. Forgive me for recalling myself to your memory. I apply to you, and not to Alexei Alexandrovitch, simply because I do not wish to cause that generous man to suffer in remembering me. Knowing your friendship for him, I know you will understand me. Could you send Seriosha to me, or should I come to the house at some fixed hour? Or will you let me know where and when I could see him away from home? I do not anticipate a refusal, knowing the magnanimity with whom it rests. You cannot conceive the craving I have to see him, and so cannot conceive the gratitude your help will arouse in me. Anna. Everything in this letter exasperated Countess Lydia Ivanovna, its contents and the allusion to magnanimity, and especially its free and easy, as she considered, tone.
Say that there is no answer,
said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, and immediately opening her blotting book, she wrote to Alexei Alexandrovitch that she hoped to see him at 1 o'clock at the levee.
I must talk with you of a grave and painful subject. There we will arrange where to meet. Best of all at my house, where I will order tea as you like it. Urgent. He lays the cross, but he gives the strength to bear it, she added, so as to give him some slight preparation. Countess Lydia Ivanovna usually wrote some 2 or 3 letters a day to Alexei Alexandrovitch. She enjoyed that form of communication, which gave opportunity for a refinement and air of mystery not afforded by their personal interviews. Chapter 24. The levee was drawing to a close. People met as they were going away and gossiped of the latest news, of the newly bestowed honours and the changes in the positions of the higher functionaries. If only Countess Maria Borisovna were Minister of War and Princess Vatskovskaya were Commander-in-Chief, said a grey-headed little old man in a gold-embroidered uniform, addressing a tall, handsome maid of honour who had questioned him about the new appointments.
And me among the adjutants, said the maid of honour, smiling. You have an appointment already. You're over the ecclesiastical department, and your assistant's Karenina. Good day, Prince, said the little old man to a man who came up to him. What were you saying of Karenina? Said the prince. He and Putyatov have received the Alexander Nevsky. I thought he had it already. No, just look at him, said the little old man, pointing with his embroidered hat to Karenina in a court uniform, with the new red ribbon across his shoulders, standing in the doorway of the hall with an influential member of the imperial court. Pleased and happy as a brass farthing, he added, stopping to shake hands with a handsome gentleman of the bedchamber of colossal proportions. No, he's looking older, said the gentleman of the bedchamber. From overwork. He's always drawing up projects nowadays. He won't let a poor devil go nowadays till he's explained it all to him under heads. Looking older, did you say? Il fait de passion. I believe Countess Lydia Ivanovna's jealous now of his wife. Oh, come now, please don't say any harm of Countess Lydia Ivanovna,
Why, is there any harm in her being in love with Karenin? But is it true Madame Karenina's here? Well, not here in the palace, but in Petersburg. I met her yesterday with Alexei Vronsky. Bras dessous in the Morsky.
C'est un homme qui ne pas, the gentleman of the bedchamber was saying, but he stopped to make room, bowing for a member of the imperial family to pass. Thus, people talked incessantly of Alexei Alexandrovitch, finding fault with him and laughing at him, while he, blocking up the way of the member of the Imperial Council he had captured, was explaining to him point by point his new financial project, never interrupting his discourse for an instant, for fear he should escape. Almost at the same time that his wife left Alexei Alexandrovitch, there had come to him that bitterest moment in the life of an official, the moment when his upward career comes to a full stop. This full stop had arrived, and everyone perceived it, but Alexei Alexandrovitch himself was not yet aware that his career was over. Whether it was due to his feud with Stremov, or his misfortune with his wife, or simply that Alexei Alexandrovitch had reached his destined limits, it had become evident to everyone in the course of that year that his career was at an end. He still filled a position of consequence, he sat on many commissions and committees, but he was a man whose day was over, and from whom nothing was expected. Whatever he said, whatever he proposed, was heard as though it was something long familiar and the very thing that was not needed. But Alexei Alexandrovitch was not aware of this, and on the contrary, being cut off from direct participation in governmental activity, he saw more clearly than ever the errors and defects in the action of others, and thought it his duty to point out means for their correction. Shortly after his separation from his wife, he began writing his first note on the new judicial procedure, the first of the endless series of notes he was destined to write in the future. Alexei Alexandrovitch did not merely fail to observe his hopeless position in the official world. He was not merely free from anxiety on this head, he was positively more satisfied than ever with his own activity. He that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife, says the Apostle Paul, and Alexei Alexandrovitch, who was now guided in every action by Scripture, often recalled this text. It seemed to him that ever since he had been left without a wife, he had, in these very projects of reform, been serving the Lord more zealously than before. The unmistakable impatience of the member of the council trying to get away from him did not trouble Alexei Alexandrovitch. He gave up his exposition only when the member of the council, seizing his chance when one of the imperial family was passing, slipped away from him. Left alone, Alexei Alexandrovitch looked down, collecting his thoughts, and looked casually about him and walked towards the door, where he hoped to meet Countess Lydia Ivanovna.
And how strong they all are, how sound physically, thought Alexei Alexandrovitch, looking at the powerfully built gentleman of the bedchamber with his well-combed, perfumed whiskers, and at the red neck of the prince, pinched by his tight uniform. He had to pass them on his way.
Truly it is said that all the world is evil, he thought, with another sidelong glance at the calves of the gentleman of the bedchamber. Moving forward deliberately, Alexei Alexandrovitch bowed with his customary air of weariness and dignity to the gentleman who had been talking about him, and looking towards the door, his eyes sought Countess Lydia Ivanovna.
"Ah, Alexei Alexandrovitch,"
said the little old man, with a malicious light in his eyes, at the moment when Karenin was on a level with them and was nodding with a frigid gesture.
"I haven't congratulated you yet,"
said the old man, pointing to his newly received ribbon.
"Thank you,"
answered Alexei Alexandrovitch.
"What an exquisite day today,"
he added, laying emphasis in his peculiar way on the word exquisite. That they laughed at him he was well aware, but he did not expect anything but hostility from them. He was used to that by now. Catching sight of the yellow shoulders of Lydia Ivanovna jutting out above her corset, and her fine pensive eyes bidding him to her, Alexey Alexandrovich smiled, revealing untarnished white teeth, and went towards her. Lydia Ivanovna's dress had cost her great pains, as indeed all her dresses had done of late. Her aim in dress was now quite the reverse of that she had pursued 30 years before. Then her desire had been to adorn herself with something, and the more adorned the better. Now, on the contrary, she was perforce decked out in a way so inconsistent with her age and her figure that her one anxiety was to contrive that the contrast between these adornments and her own exterior should not be too appalling. And as far as Alexey Alexandrovich was concerned, she succeeded, and was, in his eyes, attractive. For him, she was the one island not only of goodwill to him, but of love in the midst of the sea of hostility and jeering that surrounded him. Passing through rows of ironical eyes, he was drawn as naturally to her loving glance as a plant to the sun.
"I congratulate you,"
she said to him, her eyes on his ribbon. Suppressing a smile of pleasure, he shrugged his shoulders, closing his eyes, as though to say that that could not be a source of joy to him. Countess Lydia Ivanovna was very well aware that it was one of his chief sources of satisfaction, though he never admitted it.
"How is our angel?"
said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, meaning Seryosha.
"I can't say I was quite pleased with him," said Alexey Alexandrovich, raising his eyebrows and opening his eyes. "And Sitnikov is not satisfied with him."
Sitnikov was the tutor to whom Seryosha's secular education had been entrusted.
"As I have mentioned to you, there's a sort of coldness in him towards the most important questions, which ought to touch the heart of every man and every child."
Alexey Alexandrovich began expounding his views on the sole question that interested him besides the service, the education of his son. When Alexey Alexandrovich, with Lydia Ivanovna's help, had been brought back anew to life and activity, he felt it his duty to undertake the education of the son left on his hands. Having never before taken any interest in educational questions, Alexey Alexandrovich devoted some time to the theoretical study of the subject. After reading several books on anthropology, education and didactics, Alexey Alexandrovich drew up a plan of education, and engaging the best tutor in Petersburg to superintend it, he set to work, and the subject continually absorbed him.
"Yes, but the heart. I see in him his father's heart, and with such a heart a child cannot go far wrong," said Lydia Ivanovna with enthusiasm. "Yes, perhaps. As for me, I do my duty. It's all I can do."
"You're coming to me?" said Countess Lydia Ivanovna after a pause. "We have to speak of a subject painful to you. I would give anything to have spared you certain memories, but others are not of the same mind. I have received a letter from her. She is here in Petersburg." Alexey Alexandrovich shuddered at the allusion to his wife, but immediately his face assumed the death-like rigidity which expressed utter helplessness in the matter.
"I was expecting it," he said.
Countess Lydia Ivanovna looked at him ecstatically, and tears of rapture at the greatness of his soul came into her eyes. Chapter 25. When Alexey Alexandrovich came into Countess Lydia Ivanovna's snug little boudoir, decorated with old china and hung with portraits, the lady herself had not yet made her appearance. She was changing her dress. A cloth was laid on a round table, and on it stood a china tea service and a silver spirit lamp and tea kettle. Alexey Alexandrovich looked idly about at the endless familiar portraits which adorned the room, and sitting down to the table, he opened a New Testament lying upon it. The rustle of the Countess's silk skirt drew his attention off.
"Well, now, we can sit quietly," said Countess Lydia Ivanovna, slipping hurriedly with an agitated smile between the table and the sofa, "and talk over our tea."
After some words of preparation, Countess Lydia Ivanovna, breathing hard and flushing crimson, gave into Alexey Alexandrovich's hands the letter she had received. After reading the letter, He sat a long while in silence.
"I don't think I have the right to refuse her," he said, timidly lifting his eyes. "Dear friend, you never see evil in anyone." "On the contrary, I see that all is evil, but whether it is just."
His face showed irresolution, and seeking for counsel, support and guidance in a matter he did not understand.
"No,"
Countess Lydia Ivanovna interrupted him.
"There are limits to everything. I can understand immorality,"
she said, not quite truthfully, since she never could understand that which leads women to immorality.
"But I don't understand cruelty. To whom? To you? How can she stay in the town where you are? No. The longer one lives, the more one learns, and I'm learning to understand your loftiness and her baseness." "Who is to throw a stone?"
said Alexey Alexandrovitch, unmistakably pleased with the part he had to play.
"I have forgiven all, and so I cannot deprive her of what is exacted by love in her, by her love for her son." "But is that love, my friend? Is it sincere? Admitting that you have forgiven, that you forgive, have we the right to work on the feelings of that angel? He looks on her as dead. He prays for her, and beseeches God to have mercy on her sins. And it is better so. But now what will he think?"
"I had not thought of that," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, evidently agreeing. Countess Lydia Ivanovna hid her face in her hands and was silent. She was praying.
"If you ask my advice,"
she said, having finished her prayer and uncovering her face,
"I do not advise you to do this. Do you suppose I don't see how you are suffering, how this has torn open your wounds? By supposing that, as always, you don't think of yourself, what it can lead to fresh suffering for you, to torture for the child. If there were a trace of humanity left in her, she ought not to wish for it herself. No, I have no hesitation in saying I advise not, and if you will entrust it to me, I will write to her."
And Alexey Alexandrovitch consented, and Countess Lydia Ivanovna sent the following letter in French.
"Dear Madame, to be reminded of you might have results for your son in leading to questions on his part which could not be answered without implanting in the child's soul a spirit of censure towards what should be for him sacred, and therefore I beg you to interpret your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian love. I pray to Almighty God to have mercy on you. Countess Lydia."
This letter attained the secret object which Countess Lydia Ivanovna had concealed from herself. It wounded Anna to the quick. For his part, Alexey Alexandrovitch, on returning home from Lydia Ivanovna's, could not all that day concentrate himself on his usual pursuits and find that spiritual peace of one saved and believing which he had felt of late. The thought of his wife, who had so greatly sinned against him, and towards whom he had been so saintly, as Countess Lydia Ivanovna had so justly told him, ought not to have troubled him. But he was not easy. He could not understand the book he was reading. He could not drive away harassing recollections of his relations with her, of the mistake which, as it now seemed, he had made in regard to her. The memory of how he had received her confession of infidelity on their way home from the races, especially that he had insisted only on the observance of external decorum and had not sent a challenge, tortured him like a remorse. He was tortured, too, by the thought of the letter he had written her, and most of all, his forgiveness, which nobody wanted, and his care of the other man's child made his heart burn with shame and remorse. And just the same feeling of shame and regret he felt now, as he reviewed all his past with her, recalling the awkward words in which, after long wavering, he had made her an offer.
"But how have I been to blame?"
he said to himself, and this question always excited another question in him, whether they felt differently, did their loving and marrying differently, these Vronskys and Oblonskys, these gentlemen of the bedchamber with their fine calves. And there passed before his mind a whole series of these mettlesome, vigorous, self-confident men, who always and everywhere drew his inquisitive attention in spite of himself. He tried to dispel these thoughts. He tried to persuade himself that he was not living for this transient life, but for the life of eternity, and that there was peace and love in his heart. But the fact that he had, in this transient, trivial life, made, as it seemed to him, a few trivial mistakes, tortured him as though the eternal salvation in which he believed had no existence. But this temptation did not last long, and soon there was re-established once more in Alexey Alexandrovich's soul the peace and the elevation by virtue of which he could forget what he did not want to remember. Chapter 26.
"Well, Kapitanich?"
said Seriosha, coming back rosy and good-humoured from his walk the day before his birthday, and giving his overcoat to the tall old hall porter, who smiled down at the little person from the height of his long figure.
"Well, has the bandaged clerk been here today? Did Papa see him?"
"He saw him. The minute the chief secretary came out, I announced him," said the hall porter with a good-humoured wink. "Here, I'll take it off."
"Seriosha," said the tutor,
stopping in the doorway leading to the inner rooms.
"Take it off yourself."
But Seriosha, though he heard his tutor's feeble voice, did not pay attention to it. He stood keeping hold of the hall porter's belt and gazing into his face.
"Well, and did Papa do what he wanted for him?"
The hall porter nodded his head affirmatively. The clerk, with his face tied up, who had already been 7 times to ask some favour of Alexey Alexandrovich, interested both Seriosha and the hall porter. Seriosha had come upon him in the hall and had heard him plaintively beg the hall porter to announce him, saying that he and his children had death staring them in the face. Since then, Seriosha, having met him a 2nd time in the hall, took great interest in him.
"Well, was he very glad?"
he asked. "Glad? I should think so. Almost dancing as he walked away."
"And has anything been left?"
asked Seriosha after a pause. "Come, sir," said the hall porter. Then, with a shake of his head, he whispered, "Something from the Countess." Seriosha understood at once that what the hall porter was speaking of was a present from Countess Lydia Ivanovna for his birthday.
"What do you say? Where?"
"Corney took it to your papa. A fine plaything it must be too."
"How big? Like this?"
"Rather small, but a fine thing."
"A book?"
"No, a thing. Run along. Vasily Lukitch is calling you," said the porter, hearing the tutor's steps approaching, and carefully taking away from his belt the little hand in the glove half pulled off. He signed with his head towards the tutor.
"Vasily Lukitch, in a tiny minute,"
answered Seriosha with that gay and loving smile which always won over the conscientious Vasily Lukitch. Seriosha was too happy, everything was too delightful for him to be able to help sharing with his friend the porter the family good fortune of which he had heard during his walk in the public gardens from Lydia Ivanovna's niece. This piece of good news seemed to him particularly important from its coming at the same time with the gladness of the bandaged clerk and his own gladness at toys having come for him. It seemed to Seriosha that this was a day on which everyone ought to be glad and happy.
"You know Papa's received the Alexander Nevsky today?"
"To be sure I do. People have been already to congratulate him."
"And is he glad?"
"Glad at the Tsar's gracious favour? I should think so. It's a proof that he's deserved it," said the porter severely and seriously. Seriosha fell to dreaming, gazing up at the face of the porter, which he had thoroughly studied in every detail, especially the chin that hung down between the grey whiskers, never seen by anyone but Seriosha, who saw him only from below.
"Well, and has your daughter been to see you lately?"
The porter's daughter was a ballet dancer. "When is she to come on weekdays? They've their lessons to learn too, and you've your lesson, sir. Run along." On coming into the room, Seriosha, instead of sitting down to his lessons, told his tutor of his supposition that what he had been brought him must be a machine.
"What do you think?"
he inquired. But Vasily Lukitch was thinking of nothing but the necessity of learning the grammar lesson for the teacher, who was coming at 2.
"No, do just tell me, Vasily Lukitch,"
he asked suddenly when he was seated at their work table with the book in his hands.
"What is greater than the Alexander Nevsky? You know Papa's received the Alexander Nevsky."
Vasily Lukitch replied that the Vladimir was greater than the Alexander Nevsky.
"And higher still?"
"Well, highest of all is the Andrei Pervov-Zvany."
"And higher than the Andrei?"
"I don't know."
"What? You don't know?"
And Seriosha, leaning on his elbows, sank into deep meditation. His meditations were of the most complex and diverse character. He imagined his father's having suddenly been presented with both the Vladimir and the Andrei today, and in consequence being much better tempered at his lesson, and dreamed how, when he was grown up, he would himself receive all the orders, and what they might invent higher than the Andrei. Directly any higher order were invented, he would win it. They would make a higher one still, and he would immediately win that one too. Time passed in such meditations, and when the teacher came, the lesson about the adverbs of place and time and manner of action was not ready, and the teacher was not only displeased, but hurt. This touched Seriosha. He felt he was not to blame for not having learned the lesson. However much he tried, he was utterly unable to do that. As long as the teacher was explaining to him, he believed him and seemed to comprehend, but as soon as he was left alone, he was positively unable to recollect and to understand that the short and familiar word suddenly is an adverb of manner of action. Still, he was sorry that he had disappointed the teacher. He chose a moment when the teacher was looking in silence at the book.
"Mihail Ivanitch, when is your birthday?" he asked all of a sudden.
"You'd much better be thinking about your work. Birthdays are of no importance to a rational being. It's a day like any other on which one has to do one's work." Seriosha looked intently at the teacher, at his scanty beard, at his spectacles which had slipped down below the ridge on his nose, and fell into so deep a reverie that he heard nothing of what the teacher was explaining to him. He knew that the teacher did not think what he said. He felt it from the tone in which it was said.
"But why have they all agreed to speak in just the same manner, always the dreariest and most useless stuff? Why does he keep me off? Why doesn't he love me?" he asked himself mournfully, and could not think of an answer.
Chapter 27. After the lesson with the grammar teacher came his father's lesson. While waiting for his father, Seriosha sat at the table playing with a penknife and fell to dreaming. Among Seriosha's favourite occupations was searching for his mother during his walks. He did not believe in death generally, and in her death in particular, in spite of what Lydia Ivanovna had told him and his father had confirmed, and it was just because of that, and after he had been told she was dead, that he had begun looking for her when out for a walk. Every woman of full, graceful figure with dark hair was his mother. At the sight of such a woman, such a feeling of tenderness was stirred within him that his breath failed him and tears came into his eyes. And he was on the tiptoe of expectation that she would come up to him, would lift her veil. All her face would be visible, she would smile, she would hug him, he would sniff her fragrance, feel the softness of her arms and cry with happiness, just as he had one evening lain in her lap while she tickled him, and he laughed and bit her white, ring-covered fingers. Later, when he accidentally learned from his old nurse that his mother was not dead, and his father and Lydia Ivanovna had explained to him that she was dead to him because she was wicked, which he could not possibly believe because he loved her, he went on seeking her and expecting her in the same way. That day in the public gardens there had been a lady in a lilac veil, whom he had watched with a throbbing heart, believing it to be she as she came towards them along the path. The lady had not come up to them, but had disappeared somewhere. That day, more intensely than ever, Seriosha felt a rush of love for her, and now, waiting for his father, he forgot everything and cut all round the edge of the table with his penknife, staring straight before him with sparkling eyes and dreaming of her.
Here is your papa,"
said Vasily Lukitch, rousing him. Seriosha jumped up and went to his father, and kissing his hand, looked at him intently, trying to discover signs of his joy at receiving the Alexander Nevsky.
"Did you have a nice walk?"
said Alexei Alexandrovitch, sitting down in his easy chair, pulling the volume of the Old Testament to him and opening it. Although Alexei Alexandrovitch had more than once told Seriosha that every Christian ought to know scripture history thoroughly, he often referred to the Bible himself during the lesson, and Seriosha observed this.
"Yes, it was very nice indeed, Papa,"
said Seriosha, sitting sideways on his chair and rocking it, which was forbidden.
"I saw Nadinka."
Nadinka was a niece of Lydia Ivanovna's who was being brought up in her house.
"She told me you'd been given a new star. Are you glad, Papa?" "First of all, don't rock your chair, please," said Alexei Alexandrovitch. "And secondly, it's not the reward that's precious, but the work itself. And I could have wished you understood that. If you now are going to work, to study in order to win an award, then the work will seem hard to you. But when you work—"
Alexei Alexandrovitch, as he spoke, thought of how he had been sustained by a sense of duty through the wearisome labour of the morning, consisting of signing 180 papers.
"Loving your work, you will find your reward in it."
Seriosha's eyes, that had been shining with gaiety and tenderness, grew dull and dropped before his father's gaze. This was the same long familiar tone his father always took with him, and Seriosha had learned by now to fall in with it. His father always talked to him, so Seriosha felt, as though he were addressing some boy of his own imagination, one of those boys that exist in books, utterly unlike himself. And Seriosha always tried with his father to act being the storybook boy.
"You understand that, I hope?"
said his father.
"Yes, Papa,"
answered Seriosha, acting the part of the imaginary boy. The lesson consisted of learning by heart several verses out of the Gospel and the repetition of the beginning of the Old Testament. The verses from the Gospel Seriosha knew fairly well, but at the moment when he was saying them, he became so absorbed in watching the sharply protruding, bony knobbiness of his father's forehead that he lost the thread, and he transposed the end of one verse and the beginning of another. So it was evident to Alexei Alexandrovitch that he did not understand what he was saying, and that irritated him. He frowned and began explaining what Seriosha had heard many times before and never could remember, because he understood it too well, just as that suddenly is an adverb of manner of action. Seriosha looked with scared eyes at his father, and could think of nothing but whether his father would make him repeat what he had said, as he sometimes did. And this thought so alarmed Seriosha that he now understood nothing. But his father did not make him repeat it, and passed on to the lesson out of the Old Testament. Seriosha recounted the events themselves well enough, but when he had to answer questions as to what certain events prefigured, he knew nothing, though he had already been punished over this lesson. The passage at which he was utterly unable to say anything, and began fidgeting and cutting the table and swinging his chair, was where he had to repeat the patriarchs before the flood. He did not know one of them except Enoch, who had been taken up alive to heaven. Last time he had remembered their names, but now he had forgotten them utterly, chiefly because Enoch was the personage he liked best in the whole of the Old Testament, and Enoch's translation to heaven was connected in his mind with a long train of thought, in which he became absorbed now, while he gazed with fascinated eyes at his father's watch chain and a half-unbuttoned button on his waistcoat. In death, of which they talked to him so often, Seriosha disbelieved entirely. He did not believe that those he loved could die, above all that he himself would die. That was to him something utterly inconceivable and impossible. But he had been told that all men die. He had asked people, indeed, whom he trusted, and they too had confirmed it. His old nurse, too, said the same, though reluctantly. But Enoch had not died, and so it followed that everyone did not die.
"And why cannot anyone else so serve God and be taken alive to heaven?"
thought Seriosha. Bad people, that is, those Seriosha did not like, they might die, but the good might all be like Enoch.
Well, what are the names of the patriarchs?
Enoch? Enos?
But you have said that already. This is bad, Seriosha, very bad. If you don't try to learn what is more necessary than anything for a Christian, said his father, getting up, whatever can interest you? I am displeased with you, and Pyotr Ignatych, this was the most important of his teachers, is displeased with you. I shall have to punish you.
His father and his teacher were both displeased with Seriosha, and he certainly did learn his lessons very badly. But still, it could not be said he was a stupid boy. On the contrary, he was far cleverer than the boys his teacher held up as examples to Seriosha. In his father's opinion, he did not want to learn what he was taught. In reality, he could not learn that. He could not, because the claims of his soul were more binding on him than those claims his father and his teacher made upon him. Those claims were in opposition, and he was in direct conflict with his education. He was 9 years old. He was a child. But he knew his own soul. It was precious to him. He guarded it as the eyelid guards the eye, and without the key of love, he let no one into his soul. His teachers complained that he would not learn, while his soul was brimming over with thirst for knowledge. And he learned from Kapitanich, from his nurse, from Nadinka, from Vasily Lukich, but not from his teachers. The spring his father and his teachers reckoned upon to turn their mill wheels had long dried up at the source, but its waters did their work in another channel. His father punished Seriosha by not letting him go to see Nadinka, Lydia Ivanovna's niece, but this punishment turned out happily for Seriosha. Vasily Lukich was in a good humour and showed him how to make windmills. The whole evening passed over this work and in dreaming how to make a windmill on which he could turn himself, clutching at the sails, or tying himself on and whirling round. Of his mother, Seriosha did not think all the evening, but when he had gone to bed, he suddenly remembered her, and prayed in his own words that his mother tomorrow for his birthday might leave off hiding herself and come to him.
Vasily Lukich, do you know what I prayed for tonight extra besides the regular things? That you might learn your lessons better?
No.
Toys?
No, you'll never guess. A splendid thing, but it's a secret. When it comes to pass, I'll tell you. Can't you guess?
No, I can't guess. You tell me,
said Vasily Lukich with a smile, which was rare with him.
Come, lie down. I'm putting out the candle.
Without the candle I can see better what I see and what I prayed for. There, I was almost telling the secret, said Seriosha, laughing gaily. When the candle was taken away, Seriosha heard and felt his mother. She stood over him and with loving eyes caressed him. But then came windmills, a knife, everything began to be mixed up, and he fell asleep. Chapter 28. On arriving in Petersburg, Vronsky and Anna stayed at one of the best hotels, Vronsky apart in a lower story, Anna above with her child, its nurse and her maid, in a large suite of 4 rooms. On the day of his arrival, Vronsky went to his brother's. There he found his mother, who had come from Moscow on business. His mother and sister-in-law greeted him as usual. They asked him about his stay abroad and talked of their common acquaintances, but did not let drop a single word in allusion to his connection with Anna. His brother came the next morning to see Vronsky, and of his own accord asked him about her, and Alexei Vronsky told him directly that he looked upon his connection with Madame Karenina as marriage, that he hoped to arrange a divorce and then to marry her, and until then he considered her as much a wife as any other wife, and he begged him to tell their mother and his wife so.
If the world disapproves, I don't care, said Vronsky. But if my relations want to be on terms of relationship with me, they will have to be on the same terms with my wife.
The elder brother, who had always a respect for his younger brother's judgment, could not well tell whether he was right or not till the world had decided the question. For his part, he had nothing against it, and with Alexei he went up to see Anna. Before his brother, as before everyone, Vronsky addressed Anna with a certain formality, treating her as he might a very intimate friend, but it was understood that his brother knew their real relations, and talked about Anna's going to Vronsky's estate. In spite of all his social experience, Vronsky was, in consequence of the new position in which he was placed, labouring under a strange misapprehension. One would have thought he must have understood that society was closed for him and Anna, but now some vague ideas had sprung up in his brain that this was only the case in old-fashioned days, and that now, with the rapidity of modern progress, he had unconsciously become by now a partisan of every sort of progress. The views of society had changed, and that the question whether they would be received in society was not a foregone conclusion. Of course, he thought, she would not be received at court, but intimate friends can and must look at it in the proper light. One may sit for several hours at a stretch with one's legs crossed in the same position, if one knows that there's nothing to prevent one's changing one's position. But if a man knows that he must remain sitting so with crossed legs, then cramps come on, the legs begin to twitch and to strain towards the spot to which one would like to draw them. This was what Vronsky was experiencing in regard to the world. Though at the bottom of his heart he knew that the world was shut on them, he put it to the test whether the world had not changed by now and would not receive them. But he very quickly perceived that though the world was open for him personally, it was closed for Anna. Just as in the game of cat and mouse, the hands raised for him were dropped to bar the way for Anna. One of the first ladies of Petersburg society whom Vronsky saw was his cousin, Betsy.
"At last!" she greeted him joyfully. "And Anna, how glad I am! Where are you stopping? I can fancy after your delightful travels you must find our poor Petersburg horrid. I can fancy your honeymoon in Rome. How about the divorce? Is that all over?"
Vronsky noticed that Betsy's enthusiasm waned when she learned that no divorce had as yet taken place.
"People will throw stones at me, I know," she said, "but I shall come and see Anna. Yes, I shall certainly come. You won't be here long, I suppose."
And she did certainly come to see Anna the same day, but her tone was not at all the same as in former days. She unmistakably prided herself on her courage, and wished Anna to appreciate the fidelity of her friendship. She only stayed 10 minutes, talking of society gossip, and on leaving she said,
"You've never told me when the divorce is to be. Supposing I'm ready to fling my cap over the mill, other starchy people will give you the cold shoulder until you're married. And that's so simple nowadays. Ça se fait. So, you're going on Friday? Sorry we shan't see each other again."
From Betsy's tone, Vronsky might have grasped what he had to expect from the world, but he made another effort in his own family. His mother he did not reckon upon. He knew that his mother, who had been so enthusiastic over Anna at their first acquaintance, would have no mercy on her now for having ruined her son's career. But he had more hope of Varya, his brother's wife. He fancied she would not throw stones, and would go simply and directly to see Anna, and would receive her in her own house. The day after his arrival, Vronsky went to her, and finding her alone, expressed his wishes directly.
"You know, Alexei," she said after hearing him, "how fond I am of you, and how ready I am to do anything for you. But I have not spoken, because I knew I could be of no use to you and to Anna Arkadyevna," she said, articulating the name Anna Arkadyevna with particular care. "Don't suppose, please, that I judge her. Never. Perhaps in her place I should have done the same. I don't and can't enter into that," she said, glancing timidly at his gloomy face. "But one must call things by their names. You want me to go and see her, to ask her here, and to rehabilitate her in society. But do understand that I cannot do so. I have daughters growing up, and I must live in the world for my husband's sake. Well, I'm ready to come and see Anna Arkadyevna. She will understand that I can't ask her here, or I should have to do so in such a way that she would not meet people who look at things differently, that would offend her. I can't raise her." "Oh, I don't regard her as fallen more than hundreds of women you do receive." Vronsky interrupted her still more gloomily, and he got up in silence,
understanding that his sister-in-law's decision was not to be shaken. "Alexei, don't be angry with me. Please understand that I'm not to blame," began Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I'm not angry with you," he said still as gloomily, "but I'm sorry in 2 ways. I'm sorry, too, that this means breaking up our friendship. If not breaking up, at least weakening it. You will understand that for me, too, it cannot be otherwise." And with that he left her. Vronsky knew that further efforts were useless, and that he had to spend these few days in Petersburg as though in a strange town, avoiding every sort of relation with his own old circle in order not to be exposed to the annoyances and humiliations which were so intolerable to him. One of the most unpleasant features of his position in Petersburg was that Alexei Alexandrovitch and his name seemed to meet him everywhere. He could not begin to talk of anything without the conversation turning on Alexei Alexandrovitch. He could not go anywhere without risk of meeting him. So at least it seemed to Vronsky, just as it seems to a man with a sore finger that he is continually, as though on purpose, grazing his sore finger on everything. Their stay in Petersburg was the more painful to Vronsky that he perceived all the time a sort of new mood that he could not understand in Anna. At one time she would seem in love with him, and then she would become cold, irritable, and impenetrable. She was worrying over something and keeping something back from him, and did not seem to notice the humiliations which poisoned his existence, and for her, with her delicate intuition, must have been still more unbearable. Chapter 29. One of Anna's objects in coming back to Russia had been to see her son. From the day she left Italy, the thought of it had never ceased to agitate her, and as she got nearer to Petersburg, the delight and importance of this meeting grew ever greater in her imagination. She did not even put to herself the question how to arrange it. It seemed to her natural and simple to see her son when she should be in the same town with him. But on her arrival in Petersburg, she was suddenly made distinctly aware of her present position in society, and she grasped the fact that to arrange this meeting was no easy matter. She had now been 2 days in Petersburg. The thought of her seeing her son never left her for a single instant, and she had not yet seen him. To go straight to the house, where she might meet Alexei Alexandrovitch, that she felt she had no right to do. She might be refused admittance and insulted. To write and so enter into relations with her husband, that it made her miserable to think of doing. She could only be at peace when she did not think of her husband. To get a glimpse of her son out walking, finding out where and when he went out, was not enough for her. She had so looked forward to this meeting. She had so much she must say to him. She had so longed to embrace him, to kiss him. Seriosha's old nurse might be a help to her and show her what to do. But the nurse was not now living in Alexei Alexandrovitch's house. In this uncertainty, and in efforts to find the nurse, 2 days had slipped by. Hearing of the close intimacy between Alexei Alexandrovitch and Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Anna decided on the 3rd day to write her a letter, which cost her great pains, and in which she intentionally said that permission to see her son must depend on her husband's generosity. She knew that if the letter were shown to her husband, he would keep up his character of magnanimity and would not refuse her request. The commissionaire who took the letter had brought her back the most cruel and unexpected answer, that there was no answer. She had never felt so humiliated as at the moment when, sending for the commissionaire, she heard from him the exact account of how he had waited and how afterwards he had been told there was no answer. Anna felt humiliated, insulted, but saw that from her point of view, Countess Lydia Ivanovna was right. Her suffering was the more poignant that she had to bear it in solitude. She could not and would not share it with Vronsky. She knew that to him, although he was the primary cause of her distress, the question of her seeing her son would seem a matter of very little consequence. She knew that he would never be capable of understanding all the depth of her suffering, that for his cool tone at any allusion to it she would begin to hate him. And she dreaded that more than anything in the world, and so she hid from him everything that related to her son. Spending the whole day at home, she considered ways of seeing her son, and had reached a decision to write to her husband. She was just composing this letter when she was handed the letter from Lydia Ivanovna. The Countess's silence had subdued and depressed her, but the letter, all that she read between the lines in it, so exasperated her, this malice was so revolting beside her passionate, legitimate tenderness for her son, that she turned against other people and left off blaming herself. "This coldness, this pretence of feeling," she said to herself. "They must needs insult me and torture the child, and I am to submit to it, not on any consideration. She is worse than I am. I don't lie anyway." And she decided on the spot that next day, Seriosha's birthday, she would go straight to her husband's house, bribe or deceive the servants, but at any cost see her son, and overturn the hideous deception with which they were encompassing the unhappy child. She went to a toy shop, bought toys, and thought over a plan of action. She would go early in the morning, at 8 o'clock, when Alexei Alexandrovitch would be certain not to be up. She would have money in her hand to give to the hall porter and the footman, so that they should let her in, and not raising her veil, she would say that she had come from Seriosha's godfather to congratulate him, and that she had been charged to leave the toys at his bedside. She had prepared everything but the words she should say to her son. Often as she had dreamed of it, she could never think of anything. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Anna got out of a hired sledge and rang at the front entrance of her former home. "Run and see what's wanted, some lady," said Kapitonich, who, not yet dressed, in his overcoat and galoshes, had peeped out of the window and seen a lady in a veil standing close up to the door. His assistant, a lad Anna did not know, had no sooner opened the door to her than she came in, and pulling a 3-ruble note out of her muff, put it hurriedly into his hand. "Seriosha, Sergei Alexeyevich," she said, and was going on. Scrutinizing the note, the porter's assistant stopped her at the second glass door. "Whom do you want?" he asked. She did not hear his words and made no answer. Noticing the embarrassment of the unknown lady, Kapitonich went out to her, opened the second door for her, and asked her what she was pleased to want. "From Prince Gorodimov for Sergei Alexeyevich," she said. "His honour's not up yet?" said the porter, looking at her attentively. Anna had not anticipated that the absolutely unchanged hall of the house, where she had lived for 9 years, would so greatly affect her. Memories sweet and painful rose one after another in her heart, and for a moment she forgot what she was here for. "Would you kindly wait?" said Kapitonich, taking off her fur and cloak. As he took off the cloak, Kapitonich glanced at her face, recognized her, and made a low bow in silence. "Please walk in, Your Excellency," he said to her. She tried to say something, but her voice refused to utter any sound. With a guilty and imploring glance at the old man, she went with light, swift steps up the stairs. Bent double, and his galoshes catching in the steps, Kapitonich ran after her, trying to overtake her. "The tutor's there. Maybe he's not dressed. I'll let him know." Anna still mounted the familiar staircase, not understanding what the old man was saying. "This way, to the left, if you please. Excuse it's not being tidy. His honour's in the old parlour now," the hall porter said, panting. "Excuse me. Wait a little, Your Excellency. I'll just see," he said, and overtaking her, he opened the high door and disappeared behind it. Anna stood still, waiting. "He's only just awake," said the hall porter, coming out. And at the very instant the porter said this, Anna caught the sound of a childish yawn. From the sound of this yawn alone, she knew her son and seemed to see him living before her eyes. "Let me in. Go away," she said, and went in through the high doorway. On the right of the door stood a bed, and sitting up in the bed was the boy. His little body bent forward with his nightshirt unbuttoned, he was stretching and still yawning. The instant his lips came together, they curved into a blissfully sleepy smile, and with that smile he slowly and deliciously rolled back again. "Seriosha," she whispered, going noiselessly up to him. When she was parted from him, and all this latter time when she had been feeling a fresh rush of love for him, she had pictured him as he was at 4 years old, when she had loved him most of all. Now he was not even the same as when she had left him. He was still further from the 4-year-old baby, more grown and thinner. How thin his face was, how short his hair was, what long hands. How he had changed since she left him. But it was he with his head, his lips, his soft neck and broad little shoulders. "Seriosha," she whispered just in the child's ear. He raised himself again on his elbow, turned his tangled head from side to side as though looking for something, and opening his eyes. Slowly and inquiringly, he looked for several seconds at his mother, standing motionless before him. Then all at once he smiled a blissful smile, and shutting his eyes, rolled not backwards but towards her, into her arms. "Seriosha, my darling boy," she said, breathing hard and putting her arms round his plump little body. "Mother!" he said, wriggling about in her arms so as to touch her hands with different parts of him. Smiling sleepily, still with closed eyes, he flung fat little arms round her shoulders, rolled towards her, with the delicious sleepy warmth and fragrance that is only found in children, and began rubbing his face against her neck and shoulders. "I know," he said, opening his eyes. "It's my birthday today. I knew you'd come. I'll get up directly." And saying that, he dropped asleep. Anna looked at him hungrily. She saw how he had grown and changed in her absence. She knew and did not know the bare legs so long now, that were thrust out below the quilt, those short-cropped curls on his neck in which she had so often kissed him. She touched all this and could say nothing. Tears choked her. "What are you crying for, Mother?" he said, waking completely up. "Mother, what are you crying for?" he cried in a tearful voice. "I won't cry. I'm crying for joy. It's so long since I've seen you. I won't, she said, gulping down her tears and turning away. "Come, it's time for you to dress now," she added after a pause, and never letting go his hands, she sat down by his bedside on the chair, where his clothes were put ready for him. "How do you dress without me? How?" She tried to begin talking simply and cheerfully, but she could not, and again she turned away. "I don't have a cold bath. Papa didn't order it. And you've not seen Vasily Lukitch. He'll come soon. Why, you're sitting on my clothes." And Seriosha went off in a peal of laughter. She looked at him and smiled. "Mother, darling, sweet one," he shouted, flinging himself on her again and hugging her. It was as though only now, on seeing her smile, he fully grasped what had happened. "I didn't want that on," he said, taking off her hat, and, as it were, seeing her afresh without her hat, he fell to kissing her again. "But what did you think about me? You didn't think I was dead?" "I never believed it." "You didn't believe it, my sweet?" I knew. He repeated his favourite phrase, and snatching the hand that was stroking his hair, he pressed the open palm to his mouth and kissed it. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, Vasily Lukitch had not at first understood who this lady was, and had learned from their conversation that it was no other person than the mother who had left her husband, and whom he had not seen, as he had entered the house after her departure. He was in doubt whether to go in or not, or whether to communicate with Alexey Alexandrovitch. Reflecting finally that his duty was to get Seriosha up at the hour fixed, and that it was therefore not his business to consider who was there, the mother or anyone else, but simply to do his duty, he finished dressing, went to the door and opened it. But the embraces of the mother and child, the sound of their voices and what they were saying, made him change his mind. He shook his head, and with a sigh he closed the door. "I'll wait another 10 minutes. He said to himself, clearing his throat and wiping away tears. Among the servants of the household there was intense excitement all this time. All had heard that their mistress had come, and that Kapitonich had let her in, and that she was even now in the nursery, and that their master always went in person to the nursery at 9 o'clock, and everyone fully comprehended that it was impossible for the husband and wife to meet, and that they must prevent it. Corney, the valet, going down to the hall porter's room, asked who had let her in, and how it was he had done so, and ascertaining that Kapitonich had admitted her and shown her up, he gave the old man a talking to. The hall porter was doggedly silent, but when Corney told him he ought to be sent away, Kapitonich darted up to him, and waving his hands in Corney's face, began, "Oh yes, to be sure you'd not have let her in. After 10 years' service, and never a word but of kindness, and there you'd up and say, 'Be off, go along, get away with you.' Oh yes, you're a shrewd one at politics, I dare say. You don't need to be taught how to swindle the master and to filch fur coats." "Soldier!" said Corney contemptuously, and he turned to the nurse who was coming in. "Here, what do you think, Maria Efimovna? He let her in without a word to anyone," Corney said, addressing her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch will be down immediately and go into the nursery." "A pretty business, said the nurse. "You, Corney Vasilievich, you'd best keep him some way or other, the master, while I'll run and get her away somehow. A pretty business." When the nurse went into the nursery, Seriosha was telling his mother how he and Nadinka had had a fall in sledging downhill and had turned over 3 times. She was listening to the sound of his voice, watching his face and the play of expression on it, touching his hand, but she did not follow what he was saying. She must go. She must leave him. This was the only thing she was thinking and feeling. She heard the steps of Vasily Lukitch coming up to the door and coughing. She heard, too, the steps of the nurse as she came near, but she sat like one turned to stone, incapable of beginning to speak or to get up. "Mistress, darling," began the nurse, going up to Anna and kissing her hands and shoulders. "God has brought joy indeed to our boy on his birthday. You aren't changed one bit." "Oh, nurse, I didn't know you were in the house," said Anna, rousing herself for a moment. "I'm not living here. I'm living with my daughter. I came for the birthday. Anna Arkadyevna, darling." The nurse suddenly burst into tears and began kissing her hand again. Seriosha, with radiant eyes and smiles, holding his mother by one hand and his nurse by the other, pattered on the rug with his fat little bare feet. The tenderness shown by his beloved nurse to his mother threw him into an ecstasy. "Mother, she often comes to see me, and when she comes—" he was beginning, but he stopped, noticing that the nurse was saying something in a whisper to his mother, and that in his mother's face there was a look of dread and something like shame, which was so strangely unbecoming to her. She went up to him. "My sweet," she said. She could not say goodbye, but the expression on her face said it, and he understood. "Darling, darling Kutik." She used the name by which she had called him when he was little. "You won't forget me? You—" But she could not say more. How often afterwards she thought of words she might have said, but now she did not know how to say it, and could say nothing. But Seriosha knew all she wanted to say to him. He understood that she was unhappy, and loved him. He understood even what the nurse had whispered. He had caught the words, "always at 9 o'clock." And he knew that this was said of his father, and that his father and mother could not meet. That he understood, but one thing he could not understand, why there should be a look of dread and shame in her face. She was not in fault, but she was afraid of him and ashamed of something. He would have liked to put a question that would set at rest this doubt, but he did not dare. He saw that she was miserable, and he felt for her. Silently he pressed close to her and whispered, "Don't go yet. He won't come just yet." The mother held him away from her, to see what he was thinking, what to say to him, and in his frightened face she read not only that he was speaking of his father, but, as it were, asking her what he ought to think about his father. "Seriosha, my darling," she said, "love him. He's better and kinder than I am, and I have done him wrong. When you grow up, you will judge." "There's no one better than you," he cried in despair through his tears, and clutching her by the shoulders, he began squeezing her with all his force to him, his arms trembling with the strain. "My sweet, my little one," said Anna, and she cried as weakly and childishly as he. At that moment the door opened. Vasily Lukitch came in. At the other door there was the sound of steps, and the nurse in a scared whisper said, "He's coming," and gave Anna her hat. Seriosha sank onto the bed and sobbed, hiding his face in his hands. Anna removed his hands, once more kissed his wet face, and with rapid steps went to the door. Alexei Alexandrovitch walked in, meeting her. Seeing her, he stopped short and bowed his head. Although she had just said he was better and kinder than she, in the rapid glance she flung at him, taking in his whole figure in all its details, feelings of repulsion and hatred for him and jealousy over her son took possession of her. With a swift gesture she put down her veil and, quickening her pace, almost ran out of the room. She had not time to undo, and so carried back with her the parcel of toys she had chosen the day before in a toy shop with such love and sorrow. Chapter 31. As intensely as Anna had longed to see her son, as long as she had been thinking of it and preparing herself for it, she had not in the least expected that seeing him would affect her so deeply. On getting back to her lonely rooms in the hotel, she could not for a long while understand why she was there. "Yes, it's all over, and I am again alone," she said to herself, and without taking off her hat, she sat down in a low chair by the hearth. Fixing her eyes on a bronze clock standing on the table between the windows, she tried to think. The French maid brought from abroad came in to suggest she should dress. She gazed at her wonderingly and said, "Presently." A footman offered her coffee. "Later on," she said. The Italian nurse, after having taken the baby out in her best, came in with her and brought her to Anna. The plump, well-fed little baby, on seeing her mother, as she always did, held out her fat little hands, and with a smile on her toothless mouth began, like a fish with a float, bobbing her fingers up and down the starched folds of her embroidered skirt, making them rustle. It was impossible not to smile, not to kiss the baby, impossible not to hold out a finger for her to clutch, crowing and prancing all over, impossible not to offer her a lip which she sucked into her little mouth by way of a kiss. And all this Anna did, and took her in her arms and made her dance, and kissed her fresh little cheek and bare little elbows. But at the sight of this child, it was plainer than ever to her that the feeling she had for her could not be called love, in comparison with what she felt for Seriosha. Everything in this baby was charming, but for some reason all this did not go deep to her heart. On her first child, though the child of an unloved father, had been concentrated all the love that had never found satisfaction. Her baby girl had been born in the most painful circumstances, and had not 100th part of the care and thought which had been concentrated on her first child. Besides, in this little girl everything was still in the future, while Seriosha was by now almost a personality, and a personality dearly loved. In him there was a conflict of thought and feeling. He understood her, he loved her, he judged her, she thought, recalling his words and his eyes. And she was forever, not physically only, but spiritually, divided from him, and it was impossible to set this right. She gave the baby back to the nurse, let her go, and opened the locket in which there was Seriosha's portrait when he was almost of the same age as the girl. She got up, and taking off her hat, took up from the table an album in which there were photographs of her son at different ages. She wanted to compare them, and began taking them out of the album. She took them all out except one, the latest and best photograph. In it, he was in a white smock, sitting astride a chair, with frowning eyes and smiling lips. It was his best, most characteristic expression. With her little supple hands, her white, delicate fingers that moved with a peculiar intensity today, she pulled at a corner of the photograph, but the photograph had caught somewhere, and she could not get it out. There was no paper knife on the table, and so, pulling out the photograph that was next to her son's. It was a photograph of Vronsky taken at Rome in a round hat with long hair. She used it to push out her son's photograph. "Oh, here he is," she said, glancing at the portrait of Vronsky, and she suddenly recalled that he was the cause of her present misery. She had not once thought of him all morning, but now, coming all at once upon that manly, noble face, so familiar and so dear to her, she felt a sudden rush of love for him. But where is he now? How is it he leaves me alone in my misery? She thought all at once with a feeling of reproach, forgetting she had herself kept from him everything concerning her son. She sent to ask him to come to her immediately. With a throbbing heart she awaited him, rehearsing to herself the words in which she would tell him all, and the expressions of love with which he would console her. The messenger returned with the answer that he had a visitor with him, and that he would come immediately, and that he asked whether she would let him bring with him the Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "He's not coming alone, and since dinner yesterday he has not seen me," she thought. "He's not coming so that I could tell him everything, but coming with Yashvin." And all at once a strange idea came to her. What if he had ceased to love her? And going over the events of the last few days, it seemed to her that she saw in everything a confirmation of this terrible idea. The fact that he had not dined at home yesterday, the fact that he had insisted on their taking separate sets of rooms in Petersburg, and that even now he was not coming to her alone, as though he were trying to avoid meeting her face to face. "But he ought to tell me so. I must know that it is so. If I knew it, then I know what I should do," she said to herself, utterly unable to picture to herself the position she would be in if she were convinced of his not caring for her. She thought he had ceased to love her. She felt close upon despair, and consequently she felt exceptionally alert. She rang for her maid and went to her dressing room. As she dressed, she took more care over her appearance than she had done all those days, as though he might, if he had grown cold to her, fall in love with her again because she had dressed and arranged her hair in the way most becoming to her. She heard the bell ring before she was ready. When she went into the drawing-room, it was not he, but Yashvin who met her eyes. Vronsky was looking through the photographs of her son, which she had forgotten on the table, and he made no haste to look around at her. "We have met already," she said, putting her little hand into the huge hand of Yashvin, whose bashfulness was so queerly out of keeping with his immense frame and coarse face. "We met last year at the races. Give them to me," she said, with a rapid movement snatching from Vronsky the photographs of her son, and glancing significantly at him with flashing eyes. "Were the races good this year? Instead of them, I saw the races in the Corso in Rome. But you don't care for life abroad," she said with a cordial smile. "I know you and all your tastes, though I have seen so little of you." "I'm awfully sorry for that, for my tastes are mostly bad," said Yashvin, gnawing at his left moustache. Having talked a little while, and noticing that Vronsky glanced at the clock, Yashvin asked her whether she would be staying much longer in Petersburg, and unbending his huge figure, reached after his cap. "Not long, I think," she said hesitatingly, glancing at Vronsky. "So then we shan't meet again." "Come and dine with me," said Anna resolutely, angry, it seemed, with herself for her embarrassment, but flushing as she always did when she defined her position before a fresh person. "The dinner here is not good, but at least you will see him. There is no one of his old friends in the regiment Alexei cares for as he does for you." "Delighted," said Yashvin with a smile, from which Vronsky could see that he liked Anna very much. Yashvin said goodbye and went away. Vronsky stayed behind. "Are you going too?" she said to him. "I'm late already," he answered. "Run along, I'll catch you up in a moment," he called to Yashvin. She took him by the hand, and without taking her eyes off him, gazed at him while she ransacked her mind for the words to say that would keep him. "Wait a minute, there's something I want to say to you." And taking his broad hand, she pressed it on her neck. "Oh, was it right my asking him to dinner?" "You did quite right," he said with a serene smile that showed his even teeth, and he kissed her hand. "Alexei, you have not changed to me," she said, pressing his hand in both of hers. "Alexei, I am miserable here. When are we going away?"
Soon. You wouldn't believe how disagreeable our way of living here is to me, too," he said, and he drew away his hand. "Well, go," she said in a tone of offence, and she walked quickly away from him. Chapter 32. When Vronsky returned home, Anna was not yet home. Soon after he had left, some lady, so they told him, had come to see her, and she had gone out with her. That she had gone out without leaving word where she was going, that she had not yet come back, and that all the morning she had been going about somewhere without a word to him, all this, together with the strange look of excitement in her face in the morning, and the recollection of the hostile tone with which she had before Yashvin almost snatched her son's photographs out of his hands, made him serious. He decided he absolutely must speak openly with her, and he waited for her in her drawing-room. But Anna did not return alone, but brought with her her old unmarried aunt, Princess Oblonskaya. This was the lady who had come in the morning, and with whom Anna had gone out shopping. Anna appeared not to notice Vronsky's worried and inquiring expression, and began a lively account of her morning's shopping. He saw that there was something working within her, in her flashing eyes, when they rested for a moment on him. There was an intense concentration, and in her words and movements there was that nervous rapidity and grace which during the early period of their intimacy had so fascinated him, but which now so disturbed and alarmed him. The dinner was laid for 4. All were gathered together and about to go into the little dining-room when Tushkevich made his appearance with a message from Princess Betsy. Princess Betsy begged her to excuse her not having come to say goodbye, she had been indisposed, but begged Anna to come to her between 6:30 and 9 o'clock. Vronsky glanced at Anna at the precise limit of time, so suggestive of steps having been taken that she should meet no one, but Anna appeared not to notice it. "Very sorry that I can't come just between 6:30 and 9, she said with a faint smile. "The princess will be very sorry, and so am I." "And you're going, no doubt, to hear Patty?" said Tushkevich. "Patty? You suggest the idea to me. I would go if it were possible to get a box." "I can get one." Tushkevich offered his services. "I should be very, very grateful to you," said Anna. "But won't you dine with us?" Vronsky gave a hardly perceptible shrug. He was at a complete loss to understand what Anna was about. What had she brought the old Princess Oblonskaya home for? What had she made Tushkevich stay to dinner for? And, most amazing of all, why was she sending him for a box? Could she possibly think, in her position, of going to Patty's benefit, where all the circle of her acquaintances would be? He looked at her with serious eyes, but she responded with that defiant, half-mirthful, half-desperate look, the meaning of which he could not comprehend. At dinner, Anna was in aggressively high spirits. She almost flirted both with Tushkevich and with Yashvin. When they got up from dinner and Tushkevich had gone to get a box at the opera, Yashvin went to smoke, and Vronsky went down with him to his own rooms. After sitting there for some time, he ran upstairs. Anna was already dressed in a low-necked gown of light silk and velvet that she had had made in Paris, and with costly white lace on her head, framing her face, and particularly becoming, showing up her dazzling beauty. "Are you really going to the theatre?" he said, trying not to look at her. "Why do you ask with such alarm?" she said, wounded again at his not looking at her. "Why shouldn't I go?" She appeared not to understand the motive of his words. "Oh, of course, there's no reason whatever," he said, frowning. "That's just what I say," she said, wilfully refusing to see the irony of his tone, and quietly turning back her long, perfumed glove. "Anna, for God's sake, what is the matter with you?" he said, appealing to her exactly as once her husband had done. "I don't understand what you are asking." "You know that it's out of the question to go." "Why so? I'm not going alone. Princess Varvara has gone to dress. She is going with me."
He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity and despair. "But do you mean to say you don't know?" he began. "I don't care to know," she almost shrieked. "I don't care to. Do I regret what I have done? No, no, no. If it were all to do again from the beginning, it would be the same. For us, for you and for me, there is only one thing that matters, whether we love each other. Other people we need not consider. Why are we living here apart and not seeing each other? Why can't I go? I love you and I don't care for anything," she said in Russian, glancing at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes that he could not understand. "If you have not changed to me, why don't you look at me?" He looked at her. He saw all the beauty of her face and full dress, always so becoming to her. But now her beauty and elegance were just what irritated him. "My feeling cannot change, you know. But I beg you, I entreat you," he said again in French, with a note of tender supplication in his voice, but with a coldness in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but she saw the coldness of his eyes and answered with irritation, "And I beg you to explain why I should not go." "Because it might cause you," he hesitated. "I don't understand. Yashvin n'est pas compromettante, and Princess Varvara is no worse than others. Oh, here she is." Chapter 33. Vronsky for the first time experienced a feeling of anger against Anna, almost a hatred for her willfully refusing to understand her own position. This feeling was aggravated by his being unable to tell her plainly the cause of his anger. If he had told her directly what he was thinking, he would have said, "In that dress, with a princess only too well known to everyone, to show yourself at the theatre is equivalent not merely to acknowledging your position as a fallen woman, but is flinging down a challenge to society, that is to say, cutting yourself off from it forever." He could not say that to her. But how can she fail to see it? And what is going on with her? He said to himself. He felt at the same time that his respect for her was diminished, while his sense of her beauty was intensified. He went back scowling to his rooms, and sitting down beside Yashvin, who, with his long legs stretched out on a chair, was drinking brandy and seltzer water, he ordered a glass of the same for himself. "You were talking of Lankovsky's Powerful. That's a fine horse, and I would advise you to buy him," said Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's gloomy face. "His hindquarters aren't quite first-rate, but the legs and head, one couldn't wish for anything better." "I think I will take him," answered Vronsky. Their conversation about horses interested him, but he did not for an instant forget Anna, and could not help listening to the sound of steps in the corridor and looking at the clock on the chimney-piece. "Anna Arkadyevna gave orders to announce that she has gone to the theatre." Yashvin, tipping another glass of brandy into the bubbling water, drank it and got up, buttoning his coat. "Well, let's go," he said, faintly smiling under his moustache, and showing by this smile that he knew the cause of Vronsky's gloominess, and did not attach any significance to it. "I'm not going," Vronsky answered gloomily. "Well, I must. I promised to. Goodbye, then. If you do, come to the stalls. You can take Kruzin's stall," added Yashvin as he went out. "No, I'm busy." A wife is a care, but it's worse when she's not a wife, thought Yashvin as he walked out of the hotel. Vronsky, left alone, got up from his chair and began pacing up and down the room. "And what's today? The fourth night. Yegor and his wife are there, and my mother, most likely. Of course, all Petersburg's there. Now she's gone in, taken off her cloak, and come into the light. Tushkevich, Yashvin, Princess Varvara." He pictured them to himself. "What about me? Either that I'm frightened, or have given up to Tushkevich the right to protect her. From every point of view, stupid, stupid. And why is she putting me in such a position?" he said with a gesture of despair. With that gesture he knocked against the table, on which there was standing the seltzer water and the decanter of brandy, and almost upset it. He tried to catch it, let it slip, and angrily kicked the table over and rang. "If you care to be in my service," he said to the valet who came in,
You had better remember your duties. This shouldn't be here. You ought to have cleared it away."
The valet, conscious of his own innocence, would have defended himself, but glancing at his master, he saw from his face that the only thing to do was to be silent, and hurriedly threading his way in and out, dropped down on the carpet and began gathering up the whole and broken glasses and bottles.
"That's not your duty. Send the waiter to clear away, and get my dress coat."
Vronsky went into the theatre at 8:30. The performance was in full swing. The little old box-keeper, recognising Vronsky as he helped him off with his fur coat, called him Your Excellency, and suggested he should not take a number, but should simply call Fyodor. In the brightly lighted corridor, there was no one but the box-opener and 2 attendants with fur cloaks on their arms listening at the doors. Through the closed doors came the sounds of the discreet staccato accompaniment of the orchestra, and a single female voice rendering distinctly a musical phrase. The door opened to let the box-opener slip through, and the phrase drawing to the end reached Vronsky's hearing clearly. But the doors were closed again at once, and Vronsky did not hear the end of the phrase and the cadence of the accompaniment, though he knew from the thunder of applause that it was over. When he entered the hall, brilliantly lighted with chandeliers and gas jets, the noise was still going on. On stage, the singer, bowing and smiling, with bare shoulders flashing with diamonds, was, with the help of the tenor who had given her his arm, gathering up the bouquets that were flying awkwardly over the footlights. Then she went up to a gentleman with glossy pomaded hair parted down the centre, who was stretching across the footlights, holding out something to her, and all the public in the stalls, as well as in the boxes, was in excitement, craning forward, shouting and clapping. The conductor in his high chair assisted in passing the offering and straightened his white tie. Vronsky walked into the middle of the stalls and, standing still, began looking about him. That day, less than ever, was his attention turned upon the familiar, habitual surroundings, the stage, the noise, all the familiar, uninteresting, parti-coloured herd of spectators in the packed theatre. There were, as always, the same ladies of some sort with officers of some sort in the back of the boxes, the same gaily dressed women, God knows who, and uniforms and black coats, the same dirty crowd in the upper gallery, and among the crowd, in the boxes and in the front rows, there were some 40 of the real people. And to those oases, Vronsky at once directed his attention, and with them he entered at once into relation. The act was over when he went in, and so he did not go straight to his brother's box, but going up to the first row of stools, stopped at the footlights with Serpuhovskoy, who, standing with one knee raised and his heel on the footlights, caught sight of him in the distance and beckoned to him, smiling. Vronsky had not yet seen Anna. He purposely avoided looking in her direction, but he knew by the direction of people's eyes where she was. He looked round discreetly, but he was not seeking her. Expecting the worst, his eyes sought for Alexey Alexandrovitch. To his relief, Alexey Alexandrovitch was not in the theatre that evening.
"How little of the military man there is left in you," Serpuhovskoy was saying to him. "A diplomat, an artist, something of that sort, one would say." "Yes, it was like going back home when I put on a black coat," answered Vronsky, smiling and slowly taking out his opera glass. "Well, I'll own I envy you. When I come back from abroad and put on this," he touched his epaulets, "I regret my freedom."
Serpuhovskoy had long given up all hope of Vronsky's career, but he liked him as before, and was now particularly cordial to him.
"What a pity you were not in time for the first act."
Vronsky, listening with one ear, moved his opera glass from the stalls and scanned the boxes. Near a lady in a turban and a bald old man who seemed to wave angrily in the moving opera glass, Vronsky suddenly caught sight of Anna's head, proud, strikingly beautiful, and smiling in the frame of lace. She was in the 5th box, 20 paces from him. She was sitting in front, and, slightly turning, was saying something to Yashvin. The setting of her head on her handsome broad shoulders, and the restrained excitement and brilliance of her eyes and her whole face reminded of him just as he had seen her at the ball in Moscow. But he felt utterly different towards her beauty now. In his feeling for her now, there was no element of mystery, and so her beauty, though it attracted him even more intensely than before, gave him now a sense of injury. She was not looking in his direction, but Vronsky felt that she had seen him already. When Vronsky turned the opera glass again in that direction, he noticed that Princess Varvara was particularly red and kept laughing unnaturally and looking round at the next box. Anna, holding her fan and tapping it on the red velvet, was gazing away and did not see, and obviously did not wish to see, what was taking place in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the expression which was common when he was losing at cards. Scowling, he sucked the left end of his moustache further and further into his mouth and cast sidelong glances at the next box. In that box on the left were the Kartasovs. Vronsky knew them, and knew that Anna was acquainted with them. Madame Kartasova, a thin little woman, was standing up in her box, and, her back turned upon Anna, she was putting on a mantle that her husband was holding for her. Her face was pale and angry, and she was talking excitedly. Kartasov, a fat, bald man, was continually looking round at Anna, while he attempted to soothe his wife. When the wife had gone out, the husband lingered a long while and tried to catch Anna's eye, obviously anxious to bow to her. But Anna, with unmistakable intention, avoided noticing him and talked to Yashvin, whose cropped head was bent down to her. Kartasov went out without making his salutation, and the box was left empty. Vronsky could not understand exactly what had passed between the Kartasovs and Anna, but he knew that something humiliating for Anna had happened. He knew this, both from what he had seen, and most of all from the face of Anna, who, he could see, was taxing every nerve to carry through the part she had taken up. And in maintaining the attitude of external composure, she was completely successful. Anyone who did not know her and her circle, who had not heard all the utterances of the women expressive of commiseration, indignation and amazement, that she should show herself in society, and show herself so conspicuously with her lace and her beauty, would have admired the serenity and loveliness of this woman without a suspicion that she was undergoing the sensation of a man in the stocks. Knowing that something had happened, but not knowing precisely what, Vronsky felt a thrill of agonizing anxiety, and hoping to find out something, he went towards his brother's box. Purposely choosing the way round furthest from Anna's box, he jostled as he came out against the colonel of his old regiment, talking to two acquaintances. Vronsky heard the name of Madame Karenina, and noticing how the colonel hastened to address Vronsky loudly by name, with a meaning glance at his companions. "Ah, Vronsky! When are you coming to the regiment? We can't let you off without a supper. You're one of the old set," said the colonel of his regiment. "I can't stop. Awfully sorry. Another time," said Vronsky, and he ran upstairs towards his brother's box. The old countess, Vronsky's mother, with her steel-grey curls, was in his brother's box. Varya, with the young Princess Sorokina, met him in the corridor. Leaving the Princess Sorokina with her mother, Varya held out her hand to her brother-in-law, and began immediately to speak of what interested him. She was more excited than he had ever seen her. "I think it's mean and hateful, and Madame Kartasova had no right to do it. Madame Karenina," she began. "But what is it? I don't know." "What? You've not heard?" "You know I should be the last person to hear of it." "There isn't a more spiteful creature than that Madame Kartasova." "But what did she do?" "My husband told me. She has insulted Madame Karenina. Her husband began talking to her across the box, and Madame Kartasova made a scene. She said something aloud, he says, something insulting, and went away." "Count, your maman is asking for you," said the young Princess Sorokina, peeping out of the door of the box. "I've been expecting you all the while," said his mother, smiling sarcastically. "You were nowhere to be seen." Her son saw that she could not suppress a smile of delight. "Good evening, maman. I've come to you," he said coldly. "Why, aren't you going to faire la cour à Madame Karenina?" she went on, when Princess Sorokina had moved away. "Elle fait sensation. On oublie la pâtie pour elle."
Maman, I've asked you not to say anything to me of that, he answered, scowling. I only say what everyone's saying.
Vronsky made no reply, and saying a few words to Princess Sorokina, he went away. At the door he met his brother.
Ah, Alexei, said his brother. How disgusting. Idiot of a woman, nothing else. I wanted to go straight to her. Let's go together.
Vronsky did not hear him. With rapid steps he went downstairs. He felt that he must do something, but he did not know what. Anger with her for having put herself and him in such a false position, together with pity for her suffering, filled his heart. He went down and made straight for Anna's box. At her box stood Stremov, talking to her.
There are no more tenors. Le moule en est brisé.
Vronsky bowed to her and stopped to greet Stremov. You came in late, I think, and have missed the best song, Anna said to Vronsky, glancing ironically, he thought, at him.
I am a poor judge of music, he said, looking sternly at her.
Like Prince Yashvin, she said, smiling, who considers that Patti sings too loud. Thank you, she said, her little hand in its long glove taking the playbill Vronsky picked up, and suddenly at that instant her lovely face quivered. She got up and went into the interior of the box. Noticing in the next act that her box was empty, Vronsky, rousing indignant hushes in the silent audience, went out in the middle of a solo and drove home. Anna was already at home. When Vronsky went up to her, she was in the same dress as she had worn at the theatre. She was sitting in the first armchair against the wall, looking straight before her. She looked at him and at once resumed her former position.
Anna,
he said, you are to blame for everything, she cried, with tears of despair and hatred in her voice, getting up.
I implored you not to go. I knew it would be unpleasant.
Unpleasant, she cried. Hideous. As long as I live, I shall never forget it. She said it was a disgrace to sit beside me.
A silly woman's chatter, he said.
But why risk it? Why provoke? I hate your calm. You ought not to have brought me to this. If you had loved me...
Anna, how does the question of my love come in?
Oh, if you loved me as I love, if you were tortured as I am, she said, looking at him with an expression of terror. He was sorry for her, and angry notwithstanding. He assured her of his love, because he saw that this was the only means of soothing her, and he did not reproach her in her words, but in his heart he reproached her. And the asseverations of his love, which seemed to him so vulgar that he was ashamed to utter them, she drank in eagerly, and gradually became calmer. The next day, completely reconciled, they left for the country. Part 6. Chapter 1. Darya Alexandrovna spent the summer with her children at Pokrovskoe at her sister Kitty Levin's. The house on her own estate was quite in ruins, and Levin and his wife had persuaded her to spend the summer with them. Stefan Arkadyevitch greatly approved of the arrangement. He said he was very sorry his official duties prevented him from spending the summer in the country with his family, which would have been the greatest happiness for him. And remaining in Moscow, he came down to the country from time to time for a day or two. Besides the Oblonskys, with all their children and their governess, the old princess too came to stay that summer with the Levins, as she considered it her duty to watch over her inexperienced daughter in her interesting condition. Moreover, Varenka, Kitty's friend abroad, kept her promise to come to Kitty when she was married, and stayed with her friend. All of these were friends or relations of Levin's wife, and though he liked them all, he rather regretted his own Levin world and ways, which was smothered by this influx of the Shabbatskoy element, as he called it to himself. Of his own relations, there stayed with him only Sergei Ivanovitch, but he too was a man of the Kozhnishev and not the Levin stamp, so that the Levin spirit was utterly obliterated. In Levin's house, so long deserted, there were now so many people that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day it happened that the old princess, sitting down to table, counted them all over, and put the 13th grandson or granddaughter at a separate table. and Kitty, with her careful housekeeping, had no little trouble to get all the chickens, turkeys and geese, of which so many were needed to satisfy the summer appetites of the visitors and children. The whole family were sitting at dinner. Dolly's children, with their governess and Varenka, were making plans for going to look for mushrooms. Sergei Ivanovich, who was looked up to by all the party for his intellect and learning, with a respect that almost amounted to awe, surprised everyone by joining in the conversation about mushrooms.
"Take me with you. I am very fond of picking mushrooms," he said, looking at Varenka. "I think it's a very nice occupation."
"Oh, we shall be delighted," answered Varenka, colouring a little. Kitty exchanged meaningful glances with Dolly. The proposal of the learned and intellectual Sergei Ivanovich to go looking for mushrooms with Varenka confirmed certain theories of Kitty's, with which her mind had been very busy of late. She made haste to address some remark to her mother, so that her look should not be noticed. After dinner, Sergei Ivanovich sat with his cup of coffee at the drawing-room window, and while he took part in a conversation he had begun with his brother, he watched the door through which the children would start on the mushroom-picking expedition. Levin was sitting in the window near his brother. Kitty stood beside her husband, evidently awaiting the end of a conversation that had no interest for her, in order to tell him something.
"You have changed in many respects since your marriage, and for the better," said Sergei Ivanovich, smiling to Kitty, and obviously little interested in the conversation. "But you remain true to your passion for defending the most paradoxical theories." "Katya, it's not good for you to stand," her husband said to her, putting a chair for her and looking significantly at her. "Oh, and there's no time either," added Sergei Ivanovich, seeing the children running out. At the head of them all, Tanya galloped sideways, in her tightly drawn stockings, and waving a basket and Sergei Ivanovich's hat, she ran straight up to him. Boldly running up to Sergei Ivanovich with shining eyes, so like her father's fine eyes, she handed him his hat and made as though she would put it on for him, softening her freedom by a shy and friendly smile. "Varenka's waiting," she said, carefully putting his hat on, seeing from Sergei Ivanovich's smile that she might do so. Varenka was standing at the door, dressed in a yellow print gown, with a white kerchief on her head. I'm coming, Varvara Andreevna," said Sergei Ivanovich, finishing his cup of coffee and putting into their separate pockets his handkerchief and cigar case. "And how sweet my Varenka is, eh?" said Kitty to her husband, as soon as Sergei Ivanovich rose. She spoke so that Sergei Ivanovich could hear, and it was clear that she meant him to do so. "And how good-looking she is! Such a refined beauty! Varenka!" Kitty shouted. "Shall you be in the mill copse? We'll come out to you." "You certainly forget your condition, Kitty," said the old princess, hurriedly coming out at the door. "You mustn't shout like that."
Varenka, hearing Kitty's voice and her mother's reprimand, went with light, rapid steps up to Kitty. The rapidity of her movement, her flushed and eager face, everything betrayed that something out of the common was going on in her. Kitty knew what this was and had been watching her intently. She called Varenka at that moment merely in order mentally to give her a blessing for the important event which, as Kitty fancied, was bound to come to pass that day after dinner in the wood. "Varenka, I should be very happy if a certain something were to happen," she whispered as she kissed her. "And are you coming with us?" Varenka said to Levin in confusion, pretending not to have heard what had been said.
"I am coming, but only as far as the threshing floor, and there I shall stop."
"Why? What do you want there?"
said Kitty. "I must go and have a look at the new wagons, and to check the invoice," said Levin. "And where will you be?"
"On the terrace." Chapter 2. On the terrace were assembled all the ladies of the party. They always liked sitting there after dinner, and that day they had work to do there too. Besides the sewing and knitting of baby clothes, with which all of them were busy, that afternoon jam was being made on the terrace by a method new to Agafea Mihailovna, without the addition of water. Kitty had introduced this new method, which had been in use in her home. Agafea Mihailovna, to whom the task of jam-making had always been entrusted, considering that what had been done in the Levin household could not be amiss, had nevertheless put water with the strawberries, maintaining that the jam could not be made without it. She had been caught in the act, and was now making jam before everyone, and it was to be proved to her conclusively that jam could be very well made without water. Agafea Mihailovna, her face heated and angry, her hair untidy, and her thin arms bare to the elbows, was turning the preserving pan over the charcoal stove, looking darkly at the raspberries and devoutly hoping they would stick and not cook properly. The princess, conscious that Agafea Mihailovna's wrath must be chiefly directed against her, as the person responsible for the raspberry jam making, tried to appear to be absorbed in other things and not interested in the jam, talked of other matters, but cast stealthy glances in the direction of the stove.
"I always buy my maid's dresses myself, of some cheap material," the princess said, continuing the previous conversation. "Isn't it time to skim it, my dear?" she added, addressing Agafea Mihailovna. "There's not the slightest need for you to do it, and it's hot for you," she said, stopping Kitty.
"I'll do it," said Dolly, and getting up, she carefully passed the spoon over the frothing sugar, and from time to time shook off the clinging jam from the spoon by knocking it on a plate that was covered with yellow-red scum and blood-coloured syrup. How they'll enjoy this at tea-time. She thought of her children, remembering how she herself as a child had wondered how it was the grown-up people did not eat what was best of all, the scum of the jam. "Steva says it's much better to give money." Dolly took up meanwhile the weighty subject under discussion, what presents should be made to servants. But
"Money's out of the question," the princess and Kitty exclaimed with one voice. "They appreciate a present. Well, last year, for instance, I bought our Matrona Semyonovna not a poplin, but something of that sort," said the princess.
"I remember she was wearing it on your name day."
"A charming pattern, so simple and refined. I should have liked it myself if she hadn't liked it. Something like Varenka's, so pretty and inexpensive."
"Well, now, I think it's done," said Dolly, dropping the syrup from the spoon. "When it sets as it drops, it's ready. Cook it a little longer, Agafea Mihailovna."
"The flies,"
said Agafea Mihailovna angrily. "It'll be just the same," she added.
"Ah, how sweet it is. Don't frighten it,"
Kitty said suddenly, looking at a sparrow that had settled on the step and was pecking at the centre of a raspberry.
"Yes, but you keep a little further from the stove," said her mother.
"A propos de Varenka," said Kitty, speaking in French, as they had been doing all the while, so that Agafea Mihailovna should not understand them.
"You know, Mamma, I somehow expect things to be settled today. You know what I mean. How splendid it would be."
"But what a famous matchmaker she is," said Dolly. "How carefully and cleverly she throws them together."
"No, tell me, Mamma, what do you think?" "Why, what is one to think? He meant Sergei Ivanovich, might at any time have been a match for anyone in Russia. Now, of course, he's not quite a young man. Still, I know ever so many girls would be glad to marry him even now. She's a very nice girl, but he might—"
"Oh, no, Mamma. Do understand why. For him and for her, too. Nothing better could be imagined. In the first place, she's charming," said Kitty, crooking one of her fingers. "He thinks her very attractive, that's for certain," assented Dolly.
"Then he occupies such a position in society that he has no need to look for either fortune or position in his wife. All he needs is a good, sweet wife, a restful one."
"Well, with her he would certainly be restful," Dolly assented.
"Thirdly, that she should love him, and so it is. That is, it would be so splendid. I look forward to seeing them coming out of the forest, and everything settled. I shall see it at once by their eyes. I should be so delighted. What do you think, Dolly?" "But don't excite yourself. It's not at all the thing for you to be excited," said her mother.
"Oh, I'm not excited, Mamma.
I fancy he will make her an offer today."
"Oh, that's so strange, how and when a man makes an offer. There is a sort of barrier, and all at once it's broken down," said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling her past with Stefan Arkadyevitch.
"Mamma,
How did Papa make you an offer? Kitty asked suddenly.
There was nothing out of the way, it was very simple, answered the princess, but her face beamed all over at the recollection.
Oh, but how was it? You loved him anyway, before you were allowed to speak?
Kitty felt a peculiar pleasure in being able now to talk to her mother on equal terms about those questions of such paramount interest in a woman's life.
Of course I did. He had come to stay with us in the country. But how was it settled between you, Mamma?
You imagine, I dare say, that you invented something quite new? It's always just the same. It was settled by the eyes, by smiles.
How nicely you said that, Mamma. It's just by the eyes, by smiles that it's done, Dolly assented. But what words did he say?
What did Kostya say to you?
He wrote it in chalk. It was wonderful. How long ago it seems, she said.
And the three women all fell to musing on the same thing. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She remembered all that last winter before her marriage and her passion for Vronsky.
There's one thing, that old love affair of Varenka's, she said,
a natural chain of ideas bringing her to this point.
I should have liked to say something to Sergei Ivanovitch to prepare him. They're all men, I mean, she added, awfully jealous over our past.
Not all, said Dolly. You judge by your own husband. It makes him miserable even now to remember Vronsky. Eh? That's true, isn't it?
Yes,
Kitty answered, a pensive smile in her eyes.
But really, I don't know,
the mother put in defence of her motherly care of her daughter.
What there was in your past that could worry him. That Vronsky paid you attentions? That happens to every girl.
Oh, yes, but we didn't mean that, Kitty said, flushing a little.
No, let me speak, her mother went on. Why, you yourself would not let me have a talk to Vronsky. Don't you remember?
Oh, Mamma,
said Kitty with an expression of suffering. There's no keeping you young people in check nowadays. Your friendship could not have gone beyond what was suitable. I should myself have called upon him to explain himself. But, my darling, it's not right for you to be agitated. Please remember that and calm yourself.
I'm perfectly calm, Maman. How happy it was for Kitty that Anna came then, said Dolly, and how unhappy for her. It turned out quite the opposite, she said, struck by her own ideas. Then Anna was so happy, and Kitty thought herself unhappy. Now it is just the opposite. I often think of her.
A nice person to think about. Horrid, repulsive woman, no heart, said her mother, who could not forget that Kitty had married not Vronsky, but Levin.
What do you want to talk of it for?
Said Kitty with annoyance. I never think of it, and I don't want to think of it, and I don't want to think of it, she said, catching the sound of her husband's well-known step on the steps of the terrace. What's that you don't want to think about? Inquired Levin, coming onto